Course. Amy, what's the story on Randy Tolsma? Oh, crash in turn number 3. We've got contact in turn number 3 and trucks going all over the racetrack.
Looks like Chris Horn, the red truck down on the inside.
That is Chris Horn. The 58 is torn up on the left side. Looking to see who else was involved. One more truck down on the inside. There it is, the 30. That is Jay Edwards. Or Jay Stewart, pardon me.
Yes, Jay Stewart.
Oh, no. And the 88 is also involved. Terry Cook in the pickup truck. Tom Chevrolet, and that one's not going anywhere without a flatbed.
No, we see Terry taking his helmet off and climbing out, well, taking his radio connection off, climbing off the truck, crawling out of the truck to see just how much damage there is. But, Terry, you don't need to look. I'll tell you, there's a lot of damage.
He can't buy a break. Last week at Texas, he got swept up in another accident. Was not of his making. And his crew just wondering what snake has bitten us. A few fenders. Let's take a look and see what happened, BP.
Well, they're going to the corner. This is the leaders. Big break for Randy Tolsma. He will get that lap back. And somewhere about right there, we see some contact between Terry Cook and another truck. I'm not sure exactly who that was. Chris Horn, I don't think anywhere to go.
Amy East.
You're right, Benny. It's now up to the pit crew because this team has done everything to try to get to victory lane. What Team Menard has done is taken the Pikes Peak truck, which is what he's running here. They went to the wind tunnel, and what they learned there was that they basically needed to cut off the front fenders. As we have a crash now on the track, we'll throw it back up top.
Thanks, Amy. It's Stevie Reeves in the curb records for the Bob Brevac, Shelley Brevac Ford. The first time he's been in that truck. In fact, he just came into it this week, and it looked like he got it turned around, backed it into the wall. Some heavy damage to the rear of the 31 Ford.
And we see him bringing the truck into the pit crew. He'll take a look.
Stevie won the 92 and 93 USAC midget titles, and also, won the pole in a bush race back at Bristol in 95. His best finish was for the right combination. Things were going well until just a few moments ago. He had gotten the truck up to about 19th position. Here's the tail end of it.
Yeah, we didn't see exactly what happened. I looked up about this time and saw.
Let it run free. And here we go, underneath now. The X-side Ford. Bush trying to make a bid for the lead. Boys, turn it around. Can he save it? Hold on, Kurt. He's lighting up the tires, trying to keep it off the wall. And he does.
Whoa, my goodness. And the caution flag, he got blessed that he saved that truck, and now he gets a caution flag. Kurt Busch, you are living right.
Whew. What a save. His heart's got to be pounding, and his eyes have got to be pretty big right now.
And I don't think he's going to drive in on the inside of these guys so hard the next time.
There's Matt Chambers. Nothing rattles Matt. That's the look of a man who's been through this a few times. We saw this back at Phoenix with Kurt, where he made great saves when that got a little bit loose. Somebody took the air off of the rear spoiler, and so we are under our third caution. We'll go back, take another look, Benny.
Going down in turn one, he gets on the inside of the 3 truck. Now he's not able to let that truck go up the racetrack the way he has. Biffle right behind him. He gets the truck loose. He nails the gas, keeps the thing pulling so it doesn't slam in the wall. He's still got those rear wheels pulling, and he goes up, stops it, and does the
weekend, but he's had radio problems today. He can hear the crew, and we've got Ryan McGlynn around on the track. Trouble for him, the trouble for Ruttman, radio communication. They're having to use hand signals and old-fashioned wiggle the truck if you're loose when you come by the start-finish line. That kind of communication, but that's okay. Hey, Joe raced when they didn't have radios.
Our fourth caution of the evening for Ryan McGlynn. Boy, he took a terrible crash back at Monroe. This one's not nearly as bad, but it looks like it's going to be enough to put him in the trailer.
I saw a sponsor on the quarter panel, JRJ Paving or something. I sure hope that they will help Ryan McGlynn, because this young man works awfully hard to come each and every NASCAR Crash Truck race. There we see the 00 of McGlynn going down in turn 1 as Crawford goes by on the outside. McGlynn takes it down, and Crawford comes down and really squeezes down on Ryan McGlynn. They make contact, and Crawford almost lost it, but McGlynn, trying to avoid crashing Rick Crawford, puts himself in the outside retaining wall.
Hard you are on the throttle, and here comes Riggs up on our 5th place truck, Rick Corelli. So this is a battle for position, BP.
Scott Riggs has done a terrific job in 86.
R.C. Cola.
Truck on the front correct.
And the caution plate. Joe Ruttman, some heavy damage to the front of the Dana Dodge.
I don't know what happened to Ruttman. I'm looking around to see what he hit. There doesn't look to be any other truck involved, but Ruttman has serious damage to the Dana Dodge.
It looked like he was running the back of another truck, but I don't know what that other truck was.
Now the strategy for Kurt Busch, they needed a pit somewhere around lap 108. Guess what? We're at lap 107. I have no idea what Ford camera, so we'll get an opportunity to go back, BP.
Here comes off the corner. This is coming off turn 4. And all of a sudden the truck just, ooh, he got a little loose. And when he corrected it, in the wall he goes. It didn't look like the car had made contact with the wall because man, a battle for second place. David Starr still hanging in there. Oh, Busch is going into the wall hard. Wow, awfully hard in the wall. He was not quite so lucky as the last time.
Oh, and now we've got fire. Fire has erupted in the 99. Kurt is moving. Get the net down, buddy. There you go.
He's moving around in there, and it looks like the fire is trying to go out. There's still some fire there, but I don't think it's...
21-year-old is climbing out. His race is run. The crew is bolting towards the garage area. The fans give Kurt a hand, and the 21-year-old is very dejected right now. But he looks to be okay, and that's the best news of all. That was a hard hit, BP. That was an awfully hard hit.
As you can see, we see the firemen in the shadow on the wall with their hose slowly making their way there. They get in the corner was a handful. That the truck just getting in the corner, it got loose, and that's exactly what happened. Getting in the corner, the truck got loose, and look at the impact with the left front, and the rear comes around and smacks the wall, and then all those sparks flying around and all that contact, and the truck had just pitted just a few laps ago, so the fuel tank was full. It spilled some out, and that's what caused the fire with all those sparks. And we see, watch this. Oh, man. Heavy.
It'll be Kurt's first DNF of his career in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. You're looking at race leader Greg Biffle. We've got a crash. Oh no, Scott Riggs has got it turned around. Can he keep it off the inside wall? No.
There's just too much mud. And the worst part about it, the truck is probably still running, but he will never ever get out of that mud because of all the rain.
Come down on you.
That's the 86.
That's what it looked like. Stuck, fellas. We're done for tonight. I'm stuck.
And that's right. It's so much mud back there, you just simply can't get it out of there.
So, Scott Riggs, who has done so well since taking over for Mike Copeman this ride, he can't get it out. Take a look. It's Rick Corelli on the high side.
They come off the corner, Corelli on the outside, and Riggs just does not have that wall of air to lean against when he comes off the corner because Corelli's out there. The truck gets loose, around he goes, almost saved that thing, but when he gets in the mud, he is a goner.
And he just kisses the wall. Marty Houston tries to look underneath, can't get the job done.
And I would think we see Ryan McGlynn.
Caution flag is out, turn 1.
Caution flag is out down in turn 1.
Just what Greg Biffle did not want to see because we're at the lap 140 mark. There's Randy Goss, crew chief for Greg Biffle, and we're probably going to need another tow truck to get Ryan McGlynn out of this one.
I don't know. He blew a left rear tire is what caused the spin. We see the tire is flat and it's torn the quarter panel.
He's trying to get her out.
Yeah, looks like he might make it.
And he did.
I guess it's, and we see Ryan McGlynn spinning down. I don't think other trucks involved. I just believe that the left rear tire simply went flat, and
he may have cut it. Look at it, it's shredded right there.
Yeah.
Time with a 3.
So one more lap led, and it'll be 5 more bonus points for our points leader, Greg Biffle. Is this a statement race? Yes, you better believe it. If he can hold on. Down the back stretch. 2.5 laps to go. Everybody else is sort of falling into lockstep. I don't think anybody has anything left, VP.
So it looks like they've given all they have. Sprague is going to try it on the inside. Can't quite make it. Wallace is running the outside line, and he really gets a good run off the corners.
2 laps remaining. The lead by Greg Biffle's 1.6 seconds. You can throw a blanket over second, third, fourth, and fifth. There's the margin down the backstretch. This time by it'll be the white flag lap. Biffle, the green
God dang it, I can hardly drive it. Woo! I'll make one more for you guys, bro. You got the 00 going slow through turn 2.
Max Jones telling his driver there's Ryan McGlynn going slow. Down the back straightaway for Greg Biffle will be his 3rd win of 2000. His 12th career win, and you will be the inaugural winner, the first man ever to take the checkered flag at Kentucky.
Great job, guys. I'm all free now.
Comes off of turn number 4.
You're a genius, Randy.
The big
I love you, buddy.
volcano has just erupted one more time. Look at the run for second. Sprague gets around Wallace. Marty Houston, 4th and extra 5th. So Sprague with a last minute, last lap, last second effort to get past Mike Wallace. And there is your race winner, Greg Biffle. Boy, I bet you that crew's breathing a lot easier now. Greg Biffle heading for victory lane at the Kroger 225. We'll talk to him when we come back here at Kentucky Speedway. Biffle 29 over Sprague, 52 over Wallace, 94 over Houston.
You need me?
Okay.
All right, thank y'all.
See you, BP. Good job, buddy. Have a safe trip. So, okay. It is a Kroger 225, right? Yes, thank you. Thanks, man.
And a spin. Looks like the 89 truck has looped it around here on the early laps. That is Stan Boyd.
No caution as of yet. See if Stan can get it refired and get out of the way.
And the caution will indeed be weighed by Dion Henske for the first time tonight, coming out here on the 2nd lap of the evening. Once again, the spin a moment ago by Stan Boyd in the 89 truck, the Bars Leaks machine. First lap to bring out the yellow.
You see, just got loose, getting in the corner there. He chased it and chased it, chased it. I know how that feels, Doc, and kind of ran out of racetrack there and got sideways, got looped around. No damage, no contact with the outside wall, no contact with any other truck, so he'll get back going and be in good shape.
Now, you qualified 5th and ran competitively in the Busch race. The temperature's been pretty consistent all weekend. It's been gorgeous here, mid-70s, a little bit of a break. Whoa! And Ricky Hendrick loops around, and you saw Coy Gibbs trying to stop, and Riggs stayed out of the back of Gibbs, and Hendrick still slipping, and now
Trucks going everywhere.
half a dozen trucks slipping and sliding here on the trioval area. Hendrick has come to rest in the grass. There's damage in the 99 truck for Nathan Hosley. He tries to get going. Lance Norrick has gone through the grass.
We're looking at Ricky Hendrick now getting going. I'm not sure Ricky had any contact with anybody. He may have come out unscathed from this. Chris Horn, tough break for him. Good qualifying effort. You see Nathan Hosley there on the inside there. That's the little exhaust heat is actually looks like caught the grass on fire.
What happened here on lap number 10 up in turn 4.
You see Ricky Hendrick, he just gets a little bit loose coming off turn 4. The back end goes around there. You see, that's we saw Scott Riggs running the back of Coy Gibbs. And around he goes. Again, I don't think there was any contact here, but in all the smoke, you see all the smoke that the truck's making. Trucks start stopping, trying to slow down, and you see a lot of contact back behind them. Great job by Matt Crafton getting by on the inside. Also Rick Crawford.
A little different angle. Watch the contact here, or is there a contact? You see Ricky spinning. Watch the 2 and the 20.
If there wasn't contact, they came awfully close there. But you see all the smoke, and when the drivers come off turn 4, they get in that smoke and they can't see.
As a driver, what do you do when you're driving into a cloud? I mean, do you just keep it straight and hold on, or
you keep it straight and rely on your spotter to tell you which way to go? That's why the spotters become invaluable. But a lot of times, you know, someone will hit the brakes, check up, and the guy in front behind him runs into him, and then gets somebody turning around, and then the racetrack gets blocked, and then that's where you see all the guys trying to take evasive action going through the infield.
Willie coming off his second best finish of the year, 15th at Kansas Speedway, and there's contact, and the Dodge, the rip goes around, Tolsma goes around.
Stop.
And caution out for the 4th time. Looks like Tolsma didn't hit anything.
I'm not sure there was any contact with Willie T also, so both of these guys, no, unfortunately, no. Willie looks like front and rear contact, unfortunately.
Double O got in the back of it. That's it. Get it back on the track. Easy, Willie, easy. Hey, come on now. Okay. Go back around and catch up to the pace truck.
We're going to look and see what happens here. You watch the 00 here. He's on the inside of Randy Tolsma. He gets into the back of Willie T right there, taps him. Around he goes. They catch into the side of Randy Tolsma, the 61. Around he goes. So Willie's got it out of the wall so far. And, the thing turns around, kicks back to the right, and gets into the outside wall.
Well, Willie almost saved it. I believe McGlynn in the 00 gets both the 8 and the 61. Watch him in the back of the 8. Does his right front fender get the rear of Tolsma?
I think he actually did. I think it was Ryan's truck that got into Randy Tolsma, not Willie T's, but tough break. This is the last thing I saw Willie T. I thought he was going to be able to keep it on the wall, but the wheels were turned to the right. The thing grabbed a hold, and into the outside wall he went.
So now Willie T, heavy damage on the front of that truck, owned by Bobby Hamilton. There is the contact between Musgrave and Crafton, and Musgrave will go in the wall, spin around, and the leader tapped in the left rear as he's going by Matt Crafton. And heavy damage. There is the Crafton, the fast track driveway sealer Chevy. Looks like he's got some right rear damage.
You'll bring it on around. Get it so I can see it. Let's talk.
Looks like Matt gets split up into Ted Musgrave a little bit there and knocked Ted into the outside wall. And
mixing for the 5th time.
Doc, watch Matt Crafton on the inside. He's going to get loose. You're going to see the back end slide out right here. You see, he corrects it. But when he corrects it, he slides up the hill into Ted Musgrave, and around he goes, and both of them make hard contact in the outside wall. You mentioned, Doc, during the break that was right after a pit stop. The thing is, that's when there's another angle. If you see him get loose, you see it wiggle, then he has to chase it up the hill. Right after a pit stop, when you put all that fuel in the back, you get a lot more rear weight than you used to have. We call it the pendulum effect. That weight swings around there that makes the truck looser than it is after you run a number of laps and burn the fuel out. And that's what happened to Matt Crafton, a tough break from Randy Tolsma.
Now Coles was able to get around Hensley. Whoa, and Gibbs is sideways. Can he save it?
Catch it.
Jumps in the throttle.
Jimmy. Oh, just caught the rear of Jimmy Hensley.
We just fired and we got hit.
And they spin around, and the caution flag is indeed waving.
Keep coming. Caution's out. Keep coming. We got hit in the front.
Randy and Merrill McDonald. Again, what happened a moment ago?
Top of the screen there. You see Ricky was just a little bit off the white line there and got Coy up a little bit too high. We know it's too wide, and the groove's two trucks wide, but looks like maybe Coy got his right rear stuck out of the groove, and around the thing went, and would have been okay if Jimmy Hensley was trying to avoid him, went down on the inside. Coy spun down to the inside. And
you see Lance Norrick? I mean, what a great job Norrick did to miss the back of Hensley.
There's another view here. You see him on the outside there. He's actually not that wide, but he just gets a little bit loose there. Might have caught the right rear out on the loose stuff, and around he goes. So he did a great job of staying in the throttle to keep it out of the outside while you see Travis Quappel going by on the outside. But Jimmy Hensley committed to the inside, and Coy, the truck finally caught up, went down the hill and into Jimmy Hensley.
Watch the 90 just inside. Okay, now from Travis Koppel's onboard camera.
We're looking, there's Jimmy Hensley in the 72 on the inside. That's Randy Tolsma right in front of Travis Quappel. You see Coy wiggle a little bit. Ricky kind of went to the outside. He wiggled a little bit. Great job by Travis.
Hey, and the 90 truck spins. That's Norrick up into the wall with 6 laps to go. And remember, we will not finish under caution as the caution waits for the 7th time today. NASCAR Craftsman truck rules are we will get green light and checkered. Lance Norrick.
Get some right side tires up here.
Show you what happened a moment ago. Lap 144.
See, Dennis Setzer already going out of the screen right there. Lance already turned around, backed in the inside wall pretty hard. Take another look at it. There was actually contact between Dennis Setzer in the 46 truck and Billy Bigley in the 75 truck. And it looked like Lance Nork saw that. The trucks got sideways in front of him, and maybe he snatched the steering wheel or maybe hit the brake, and around the truck went.
Jeff Green, Kentucky boy, wants to lead that first lap.
Boy, he did. He drove that thing down on the outside. This track's known to have 2 or 3 grooves and had a lot of practice since the rain yesterday. But boy, that looked good on the outside. Great pass. Guys were telling me, Mike, that turn 3 giving them problems qualifying, but the race set up there pretty good. 3 wide. Hang on to her. Hang on to her.
Oh, David Donahue.
I don't think he ever, I don't think he ever hit the wall, Mike. I think he did a pretty good job of keeping it out of the fence.
Jeff Green, Owensboro, Kentucky native, will lead that first lap as we stay green.
If he brushed that wall, if he hit that wall, he just brushed it.
Turn 2. Another car around. No contact. Another save. That's 41, Ronnie Hornaday the third. So we stay green, and again they're 3 wide off the corner in the middle of that pack.
And it's real easy to do.
Caution is out here at Kentucky Speedway for the first time tonight. And it comes out on lap 16, and there's the reason why. Clay Rogers spun it in turn number 3, which Darrell has been calamity corner all weekend, and backed it up into the wall.
Yeah, it has. It's a little bumpy getting into turn 3. Most of the guys felt like in race conditions and race setup they were going to be fine, but he got that thing around. Big model. Ooh. Looked like the back end, just nobody around him. Didn't look like he drove it in that hard. A lot of guys
way up on the turn 2 wall. And hard. That is Ronnie Hornaday. Another third-generation driver. And the son of Winston Cupper, Ron Hornaday Jr. And that will put us under caution. What a horrible break for Kenny Wallace, Randy LaJoie, Jeff Green.
Looks like he's going to come to rest.
No caution yet?
Yeah, we got to have a caution.
There it is.
Yeah, we got to have one.
All right, here's the laps back.
See, Christian Elder just got the thing around going into 3 there. Got down on in the grass.
Let's have a look at Tim Fedowa right behind all this in that 0-0. Looking inside. Purvis up the hill. Uh-oh. Hang on.
And that's exactly what the spotter is saying. Whoa.
Yeah, that 0-0 was almost
go.
In the wall.
Just what I was talking about. Jimmy Johnson was holding him up, and he was down on the inside. It just sucked him around.
It will bring out the caution as we complete lap 89. Remember, Jeff Green came in here second in the point.
Drives in there with him. They get a little loose. Around they go. Jimmy Johnson was keeping the Green pinned down to the bottom, wasn't giving him much room, and spun both cars out.
Harvick pedaled it, but Mark Green did not beat him back to the line, I don't believe, and it's David Donahue, who had returned to the track from the garage, picked up about 8 positions, capitalized. Marty Houston and Jason Keller unable to. And Phil Parsons hit the wall with a corner and had one of the just snap spins.
They are having a whale of a race. Oh, and there's Ruttman sideways in turn 3.
And in the wall hard.
He's just been...
Oh, and he spins out right in front of traffic. And everybody gets by.
Boy, he's just been driving the wheels off that car all night long.
And finally did.
And finally drove them off. Literally.
Did Jason Keller...
Oh, yeah. I think he's going to get a lap back.
8th caution of the night. Tim Sauter and turn 3, which has been calamity corner all weekend.
Boy, it really has. That's simply going down the back. There's Hank Parker going by David Green. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hank Parker, 61 car didn't quite have him cleared. Hank probably should have, might have, could have let him in. Thought he would probably, that would give him a big advantage, but you know, he was one of the top 10 cars and really hurt him as far as the restart goes.
Well, they got 3 wide there with Kerry Earnhardt.
Whoa, there he goes.
Oh,
there
Bickles around, and Earnhardt got him, and up and over goes the 21 of Quaffle.
Another Richard Childress car, and this one is upside down.
9th caution, lap 183, so close to the finish, and yet so far.
Yeah, you know, I think Bickle came into pits, and I think they must have made the car might have been tight, and they must have made a change on it, and the car was really, really loose, and it just came right around on him as they came off turn 2 over there.
25-year-old Travis Quaffle, like Bickle, a Wisconsin driver. Movement, yeah, he's coming out.
It wasn't like it was a violent flip and rolling crash. He just got into the side of Bickle's car and got himself turned up on his side, and it just rolled on over. Pretty gentle, really, as far as a rollover goes. And scary if you're in the car, obviously.
Shame Kerry Earnhardt got caught up in that.
Yeah, it is. You just mentioned his name, and I was thinking, well, he's going to make it through the evening.
Now they're going to red flag this race, Darrell. There are 17 laps to go, and obviously it's going to be a rather complicated procedure, get that car over and onto a rollback. So we're told the field is going to be halted.
Well, the caution's still out, so they're, I guess they all got to get across the start-finish line before they can stop them. Pace car seems to be dropping down the inside. I'm sure they're telling them on the radios that they're going to stop the cars down in turn 1. For scoring purposes, they got to get everybody across the start-finish line.
All right, let's see what happened here. There's Bickle on the inside, Hamilton on the outside.
Again, when you get side by side, your car's a little loose. And you can see the back of Bickle's car just starting out right there. It's out a little bit, out a little bit. Comes around. As the 26 car starts by on the outside, it just sucks that back in around.
And there's Kerry Earnhardt.
Kerry, who makes slight contact. But here's the one that, see, he's got the wheels turned, trying to go around Bickle's car, and the car just kind of pole vaults over on its side and then gets upside down. And of course, you got to realize something. He's hanging upside down. There he is.
And he's out, and he's okay.
You're hanging upside down in the car. They can't just take the seat belts loose, or he'll crash into the top of the car.
Now, all those black straps, I believe that's Bobby Hutchins' device, the Richard Childress engineer that he's worked on for supplemental restraint.
Here we go. These guys are coming off, and you can see right there the back of Bickle's car is a little loose. He never makes any contact with the 26. Spins around right in front of Kerry Earnhardt, and here comes the 21 car. And see, he was trying to turn out from behind him. Also back here, I believe that's Christian Elder spins around as well. There's a car down here in the grass.
Yes.
Wow. Cars going everywhere. What a mess.
Here's a different look at it.
Just gets it loose up off that corner, and that's real time, and it happens so fast.
Quaffle was a lap down in 21st position at the time.
Well, I don't know who that car right there was, but he didn't have any idea which way to go. He kept waiting and waiting and waiting to see what was going to happen to the 21 cars that was sliding on its roof.
Yeah, the racetrack was pretty well littered with cars, and Kerry Earnhardt came back up the racetrack, so he had to move. Now everybody has, you notice what a nice job of parking here like this, but there's a purpose to that.
Oh yeah, there's a method to their madness. There's a little banking there. If the car perhaps would not start, the starter maybe wouldn't engage, or battery low or whatever, you can get a little roll down that hill, put it in second gear, and pop the clutch, and hopefully she'll take off.
So we're under the red flag at Kentucky Speedway following this 9th caution flag of the night. 16 laps before we crown the first winner of the Outback Steakhouse 300. All right, let's get an update from the track hospital. Here's Jeff.
Well, we just got Travis as he come out of the Inferior Care Center. First off, how are you?
I'm fine. Man, that was one heck of a ride. I really feel bad for the Rockwell Automation team. We started off real well. We kind of struggled there in the middle of the race. We had some problems we had to get taken care of. You know, we were just trying to finish this race out. Bickle spun coming off of 2, and I hit him with my right front and just sent me over. But, you know, I feel bad for the guys, but I'm just fine.
What kind of a feeling was that when the car got up and when it started going over?
Oh, it happened so fast. You know, I was just, once I knew it was on my lid, I was just waiting for somebody to hit me, and I was thankful that, you know, the guys did a good job not hitting me. And, you know, I was kind of a sitting duck there. Once I was stopped, I was just trying to get out of there.
Well, fortunately for Travis, he's doing very well. I think ready to go again, hopefully next week.
Yeah, we'll go get him next week at Memphis in that Cat Rental Store truck.
Mike.
There's TK's wild ride. Up and over.
It just got over on that left front. That's the weakest spring, real weak spring in that left front, and that thing just mechanically coil binding, locked up right there, and just let the car roll over.
All right, let's get an update on our 5th place car, Matt.
Back at Kentucky Speedway, smoke from Brian Refter. Chevrolet has brought out caution for the first time today here on lap 44. And the leaders are headed to pit road at 45 miles an hour, headed toward you, Ray Dunlap. Diamond Cut James Dodge, the number 5. Whoa, up across the racetrack. Gathering it back in the 07. Great effort by Jason Small, and not everybody able to hang on. The 34 involved, that is Eric Jones, and the 11 of Aaron Daniel.
Doc, looks like something was on the racetrack. We saw Jason Small go way up the racetrack, and then one of these 2 trucks right at the very back of our screen also slid up the racetrack. So it looked like there must have been some moisture of some sort on the racetrack.
And NASCAR will indeed throw out the caution flag for the second time to be able to check that track over in turns 1 and 2. As Mike Nolan pulls out on the pace truck, and we'll slow the field down. There's a look at the 34.
You see, there's Jason Small going way up the race. See that 11 truck just at the very back of our screen, on the right side of our screen, slide up the racetrack, and all these trucks right in the middle of the screen. And there's also the 34 truck makes some contact with the outside wall. There had to be something on the racetrack, Doc.
Eric Jones and Aaron Daniels, the 2 trucks involved, and there goes the 34 back behind the wall. And they broke a tie bar on a lifter last week, which snapped an intake valve, and they were done for the day with a 24th place finish, but they are back on their pace to try to get in the top 10, currently being shown at 9th spot. As the caution waves once again, we have one truck that has had some contact. That is the Carl Edwards machine. Apparently the right front tire going down on the blazing pits forward for the Mike Midler effort.
You see that tire mark right behind the tire, Doc? That may be why he cut that right front tire down. Right there, you see it. Some contact. It might have knocked the valve stem out of that tire. That happens a lot with these things.
Amy, what's the problem? Did you hear on the radio? Did he get some contact?
He hasn't said anything about any contact, but the crew is going to assess the damage. They're looking over right now. They've got to lift up the right side of the truck in order to get that jack underneath there. This is tough for Carl Edwards. Finished 8th last week in Kansas, has had awesome qualifying efforts. They really think that they have quite a driver here with Carl Edwards, and he's definitely proving that true.
Apparently, there's already been something happen on the right front of that truck.
Yeah, he obviously made some contact, but you see that tire mark right there. You see there's the casing of the tire come off. That's not no fault of the tire, just when it runs around flat like that, it comes apart. But tough break for Carl Edwards, one of the trucks that was on the lead lap, and unfortunately, he's going to lose a lap with that trouble he had.
Not slow down.
You're exactly right. You want to gain every inch of racetrack you can gain, trying to get to pit road and then getting off pit road.
Yeah, coming in this time. We're going to put enough gas in for 10 laps this time. We'll get ready to push. Nobody over the wall that don't normally go over. Pass only.
See, now Coy needs to move over and let Rick Crawford go, which is what he's doing.
You see him waving his hand, indicating he's going to slow down. 10 laps to go, and Coy Gibbs, the leader at Kentucky, has to come off pit road. There goes Crawford by. Let's listen to the radio as they come down. They actually talk him down pit road into his pit. Ray Dunlap, he's headed toward you.
Well, Jerry, they only need about 5 seconds here, maybe even less than that, to get through the end of this race here. So Tom Lampy, the gas man, is going to go after it, and Rich Riley, the gas can man. That's the only 2 that need to go across the wall. The MB&A Chevrolet is here. Here it goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds, and Coy Gibbs is down.
like he really got to pit road too, Doc. He really got there quick. All he could do to get stopped before he got to the timeline that he had to be down to pit road speed of 35 miles an hour.
Now he's beyond the line. He can hammer it down, back to full throttle, trying to get back up to speed here with less than 10 laps to go. It'll cycle down to 9 to go. And guess who was our leader, who has led 4 times for 85 laps?
29 trucks will be all clear after the 29.
And that would be Mike Bliss.
Clear all around.
And Milwaukee, Oregon native Mike Bliss flashes by in Steve Coulter's IWX Chevrolet. It'll be 8 to go next time by for Bliss to pick up his 3rd win in 2002.
Now, Doc, we talked about the 46 truck and their strategy of only putting gas. He's in 2nd position right now.
Talking about Dennis Setzer, and last week he said we had no better than a 5th place truck, and because we got lucky with what happened to Crawford and Leffler, I finished 2nd. And folks, remember last week? Crawford had the dominant truck, but with 4 laps to go, something on the racetrack knocked an oil line off the rear end. He slides, Leffler slides, and the 3rd place truck won it. So stay tuned. It's not over yet. 8 laps to go here in Kentucky.
It's this very truck right here, this 16 truck for IWX Motorsports. He actually had to put a piece of tape over a hole in the bumper from that same brake rotor that knocked off Rick Crawford's oil cooler line.
Mike Bliss involved in an incident for a charity softball game on Thursday this week. Selling out, going deep to try to catch a fly ball, hit a pole, cut his face, broke 2 bones in his nose, had 4 stitches in his forehead, poured back to the racetrack the next day to qualify extremely well to put this truck on the outside of the front row, and now he is 5 laps away from getting his very first victory and Chevrolet's very first victory at Kentucky Speedway.
You see Mike's last 3 races, had trouble at Memphis with an 18th and 8th in Milwaukee, a winner last week in Kansas. Now, do you think that'll take some pain away if he can win this thing?
Absolutely. I don't think they were real happy with the way he took a lot of ripping in the garage area about the way he looked when he came in, but believe me, it did not affect whatsoever. It might have been even more incentive for him to push the pedal down in his Chevy.
5 to go this time. 32-35.
Dave Fuchs Sr. is spotter, telling him 5 laps to go. He's got a big, strong, about a 15-second lead right now over Dennis Setzer. So, barring a caution flag, he ought to be just about coasted home from here.
And Bliss came in 2nd in the point standings this weekend, 61 points behind Musgrave, and he would draw to within 47 points if he were to finish right now. So he's gaining ground on the points lead.
Ted Musgrave, unfortunately, is back in the 9th position right now, so Mike Bliss will gain a lot of points on Ted Musgrave.
And if Bliss can hold on and win it, he only needed about $6,400 to become the 5th different $2 million winner in NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series history. So this series is only 7.5 years old. This is the halfway point as of this weekend. Pretty incredible that 5 different drivers have won $2 million in earnings here in Craftsman Truck competition.
You know, Ted Musgrave, just by starting this race, will pass $1 million in career earnings in such a short time, just a year and a half.
And there is the trophy from the softball game.
Is that a Band-Aid on top of that?
Band-Aid on top of his forehead there. That's a trophy that the folks from Craftsman gave out to all the ESPN and NASCAR Craftsman. So, by the way, ESPN won that ball game by 7 runs over the Craftsman Truck Series All-Stars. Good job for the guys and girls down in the truck. And a great job. We appreciate the hospitality of Northern Kentucky University. All the fine folks there. Their coaches have pitched for both teams. Great crowd on hand. And of course, the Kentucky Harvest Food Bank is the beneficiary of the proceeds and donations that were made. And that certainly is a very, very worthwhile cause. 2 laps away from win number 3 for Mike Bliss in NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series this year. It would be his 10th career victory.
And 2 in a row after last week's win at Kansas City. Robert Presley, the 18 truck, is running 3rd. That'll be his best finish probably since Dover when he finished 2nd.
Wide flag this time by Alan Porter. Bliss the leader. Setzer in 2nd. Presley is 3rd. Crawford 4th. Leffler 5th. Terry Cook back in 6th. The 20 truck of Coy Gibbs is 7th, and David Starr resumes his top 10 finishing spots in 8 spots. Those 8 trucks on the lead lap. Final lap for Mike Bliss, 37-year-old Milwaukee, Oregon driver, IWX Chevrolet.
Slugger, I think this year Joe's
And Bliss brings Chevrolet his first win at Kentucky Speedway.
That's the best racer I've ever had in my life on a race.
That's Mike Bliss right there. He said that's the best race truck he's ever had in his life.
And he has had a lot of it. What a job by Mike Bliss, Dave Feud, Sr. and Jr., John Mussum. We'll talk to the victorious IWX crew when we come back to Victory Lane in just a moment.
Got a car around backwards in the wall over in turn 3. It's a 91 car.
Stanton Barrett in the 91. Caution is out.
Looked like he just got in there a little on the high side, and back end came around on the 91 car. Stanton Barrett, Hammond might be able to give us some input into that car. I think he's been helping those guys a little bit.
Stanton just won some awards for Hollywood stunt work.
Yes, his father, great stunt man. You know, he was friends with Hal Needham and actually drove some himself. Stan Barrett.
He drove that car before Harry Gant did.
He did. He drove the Skull car before. He didn't even call it the Rocket Man. Yeah, he just goes around all by himself. I think there was a lot of racing going on back into the pack there. Got to be patient on these opening laps. Tire pressures are down. You've got to give the thing a chance to come to you. Going to have the lead here before too long. Whoa, trouble.
Trouble. Hank Parker Jr. By himself between turns 1 and 2, and
boom, hard lick
boy,
left
he
side.
hit hard.
Hard lick left side. Lots of damage. That car's not going anywhere.
Daryl, he told us last night that he was not happy with his race car. He said he was, you know, so confused about what to do. He was going to put his Las Vegas setup underneath the car and just kind of start all over.
Well, you know, it never fails. If you have a rough racetrack, it's too rough and you can't stay on it. You got a smooth racetrack, it's too smooth and we can't figure out what to do. So it's kind of between a rock and a hard place. The track is so smooth, it takes a really, I think, trick shock package to make your stuff work. Probably some kind of, if Larry was here and Jeff might be able to follow up, double digressive throw down with maybe a spark plug and a rocker arm and
valve in there,
some roller rockers or something inside of it. You know.
Somebody open up the Penske shock manual.
I don't know. He keeps on going.
Mike Harmon in the 44. Caution is out.
Briggs is going to beat Marlin back to the line. Look who else is right there in the picture.
5 car.
5 is alive tonight. Got some smoke on the hood too, buddy.
I'll say. Caution out for the 3rd time this evening. Mike Harmon's going to take it to the garage. We'll be back to Kentucky in just a minute.
18 car.
Between turns 3 and 4.
He and the 4 car finally made contact.
On board with McLaughlin. Caution out for the 4th time. Lap 68.
They've been racing each other pretty hard there. I'm not sure exactly what caused that. But the 18 and the 4 were definitely working on each other.
Boy, tough break for Mike McLaughlin. As I said, came in here 8th in points. Finished 33rd at Nashville last week. So 2 tough weeks in a row for Mike McLaughlin. Jeff Hammond has some kind of a weather forecast.
He does?
Yeah.
Steve, Daryl.
Oh, cars in the wall.
Car in the wall.
Couple of cars.
That's Jack Sprague.
Oh, man.
The points leader, Jack Sprague. Larry Foyt hits the wall.
He come out of the grass.
Bobby Hamilton Jr.'s involved.
Many times.
Ashton Lewis. The 46, Ashton Lewis Jr. Lap 82, caution out for the 5th time.
I don't know what Hammond was going to say about the weather, but we just had us a little storm here off turn 4, bud.
Oh, Larry Foyt was having a great run of the 14 car.
Got down in the grass, and when the car came out of the grass, it just turned and went straight up the wall, up the track into the outside wall. That's what happened to a couple of those cars. Coming off turn 4 here, 25 car gets a run up on the outside. Ooh, something happened to Sprague. The car just jumped straight over to the right, got into Bobby Jr. Heavy damage to both those cars, and then these other cars are just taking evasive action. They get down in the grass. Look like somebody else got into the side of Bobby Jr. there, and then the 14 car just comes up. Here he comes up out.
Isn't quite perfect yet.
Okay, guys, sorry, I was talking to Harold Holly, the crew chief on the 10 car, and Scott reports the car is just a little bit loose, but I'm looking at the lap times, and he is still a quarter to 3/10 of a second faster than most of the other cars out there, pulling away. What Harold told him to do was just to race the racetrack. So don't worry about anybody else right now. The car is really good.
One car that isn't so good right now, the Dr. Pepper machine of Ron Hornaday running in the top 10. Looks like the engine has let go in that car. Tough break for Ron Hornaday. That car was really hooked up.
That car's been running really well since Ron's got in it. They've been getting better and better ever since the start of the season. You know, Ron took over, and it's...
So Jay Sauter there, his older brother. There's a look outside from the inside of the Johnny Sauter machine. Currently 10th, started 32nd. And what about Ricky Hendrick? That young rookie driver has certainly got over his injuries from Las Vegas, and it seems like the last few weeks he's really started, Chad, to get himself on a bit of a roll.
Well, we're going to do a pre-race pick, you know, and I know it's after the fact. It's really not fair, but I'm going to have to slide Ricky Hendrick in there to be my pre-race, pre-rain race delayed pick.
Yeah, nice to pick it after you see him moving up through the pack. Yellow flag is out. It is for Dan Pardis, who's spun. We see a lot of tape flying off the Net Zero Chevrolet of Jack Sprague, and we hear that he caught a piece of the wall as well. So there's the outdoor channel car of Dan Pardis. Biffled to 0.6 of a second. We see problems for Hermie Sadler. That is the fourth. Make that the fifth car that has blown an engine.
And that also brings out our caution, which means this will probably be a 2-lap shootout when it's all said and done.
So NASCAR has thrown the caution flag to make sure that the track has not had any fluids laid down by the Little Trees machine. Maybe a little sap out of that car after letting the engine let go.
Todd Bodine did not want to see this caution, folks. He's sitting there going, you know, 6 laps to go. Why does this have to happen? Now, Biffle, on the other hand, this gives him one more chance.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett. Glenn, go ahead.
And Tony Liberati is climbing down now. I'll see if I can get a quick question with him. Tony, you were stretching the lead out. Your car is obviously quicker the more laps they run. What about on a 2 or 3 lap restart?
I don't know. We haven't had to do that yet. We knew that our car was going to go long. We stopped in our window. We just got by the leader when the caution come out, and we're just going to see what happens. We're better than anybody right now, but I don't know with 3 or 4 laps to go. Todd's doing a heck of a job. At Excedrin Chevrolet's running real good, and I want to say to everybody out there, all the guys in the crew and everything, want to say Happy Father's Day to everybody out there, and hopefully we'll bring this thing home good.
Okay, buddy, best of luck to you. Tony made a couple of adjustments on the car, guys, the last time they pitted. Really got that thing running through the center of the corner. That's where he beat Biffle so bad.
And Bodine on the restart. Green flag comes out. Bodine gets a little bit of a jump on the Ranger Ford of Biffle as they pour off into turn number 1. Tony Raines finds himself in a battle for the 3rd spot with Scott Wimmer. But Todd Bodine down. Here is Biffle looking to his inside as they move on to the back straightaway.
Biffle got a great run out of turn number 2 there, and Bodine moving the inside. Bodine didn't have a choice. He was running the outside group. Oh, Todd got up out of the group there. That right there is going to cost him the race.
And they come back down to the line. 2 laps to go. Todd Bodine 2 car lengths in back of Greg Biffle, a gap that is growing. So Greg Biffle takes an opportune yellow flag, may turn it into yet another victory. You know, see out the back view, he's pulling away from Bodine. Biffle locked on the bottom of the racetrack. Todd Bodine not nearly as fast. And then just behind them, you see a battle for 4th spot. Scott Riggs trying to move underneath the Siemens Pontiac. It looks like the Scott Wimmer.
You know, they put a little bit of speedy drive down there. That was the reason they had the caution. I wouldn't be surprised if Todd picked up some of that running high through 1 and 2 on the restart.
Todd Bodine now trying to mount a final challenge. They're down to the stripe. The white flag is now flying at Kentucky. Side by side, the battle for 4th. Wimmer on the outside. Scott Riggs on the bottom of the racetrack. Looks like Riggs will grab the spot. Here are the lead machines coming out of turn number 2 for the final time. Todd Bodine picked up a lot of ground as they hustle down the back straightaway. He'll take one last shot. Bodine now looking to the high side of Greg Biffle. Trouble. Jay Sauter's hit the wall. The caution flag is out. Here's the lead machines. Bodine on the outside.
Once, twice.
Down to the stripe as they bang. Biffle out of control. And down to the stripe, it looks like Todd Bodine, by 36 thousandths of a second, has won it. They hit once, twice, 3 times, and then again, Biffle's car cocked sideways, and when it did, perhaps the nose of Todd Bodine's machine beat him to the start-finish line. And what a big win for Todd Bodine, the first of 2002, the 14th for his career, and man, what a finish here at Kentucky.
I guess that was a great finish. I need to see it again. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced yet that he won. I've got to see this.
On the NASCAR scoring computer, Todd Bodine has been listed the winner by .036 of a second. And what a great finish. Todd Bodine to the high side. Let's take a look at a replay. As they work their way out of turn number 4, Bodine on the high side, Biffle trying to use up all the racetrack he can.
Well, Todd Bodine's not giving it up an inch either, and they just made contact, and it took a little bit of the air off. I still couldn't tell from that angle, but the computer in NASCAR does say Todd Bodine's the winner.
When he got out of shape, it looked like Biffle's car went at a 45-degree angle. When it did, Todd's car snuck by because he was in a straight line. And man, I don't think either driver has anything to complain about there. Again, Bodine had proved in the late stages of this race he was faster than Biffle. Biffle, a great move on the restart to retake the lead, and Bodine just kept digging. He wouldn't give up. Let's take another look at this thing as we come back to turn number 4. Here's Bodine, good run out of turn 3 to the high side. Biffle tried to block him, couldn't do it. They touch once, twice, and then the third time you see Biffle's car turning sideways, Bodine's car in a straight line, and that was just enough for the Excedrin Chevrolet to grab the victory. Here's a look out the back bumper of the Greg Biffle machine. And there the car is sideways across the start-finish line. Greg Biffle did all he could do to hold on, but came up just inches short.
This might be in fact.
Oh, we got a caution brewing. Let's see here.
Oh,
Bill Lester in the 8.
Yeah.
Terry Cook got forced up. Lester sideways. We'll get a better look at that, fans. I guarantee.
Chris Horn unfortunately got in the thing too. Got into the back of the.
Didn't take long.
Side. No, it didn't. I was going to say on.
What happened here?
Look at the 8 down low. He did. See, I told you he was loose when he came through here. He just got loose on the bottom. Went up and hit.
Oh man,
hit some
Setzer
bumps
got
there.
lucky, didn't he?
He got it in Terry Cook right there. That's Chris Horn that had nowhere to go. Slams him side to side, which actually is not a bad way to hit. It didn't damage the truck that badly. Here's another look. So he just breaks free on him. I think the bumps are over there might have cut it loose. It started jumping up and down. But when he came by here 3 wide, there, right there, Chris Horn meets side to side.
And you know what? With him starting 9th, that could have collected a lot more trucks. And here's another look coming at us, Dorsey.
Well, you see right there, Terry Cook, what a
marvelous job.
Fabulous job.
Marvelous job. That's a dirt track job.
And you're not kidding. That was a whale of a save on his part.
He tested the second groove quick, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, you mentioned the second group. Bobby Hamilton right out of the chute is running very well on the high side of Kentucky.
Look toward the back there. That's Tina Gordon giving Trevor Boyes a little of what she's been given a lot of this year. Get out of my way. He just moves him over and unfortunately made contact down below too.
And if you notice, she's in a Chevy this week. That's a Menards move, trying to kind of pair up maybe with Matt Crafton and help.
But in the, you know, they got trouble on the track. Trouble on the track.
Chad Chaffin, trouble on pit road, if we see there.
Now, how does that happen, Darrell?
He is spun around.
Well, you know, he had never raced here. If he has, I don't think he's raced here.
Tell us what happened here. I think we're going to get a look at it.
He's probably trying to get in the pits, and all of a sudden he's got a tire down, I bet you, Barry, and he's trying to, he blew up.
Yeah. He looks like he locked him up there, got into the grass.
Yeah.
Let's go down track side and Ray Dunlap.
You guys are all
got into the wall, and there it is. Brendan gone into the infield. And smoke rolling out of the Orleans Dodge.
Man, did I see that. I just saw the corner of my eye. I was about to say about that pass, about Carl Edwards going up there, and I saw it blow. Wow, that was big.
Okay, now.
Carl goes up high. Man, that saved him. Almost got hit right there.
He was lucky.
He was lucky, but he read it right. That's a catastrophic blow up right there, right in your face.
That was great driving by Carl Edwards.
And not only are they blowing up, they're cutting the grass.
Look here. This is what a driver doesn't ever want to see. See that puff right there? That's the start of it. Uh-oh, trouble. Look, they move up. Out of the way. You can't see the back of the truck, but it was close. I'm telling you.
Tough break for Brendan Gunn, Orleans Dodge. I mean, this kid
just had a wreck.
75.
That's poor old Hank.
Hank Parker Jr.
Up there in the turn 4 wall, keeping it out of the wall right there. He's fighting it pretty hard. He didn't hurt the truck, but Mike Skinner definitely sent him for a hayride here in Kentucky.
Well, he's still got he's got time to come back.
Oreo here at the Kentucky Speedway, and Scott Riggs still out in front of the pack, but the pack has slowed down because of the second caution that has come out. And take a look at this. A very lucky moment for Scott Riggs. He ducks down low. Oh, my goodness.
That was too close for comfort.
Mike Harmon getting pushed up there, and we saw Kerry Earnhardt involved in that. Whoa, Stephanie's going, oh, my goodness.
That's some excitement right there. Look like
here. Bobby Hamilton Jr. in 4th. Mike Bliss in 5th. And the cautions come back out again, as in turn number 4, the flames begin to fly off the back of the 77 of Brad Teague. So Brad Teague having troubles in turn 3, actually, in by Teague.
He didn't want to be the meat in the sandwich there. Looks like he got out of the gas, and the back end snapped around him. Boy, that was a very hard hit. You saw the back tires come up off the ground. That was a hard hit.
In qualifying, these guys were going 170 plus miles an hour, and when you're entering turn number 3, you're going about that. So he backed into the wall going real fast. In turn 3 and 4, Scott Riggs gets spun around, and that will bring out the caution, and Scott Riggs staying almost out of trouble. But there, the 22 coming in, Regan Smith.
They're still spinning here on the front stretch.
Casey Atwood getting spun around. Coy Gibbs trying to get back out of the grass. Todd Bodine caught up in that in the 92.
Man, problems for the points leader, Todd Bodine. Sitting there 3rd in points right here, and just pulls the air right off of him.
That's Ron Hornaday Jr. coming down maybe a little bit too hard there on Scott Riggs, who was trying to run on the bottom of the track.
See, the 25 car made it by okay.
Let's ride along with Mike Wallace. Take another look at this accident. We're on board the Geico number 4 of Mike Wallace, and this all happens out in front of him. See Scott Riggs sliding by to the right there.
You couldn't see anything through that smoke. He did a good job to miss that wreck.
Shows him the white. 1.5 miles to go for Bobby Hamilton.
Jason Keller was doing a good job. You can see 25 car start to pull away just a little bit. Jason did a great job of keeping behind him as long as he did.
Bobby Hamilton, we talked about it during the race. He was the strongest. He led the first 84 laps of this race. And the most important one is coming up as he comes out of turn number 4. The crowd's on their feet. The checkered flag flies. His 2nd career victory here in Kentucky.
The outside, the 18 of Chad Chaffin on the inside.
Another Bobby Hamilton racing truck. And whoa, trouble! He got sideways on the inside of Carl Edwards, and Chad Chaffin's able to keep it off the wall. The caution flag flies. A great bit of driving by Chad Chaffin, keeping all the fenders on that truck.
Chad did a tremendous job to go down there and get sideways.
You see him on the inside. When you get on the inside, you've got another truck. As Rick Crawford was pulling by on the outside, it just pulls the back of that truck right around.
It does, you know. I mean, as you can see Rick Crawford come right down on that door, and instantly Chad's truck starts to come around on him, and it's just a tough break, but a good opportunity. Guy's going to maybe come down pit road, work on him, but no damage.
Good move by our point leader, Dennis Setzer, to get by on the inside along with Matt Crafton. Close call. Looked like John Wood barely avoided Chad Chaffin on the inside.
Reminiscent of 1 week ago. Not too many green flag laps, and caution flies early on.
What good heads up move by Chad Chaffin. He was doing all he could do to get that thing straight, and John Wood was going to be very, very top of your screen. You see him go all the way up towards the wall, makes some contact with the outside wall, but watch this truck when he comes down the backstretch. You see the right front of that truck, that's the wheel sticking out there. either broke a wheel, Johnny, or had a wheel loose that maybe fell off and it broke the center out, looked like maybe.
Well, it may have been loose and it just broke the center off, and as you can see, it's trying to come out of the truck. Went up there and just bumped the wall a little bit with that tire hanging out. Probably did a lot of damage out of it. You can see the center is broke out of it. It's coming into pit road, and like I say, he's in the garage working on it because he's got more.
Sutton, the Team Copaxson 02, has problems, and so our fourth caution flies, and this is an ideal time for all the teams because they'll come in and they'll all be able to make it to the end of the race.
We're on lap 9.
On speed, very disappointing ending for Terry Cook's day in the Power Stroke Diesel number 10. We're under caution number 5 for the result of that accident right there.
It's such a great run going. Let's see if we can take a look and see what might have happened. You see he's already in the wall right there. Hard contact with the outside wall.
We have an onboard camera. We were on board with Terry Cook earlier, and you see him. That's coming out of turn number 4 where he hits that wall very hard.
He sure did.
If we got the inboard, we got to just listen. You could almost hear the engine rev up just as in the back broke loose. Now, whether there was something on the track or something come from his truck, you could just hear the back end break loose, and he chased it all the way to
David Starr, 3 to go. Rick Crawford comes spinning out of turn number 4. He'll spin through the infield and come to rest in the Built Ford Tough 225 logo that's painted in the infield. No caution flies, and now they do throw the caution. And so caution will come out. That means we will have green, white, checker. And that means that Jack Sprague is one lucky man to be in front of Bobby Hamilton.
Wow.
I think he's good.
There he's right on the bottom of the racetrack. He was in the bottom of 3 trucks.
John Wood was just closest to him.
Just got a little bit loose, it looked like, on the bottom of the racetrack. Watch that truck take a wild ride through the infield.
Saw just a small piece of debris fly up there in turn 4. That might be what the caution was, more so than Rick Crawford being down here in the grass.
Take another look at it. Rick's going to look to the inside of John Wood. Looks like he might have just pinched the truck a little bit, lost the back end, slid through the infield grass.
Mike Skinner in a green-white checkered finish, and Skinner actually crossed the start-finish line sideways. And now David Starr wants to get into the mix, as Starr has thrown the Spears 75 manufacturing right up into the mix. He tries to go to the inside of Jack Sprague, but Bobby Hamilton out in front of this field as they come out of turns 3 and 4. They're going to see the white flag.
This is the last lap. This will be for the win right here.
The checkered comes out for Bobby Hamilton, who wins the Built Ford Tough 225.
11th race this season that Martin Truex has led in the NASCAR Busch Series is the 25. Dives on the inside, and there's trouble on the backstretch. The 50 car, Regan Smith.
Smiling Bob. He's not smiling now.
No, he's not smiling.
No caution yet. Is the 50. Smith trying to get that car underway. Early laps here. Go back and take a look at Regan Smith's spin.
You see he's on the inside there as they came out of turn number 2. Just got the air taken off him a little bit. Lost the downforce of the car, turning on the steering wheel, and then around he went.
You had 2 cars on the outside of him. He had to hold it down.
5th car of Mike Wallace right
Trouble.
there. Oh, we see a spin right in front of him.
There's a car in the face. Blake Feets.
He backed into the wall. You see the flames erupting. That's from the fuel cell. The gas getting spilled right there.
10 laps in, full load of fuel on that 87 car. Blake Feast, 22 years old.
What happened to that new fire extinguisher we had in the back of those cars?
Climbing out of that 87 car.
Doing his Hans.
A lot of things you have to unhook in a quick.
Or you get it done quicker when there's fire. He looks like he's okay.
Another look here on Blake Feast. Heads
there he
off
is right
turn
there.
1.
That's Blake, the 87 car right there, going down to turn number 1. He just got loose all by himself, Randy.
It looked like he's seen a little bit of sparks. I talked to the track owners. Soft walls are coming, but they're not here yet.
You know what might have happened is he bottomed out. That's not uncommon right here. They start. The 5 car that we just documented was right behind them. We got a big smoker down at turn number 4.
It's pit road.
It's a 14 car. Casey Atwood, he missed pit road, it looked like, Randy.
Documented in our pre-race show how important not only the pit crew members to go over the wall, but the driver's role in pit stops.
Yes, when you come off these racetracks, the aprons are dirty. And this might, I'm not sure if they're stopping or not, but...
You know, this is lap number 61, which is right in our pit window that we documented when the race started, so he was probably coming in for a routine fuel stop and just entered too fast. They have to be 45 miles an hour at the start of pit road.
Under caution for the third time tonight here at the Kentucky Speedway. Big crash down in turn 1. At least 2 cars involved.
Another fireball.
That's the one car, Roy Buckshot Jones, second straight week in that James Finch-owned machine. Also the 36 car involved, Travis Geisler.
Need to get down there with the fire extinguishers,
heavy
boys.
fire
Let's
on
go,
that
let's
one
go.
car. Waiting for the safety guys. He's out.
Good job.
Helmets
Buckshot.
off.
Good job.
You better stick his head up. The fire truck's gonna run over.
Hard hit down in turn 1. The car's still on fire. Thankfully, Buckshot is out of the car. He's in the grass.
He's almost looked like those Cup wrecks last year at Pocono, and they come out with those new fire extinguishers, and obviously there's something happened on both those cars that they didn't work.
Well, we got to remember, we just pitted about 9 laps ago, so there are 22 gallons of fuel in the car.
They're heat sensitive, supposedly. You know, when the heat goes there, they're supposed to kick off.
Ambulance down in turn 1, making its way down to the middle of turns 1 and 2, where Buckshot is. Waiting for the ambulance.
He's got a lot of smoke in him, that's for sure. There was a lot of smoke.
Play of the wreck that just happened.
It's already gone. He's already up against the wall.
It's the tail end of the wreck right here. Look up high. You see the flame right there on the right-hand side of your screen. There's Buckshot's car.
Heavy fire on that race car. Randy, as you talked about, at this point in time, now you're trying to get all your safety harnesses off, the belts, the hoses.
You're encapsulated in this thing now. I mean, we found out, the safety industry, that you don't want to move at all in these race cars.
Caution on the speedway. A car coming down pit road was on fire, the 49 car.
Another
Clinton
flamer.
That looks like a blown motor, and you get a bunch of oil all over those hot exhaust pipes. And that's an oil fire.
Working the 5th caution tonight here at the Kentucky Speedway after 118 laps.
A lot of guys wanted this caution.
They're going to need some of that Advil before this night's over.
They might be taking it already.
Now this is a caution that the aide of Martin Truex was looking for. Reported earlier, had a vibration, holding out. On board the Stacker 2 car, Kenny Wallace.
You know, that's an awful feeling for a driver. He's driving into the white smoke. He doesn't know if it's oil or not. Kenny did the right thing. He got up as high as he could, seeing that the car was down low.
And slowed down.
They close up on him in the middle, and then Horner did drive off in the center. So, you know, drivers do it a little bit differently. Some of them drive in harder and go through the center. Got a car spinning off of 4. It's the 50 car.
Regan Smith, second spin tonight.
Thought it was going to be a slow sprint, but he went for the long slide.
They haven't thrown the caution yet, though. They're contemplating it, but
no caution yet. The 50 making its way to pit road.
It doesn't look like there will be a caution.
Still green on the racetrack. 148 laps in the books.
He's still smiling.
And now he's a lot slower there.
And the 17 of Johnny Benson will bring out the caution. The 6th caution.
That's a hard hit right there.
What a break for the 5 car and 21 car.
His window net's down that you see. That's a signal for that the driver's okay.
That's a big hit right there.
Here's a replay of the 17's wreck. There we see him right there. Boom. That looks to me like a blown tire coming out of turn number 2 right there, just straight into the wall.
And that would be a whole lot easier a hit with a safer bearing.
Trying for his 4th win this season as Jason Keller battles on the inside, trying to take over that 6th position. There you go, battling side by side, the 32 and 22.
You know, we haven't talked about Jason Keller too much tonight, Matt, and he's really had a good run. He's been in the top 10 all night long. There we see him battling for 7th place with Ben Stremme, and
That is one of the coolest looking race cars. It reminds you of the old Bobby Allison race car.
While that battle goes on, Biffle's pulled out to about a 1.5 second lead over Kyle Busch.
And you know what? Watch Robbie Gordon. Boy, he's pulling right up on the tail of Greg Biffle. And if he can get a chance to pass him, he will.
Truex, the point leader, coming into tonight's race on the inside, also in that battle. Keller at 6, Truex at 7, Stremme in 8th.
Robbie Gordon fills up Biffle's mirror. It ain't far before that 5 car's right on him.
The top 2 drivers in tonight's point standings in the top 7. Busch trying to close that lead. 40 points he was back coming into tonight's race. Meanwhile, out front, it's still Greg Biffle, but his lead is closing as Kyle Busch is still trying to reel in that 60 car. 5 laps to go here at Kentucky.
55 car, Robbie Gordon is 1 lap down. It's the first car 1 lap down at 12th place.
And there's the 5 in your picture, Kyle Busch. 4 laps to go. Trying to score a win here at Kentucky, closing that gap. More and more now, down to a 1/2 second. Mark?
I just talked to his crew chief, Lance McGrew. I said, can you catch him? Do you have enough time? And he looked at me, and he pointed his finger at me, and he said, we are about to win this race.
Gotta like that confidence. You saw Robbie pull over right there. That was the right thing to do. The 55 car pulled over. He knew these 2 guys are fighting for the lead. 4 laps to go. He doesn't need to be in their way.
3 to go here at Kentucky. Kyle Busch is pulled up on the bumper of Greg Biffle. Dives to the inside, side by side, battling for the lead.
What a comeback for that race team.
No kidding. I mean, 5 car hasn't led yet tonight. First time he made a lap in this car this weekend was when this race started.
Wrecked his primary car in the final practice session, started the backup. No laps on this race car this weekend here at Kentucky, and he takes the lead. 2 laps to go here at Kentucky, and Busch Motors out front. What a way to bounce back. A tough week last week, ran out of gas with 4 laps to go while leading. Wrecked his primary car in final practice. Now less than 2 laps away from scoring a Kentucky victory.
You know, that's got to be, we talked about at the start of the show, you got to have the mental attitude correct. And, you know, he wrecks his car. You're not sure about his confidence. He gets in the backup car, drives from the back to the front. Unbelievable.
Takes the lead. 3 to go. No problems. He's going to win this race with a car that has a lot of history.
White flag is in the air. Kyle Busch out of turn 2. 2 more corners to go to score a Kentucky win on the last lap. At 10 straight top 10s going into Nashville. Lost that race with 4 to go. And Kyle Busch, checkers are in the air. It's a Busch win at Kentucky. 3rd win this season.
Got to give that race team 2 thumbs up for what they did, the effort they give. Take their backup car out, but obviously is a very good race car. Come back here, start last, and win this event.
Never lost confidence, showing a lot of maturity. Kyle Busch starts in the back. Scores his 3rd win this season. Mark?
I'm with the winning crew chief, Lance McGrew. You told me with 3 or 4 laps to go, we're going to win this thing, and you did. So you did it in a backup car without a lap on the racetrack.
I tell you, boy, this team dug all day. Kyle dug all day. The car was loose, real bad loose, first thing this morning. But I tell you what, it's great to get a win for Lowe's and Gladiator and Hendrick Motorsports. Kyle has just been awesome. Like he made a mistake yesterday, and look what happened. So I tell you, I was real worried because I think NASCAR really hosed up on that call with Biffle. I don't think he should have been up there to start with, but we managed to pull it off and win it the old-fashioned way. We just outran him.
Get out there and celebrate with your driver.
Thanks, buddy.
The ceremonial burnout.
And Busch scores the win. Came in tonight's 2nd in championship standings. The point leader coming in was the 8 of Mark Truex. He finished 6th. Busch will close that lead, unofficially down to 10 points.
You know, got to give a good call out to Ashton Lewis Jr. tonight. He came home in 8th place. Very good run for him.
Busch scores the win. Your top 5 tonight here at Kentucky. Kyle Busch, Greg Biffle holds on for 2nd. Mike Bliss, a great run. Started at the back, finishes third. Ron Hornaday puts an RCR Chevy fourth, and Jason Keller rounds out your top 5.
Tries to correct it and has problems and gets into the inside wall very hard. That sends Rick Crawford to the hospital to get checked out, and so they've got to find a driver. Well, there just happened. When we went to commercial break, Jack Sprague was out in front. He hits the wall coming out of turn number 2, and now you see the damage as we're under our first caution of the night. Jack Sprague making it down pit road, and he will have some severe damage to the side of that number 16 Chevy.
Take a look, you see the truck just take off and go to the right. A slow leak in the right front, or it ran over something, cut it down. Unbelievable. What a horrible break for Jack Sprague. Here's another view of it. He makes some pretty hard contact with the outside wall. It didn't look like it went down all at once. Let's see if we can ride with him and see if we can hear maybe the tire go down. You can hear all the noise. The truck obviously dropped down on the right front because the tire went flat. He makes back in the throttle in the center of 1 and 2, and then the tire went down. He made straight right for the outside wall.
Mike Skinner jumps back out in front of the field. Dennis Setzer now second. David Rudeman third. Terry Cook fourth. And Steve Park in the top 5.
Terry Cook jumps to the outside of David Rudeman. Look at Steve Park go on the inside.
3 wide again. Steve Park on the inside. Bill Lester drops back. It's David Rudeman on the outside. And that's just about to third.
Great racing all over this racetrack. Such a wide racing group, and that's what drivers like, being able to run on the bottom, the middle, maybe even the top of the racetrack, and they're doing it.
The drop of the green flag, we've seen 3 wide racing.
Whoa,
problem smoking coming out. That's the 04 of Bobby Hamilton. Oh, and some hard contact there. Chase Montgomery also involved in this.
Brendan Gaughan was involved, and I think Boris, the 14, was involved. A lot of damage to the 18 truck of Chase Montgomery. That's Brendan Gaughan, the yellow truck, against the outside wall. You see Bobby Hamilton on the inside of your racetrack with his truck backwards. Our runner-up right now in the point standings.
Unbelievable night for some of the stars of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Rick Crawford.
You see Boris.
It looks as though Boris started heading right up the track.
Looks like maybe he had a right front tire or something going down, because he went to the corner instead of taking his normal line to the left. He went straight, made some contact with Bobby Hamilton. That's what started all this. And a lot of trucks got caught up in it. The 18, here we take another look at it. Watch the 14 truck. He just goes straight, makes some contact with Bobby Hamilton. They're sliding sideways. When they come down off the banking, that's when Boris makes some contact with the 18, and 18 goes back up the racetrack and hits the 77 of Brendan Gaughan. There's Chad Chaffin, the 60 truck, turning around.
Also involved in this one. We see a lot of damage to that 04. You see him sliding sideways right there.
Another Chase Montgomery does a great job trying to avoid it, but unfortunately Boris comes down the racetrack, makes some contact. That sends him back up the racetrack into the 77 of Brendan Gaughan.
Well, Boris actually crossed the start-finish line on pit road earlier and led a lap, but that is lap number 2 that Terry Cook has led tonight. Third place, Dennis Setzer and David Rudeman trying to hold off Steve Park, and we've got another spin. Tracy Hines down the backstretch.
Looks like the 65 car too got into him.
Yeah, the 65 truck was definitely involved. That's driven by TJ Bell this weekend. See Tracy Hines get back going. There's the 65 making his way around the apron of the racetrack. I'm not sure if he has a great deal of damage. Saw him go through the infield
line just behind the leader there. Eric Norris trying to hold on to the 07. He gets sideways but straightens it back out, and it looks as though a caution will come out again.
He made some contact with the outside wall, but Eric did a terrific job inside it. You see the smoke there. You're exactly right. Looked like the right rear tire went down. Undoubtedly he ran over something, almost caught it, but the safer barrier caught just a little bit of
the fastest laps of the race, the last 3 laps in a row, so he's catching up too.
Toyotas have shown us they can run very... Oh, sideways. Robert Huffman. Is he going to be able to save it? Whoa. Huffman gets sideways, turn around. Let's see if he can keep it off the wall and out of trouble.
What a terrific job of driving by a lot of these fellas, and that happened right up front. Terry Cook got into the back of Robert Huffman, got him sideways in every truck. He makes some contact with him. See the 12 of Robert Huffman get completely sideways. He goes right in between all 3 of those trucks.
His hands must have been working overtime on that steering wheel because he was really swapping.
Then the 30 of Ty Bodine goes by. Then Kelly Sutton. There's Dennis Sitzer gets by just on the inside. There's Todd Cleaver. Incredible job of driving.
And I know Darrell Waltrip's on vacation right now as his season with Fox just got over, but those were his two trucks that almost wiped each other out. Robert Huffman just in front of the 17 of David Rudeman.
Let's ride with Terry Cook here and see what Terry saw. We saw the 12 of Robert Huffman slide up in front of Terry Cook. Terry committed to the outside. We see the 12 of Robert Huffman go right between Terry Cook and David Rudeman. About 4 seconds behind. He's not going to have the time to do it. Terry Cook's in the wall.
Unbelievable. Our leader into the wall. This is the second time tonight we've seen this. Jack Sprague did it earlier on lap 45. And now Terry Cook, as we wind down almost to the end of this race, gets into the wall, and he will be relegated to the back.
It's heartbreaking.
Here's a replay. You see him. Looks like everything is going just fine. Looks like he just had a slow leak. You could see the sparks before he got to the wall, Boris.
Yeah, it looked like it just started to push up in the middle, then you saw the sparks with the tire going down.
Watch the trucks go by him now. We're going to see the 30 truck of Ty Bodine go by him first. So NASCAR will have to determine when that pass took place. There's the 30 of Ty Bodine. We knew Dennis Setzer was second at the time of the crash. There goes Dennis Setzer behind the 30. Pretty hard contact. We're hearing reports now that NASCAR is saying that the 46 Dennis Setzer was in fact leading at the time of the caution flag, so he will restart this race more than likely for a green-white checker from the front position.
Terry Cook was 7th in points coming into this race. Terry Cook led the most laps tonight, so he will get 10 bonus points and will finish this race in 26th position. Terry Cook not happy about this, looking for a sure win, as Dennis Setzer had done earlier this year. He's sitting in second.
White flag out. Last lap, we did not see the black flag for David Rudeman. Ty Bodine tries to look to the inside of Dennis Setzer.
And Todd's getting a run off the corner.
Got a little bit of a wiggle down there.
Is it enough?
Little bit loose for Todd Bodine. He's got one chance to go as they work their way into 3 and 4. It's Dennis Setzer just in front of Todd Bodine. Setzer goes a little high. Todd Bodine stays down low. The momentum is going to carry Dennis Setzer to the start-finish line, and he'll win the Bill Ford Tough 225.
What a terrific job by Dennis Setzer and his bunch, but what a horrible break for Terry Cook. Inside of 5 laps to go for his first victory in 71 starts. And he cuts down a tire and makes contact with the outside wall. But Dennis Setzer wins number 3 of the year.
15th career win for Dennis Setzer and 3rd for the 2005 season.
Great runner-up finish for Ty Bodine. That's a first and a second the last 2 weeks for Ty Bodine. And David Rudeman gets his second consecutive 3rd place finish, which ties his career best. He's done it 4 times now.
12 laps into the 200 to make up for the Busch Series race here on FX tonight, presented by Supercuts, and a bad night for Michael Waltrip. Just got a whole lot worse.
Boy, it sure did. Michael was running by himself over in 3 and 4. Let's see if we can take a look and see what happened to Michael. That's the 27 of David Green. Look to your left of your screen. See, Michael is by himself. He gets loose. Going to make some pretty hard contact with the outside wall. David Green made a pretty nice move to avoid him, and Greg Biffle made a nice move to avoid David Green.
You don't know if he had additional damage or cut a tire down from the damage he sustained in the earlier wreck, or maybe they put 2 right side tires on the right side air pressure, maybe not have come up to pressure yet, but he knew he had to get going already 3 laps down.
Tell you what, that car is absolutely used up.
Boy, it sure is. You know Michael didn't want, after all the effort he put into coming to this race, to see if we can take a look from this onboard. Look right out in front of this group. Watch.
At home, I'd appreciate it. Johnny Sauter spun out, and I hit him, and broke something in the front, and come down to 3, and it just shot right on.
Well, thank you, Michael. Good luck next time.
More trouble on the racetrack. Regan Smith and Tim Fido up. They wreck in turn 2. That's the second caution flag that has flown so far.
Remember, you mentioned turn 2 was going to be one of the trouble spots. We'll have to see if we can take a look at exactly what caused this accident. But see Tim Fido drive away. Regan Smith's got damage front and rear on this Glen Motorsports.
Tim Fido can't seem to cut the brake. Got a big repeat that Mike reached a couple weeks ago. Really trying that team around, but they're not seeming to get in the right place.
Take a
look, Mark, on what happened, Hermie. We're hearing that the 21 might have made some contact with the 58 of Regan Smith. There's a 21. That's the orange car left of your screen. See the 50. Look, he looks to the inside, doesn't quite get there, but makes some contact with the back of the 58. Tim Fedoir made some contact with the 58. Made some contact with Tim Fedoir. Tim turned around. He's going to back up into the wall here.
Well, Tim just didn't have anywhere to go on that particular case. And 21 probably.
Again, it has been a short night for Michael Waltrip. 2 incidents, he's out of the race, and we've got the third caution flag of the evening, and it looks like more problems for the 1 car of Johnny Sauter. And you already see the window net down on his car, so he'll obviously be heading for pit road.
Yeah, he's had a long night. He got tangled up there in that sideways battle with Michael Waltrip. When he got loose, he collected Michael Waltrip, got some damage, and he's into the wall now, going right in the middle of turns 1 and 2 with heavy right side damage, it looks like.
They'll bring that car onto pit road. You see the right front tire beginning to shred, and obviously it is down and coming apart and tearing up some chassis pieces and maybe tearing up the right front fender as well.
We don't know if this is what caused it, but this particular car, as well as the next tail cup car that Johnny Sauter has driven some, has had trouble with right front tires several times.
Never had a lap before the green flag either.
Johnny had a top 10 going last week at Nashville and got turned around on the very last lap. Got trouble off of turn number 2.
And it looks like it might have been Rusty Wallace.
I think Rusty's just avoiding the accident. You see the 28 car right there.
That's Jamie Mosley. That car comes to rest almost halfway down the back straightaway up against the safer barrier.
A close call for Clint Boyd, too. He was right behind Jamie Mosley when he spun. Looked like he just barely got by, so a good break for him.
And that, I believe, is the 4th caution flag so far here at Kentucky. We've yet to reach the halfway mark of this race. We've got a replay of this latest incident.
Looks like he just was all by himself and got sideways coming off turn number 2. Made some contact that lap. That's what kind of pace Carl Edwards is setting right now.
So far, Carl Edwards has led 68 laps, and there are a problem on the backstretch. That's Sterling Marlin, the 40 car, has turned around, and that brings out the caution flag for the 5th time.
Somebody did a great evasive move there. Sterling fortunately got the thing straightened back out, but you know there was a lot of smoke from the tires and things. Somebody went by him at about 40 miles an hour faster than him, but Sterling left enough room between his car and the wall for that car to get by.
Let's take a look at the replay and the problems now for Sterling Marlin.
He's on the inside of David Strimmy, the 14 car. That's actually his teammate. Looks like he gets a little bit loose, has to chase the car, stays off of David Strimmy, but around he goes.
That's turn 2. We talked about it again. With the addition of the safer barrier, you lost 3 more feet, but off turn 2, it can get tight through there, especially with cars running 2 ways.
Sterling Marlin
tailing the longest line because he was the free pass recipient.
We're back under green. Carl Edwards with a good start. Mark Truex Jr.
John Wood up into the outside wall once again. No caution flag as of yet. You see the 14 of David Strimmy with a lot of damage to the right side. You see parts and pieces on the backstretch. That should bring out a caution flag.
And it does. All that debris on the back straightaway. NASCAR will slow this field down again. And what a tough break for David Strimmy and John Wood. They were both running very strong, had potential top 10 cars.
You put all these people together on these restarts 2 by 2. Everybody's on a different agenda. The lead lap cars are trying to get good track position. The guys on a lap down. Stanton Barrett is on the inside lane on a lap down, way up the racetrack into the side of John Wood. Not sure if he cut that tire down for John Wood or just pushed him up the racetrack there, but Stanton Barrett on the inside lane, but didn't hold his line.
So much debris catches up on the top of the racetrack. John Wood got it into that debris. It was just like he was on ice. You see the 18 of J.J. Yaley and the 14. Same situation with David Strimmy. He was up on the outside of J.J. Yaley, got in the loose stuff, just lost. But the 2 cars in front of him were going to come down pit road because he heard their chatter on his scanner. But he said, hey, let's stay out. We'll take our chances. Here's that caution flag.
Trouble.
Looks like the 66 of Greg Biffle. That is Greg Biffle right there. A lot of contact with the rear of that car.
And that is the 9th caution. And that ties the record here at Kentucky. Greg Biffle is getting that car back up to speed after that accident in turn 2.
I didn't see the action on the racetrack, but I was watching the monitor. Kevin Bono Mannion you know, had a disgusting reaction, so I knew there probably had to be a caution on the racetrack.
That's the last thing on earth that Bono wanted right there was a caution flag, because he had a good lead. He had over a 2-second lead on Clint Boyer, almost a 4-second lead on Carl Edwards, and here they are going to be nose to tail.
And it looks like he's cracking jokes there with Martin Truex Jr. He's getting a laugh about something that was just said over the radio. Here's a replay from inside Greg Biffle's machine.
He'd committed to the inside of the 38 of Tyler Walker. Looked like he might have chatted the front tires a little bit. I'm not sure if Tyler came down a little bit or didn't realize that Greg would.
Turn number 2, Truex moves up into Carl Edwards' line to make the block. Edwards now looking a little bit to the inside, and there's trouble in turns 3 and 4. There's a car right in the middle of the racetrack. The leaders will come up on that car. They'll drive to the inside of Greg Biffle, who's even more tore up than he already was, and that brings out a record 10th caution here at Kentucky.
Remember, no matter how long it takes to clean Greg Biffle's car off the racetrack, we will not finish this thing under caution. We'll get at least one chance to finish it under green. We saw how good Carl Edwards was on that restart. Does he have one more in him?
I gotta believe the way he just blasted by Boyer in Sorensen, that was just bad news with a yellow flag coming out for Martin Truex.
Yeah, Martin Truex and Kevin Mannion are not as excited now as they were right before this restart, but a great restart to take advantage of the situation there by Carl Edwards. Now he's in great position.
Let's see if we can take a look back at the restart here. You see, at the very start, Carl didn't really make any ground up, but when he got down in turn 1, it looked like he never even backed off, Hermie. He just drove to the outside of Reed Sorensen, drove right by him, and had so much momentum that he drove by Clint Boyer down the backstretch on the inside.
You know, sometimes on a restart, if you try to get really close to the guy in front of you, when you go in the corner, if things stack up, you got to tap the brake, do this. He laid back enough to, once he got to the middle of that corner, he stomped the gas to the floor and had a great run off the corner, and there he is.
A lot of horn towards the green flag. There is nobody sitting here at Kentucky. The green flag is out. Martin Truex spins the tires a little bit. Doesn't get a great restart, but he is able to hold off Carl Edwards as they go back to turn number 1.
Got 3 wide right behind that group. Paul Menard been able to get by Reed Sorensen. Charles looks to the outside.
Truex went to the bottom of the racetrack. Let's see if he can get up high again to make the block. He does it just in time. And here is Edwards looking back to the inside as they go towards the white flag here at Kentucky.
He just buries that car down in the corner and drives by.
Carl Edwards makes it look easy. He powers his way out of turn number 4. He'll take the white flag one more time around. He'll claim the win tonight here in Sparta, Kentucky. Works his way back to turn number 1.
Now, Martin Truex has got a rearview mirror full of Clint Boyer. We got a good battle for second, and a gaggle of cars from 5th on back to 10th here with 1 lap to go, but Carl Edwards is checked out.
What a terrific job by Carl Edwards. Brad Parrott, we doubted his call to come in and put tires on it. The caution flag helped him. It's going to bring him the win, Mark.
They took a very big gamble, but it paid off big. The crowd on its feet to cheer Carl Edwards down to the checkered flag. His second Busch Series win of 2005, the 3rd for his career, with Martin Truex Jr. almost a half a second back at the finish. A great run for Carl Edwards. He leads 150 of the 200 laps.
Mark, he ran the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap.
And we had all kinds of problems down at turn number 2 as the fireworks went off. We saw a couple of cars make contact, and there you see the victorious crew. Brad Parrott certainly breathing a sigh of relief that the call he made eventually paid off, even when it didn't look good there in the beginning of it.
That was incredible. The fastest lap that anyone ran this entire race was Carl Edwards on the very last lap.
This goes to show you, when it's your night, it's your night. They definitely had the dominant car all night, no doubt about it. But that last caution puts Carl Edwards back in position on Martin Truex, and the fastest car won the race that we didn't think was going to win the race with 15 to go.
He was good, and he needed a little bit of luck at the end. And Carl Edwards now will park his car. There you see Brad Parrott, his crew chief. And we kind of know what's coming next. We're just hoping that Brad doesn't do the cartwheel. We're hoping Carl, there he is. And the crowd, big cheer. And wait a minute.
Yeah, he fell off the door. Let me try it again.
Here we go. Bam! He didn't quite stick it, but that's pretty good after 200 hard laps.
That's the second time he's done a backflip at Kentucky Speedway, because he did it in the Truck Series back in 2003.
This guy is on a roll right now. Nextel Cup, Busch Series racing, whatever he climbs into, he's got it up front and challenging for wins. Such a happy guy, too. He's the crowd. I'm not sure he pulled his knees up high enough, but it was still pretty good.
Flag about to come out. There it is, and we're underway in Kentucky.
A great jump by Marcus. He opens up a couple truck length lead right now. Kerry Earnhardt, the 13 truck, side by side for second with David Rudeman.
David Rudeman in the number 17 Toyota Tundra holding on to second. Kerry Earnhardt third as they go down the backstretch. Those three trucks spreading themselves out. Michelle Jourdain in the 50 in fourth. And David Reagan rounds out our top five as they come out of turn 4 for lap number 1. 3 wide behind him, though.
You know, Rick, this is the second week in a row that Marcus Ambrose led the first lap in a Craftsman Truck Series race.
And this couldn't be, it couldn't be a better scenario for Marcus Ambrose. At the start of the race, you got all these butterflies thinking about what's going to happen. But once the green flag drops, you forget about all that. Just go racing. He's at front.
Oh, problems in turn number 2. We've got an accident. A couple trucks spinning around. The 07 gets turned around, and that's Wayne Edwards.
Looks like Justin Allgaier got a piece of that also with his 63 Mittlers Brothers truck.
As the field had begun to spread.
Get loose getting down in turn number 1. Watch that. You see him get loose. He has to chase the truck up the hill. When he does, he makes contact with his 07 of Wayne Edwards, and then Justin Allgaier came along with absolutely nowhere to go and makes some pretty hard contact with his 07.
Yellows come out. NASCAR came down and said he is not slowing down quickly enough. And there's a crash on the racetrack.
It's Bobby East getting into the wall. The 21 of Bobby East, as you mentioned, his teammate, Marcus Ambrose's teammate, had gotten into the wall.
15 of Kevin Grubb gets a little bit loose as the 15 goes by, has to chase it up the hill, Hermie.
He's in a real bad spot there because he's below one truck and he's got Johnny Benson right in behind him taking A off the back of his truck. So he was in a bad spot there. Just
Williams on the inside
stretch to 59
of the infield. That's Chad Chaffin in the 59 coming to a stop on the grass. We'll see if he's able to get it restarted and moving again. Nope, the caution will come out.
Chad needs to drive that truck back.
When he left pit road, though, we'll find out if NASCAR takes a look at that. Here's again another look at that accident.
He gets a little bit loose on the inside of that 12 truck of Joey Miller.
Same type of situation as earlier. Same effect in the corner and off the corner. He was on the inside of another truck, stepped in the gas, and the back end camera ran on him.
On board with the Lumber Liquidators number 30 of Todd Bodine.
He saw the truck get sideways right in front of him, and then he saw it go towards the infield, and he got around right there. There's Rick Crawford. Look at Terry Cook pushed all the way up to the top of the racetrack. There's a 33 Ron Hornet. He gets by the 5 of Mike Skinner. Mike Skinner gets loose.
Skinner got loose. He got into the back of the 85. We're riding along with Dennis Setzer as he slides sideways down the backstretch.
Looked like Mike Skinner may have made some contact with the outside wall. He did. That's Mike Skinner left of your screen.
There's Mike Skinner. A lot of damage to the front of that truck. He was leading this race until Ron Hornaday went to the inside, and then a couple trucks got loose. One of them being Mike Skinner, got into the back of the 85 of Dennis Setzer. Those two trucks went spinning.
That will put it. Hornaday, the 33. Mike Skinner gets loose, has to chase the truck up the hill, makes a little bit of contact with Dennis Setzer. Looks like Mike Skinner almost saves it, but he lost control, overcorrected, made some contact with the outside wall, hard contact with the outside wall. A lot of guys did a good job getting Mike Skinner as it came down off the wall across the racetrack.
I believe one of those is the 02 that Brad Keselowski is driving. We see him just behind this mess taking place. Watch Brad Keselowski go to the wall here to avoid both of these trucks and drive right through.
Well, great job by Brad Keselowski because Mike Skinner came up to the wall. Brendan Gaughan did a good job getting by underneath of Mike Skinner. There was a little bit of contact right there with somebody on the inside. It looked like maybe Rick Crawford had a little bit of contact. There's another view. You see Mike Skinner get loose underneath Dennis Setzer. He makes contact. Rick Crawford just went by right there, so that wasn't him. You see Mike Skinner make some contact. He's going to back down off the racetrack. That's Bill Lester that came by in the 22 Toyota to make a little bit of contact. In there with Ron Hornaday, the fastest lap that time. We got trouble. We got Brad Keselowski spun around in the infield right at the start-finish line. Looks to see if he can get that truck refired and underway. He's going to sit right there more than...
he gets it refired.
Does get it refired.
The officials are waiting to throw the caution, and it looks as though he's not going to be able to get going, and so the caution will come out.
Well, apparently intentionally causes caution. Just
I
gets
don't
a little
think
bit
initially
loose.
he caused the caution. by getting spun around, but then he sat there in the infield, like you mentioned.
Yeah, that's right. We saw him refire the truck. We saw the smoke out of the tailpipes, and he started to pull ahead, and he kept watching the flag stand. Here's Bobby Jr.'s onboard right there. We're going to see the 0-2. We'll see the smoke right there, but he got a little bit loose coming off turn number 4. Remember, right after a restart, trucks have a tendency. Rick Crawford had another great run off of turn number 4. Had some momentum. See if he can clear Brendan Gaughan.
Brendan Gaughan up on the high side. Rick Crawford going on the low side. Gaughan gets way too high in turn number 2. That allows Johnny Benson to move up, take over third, and now it's a drag race for third down the backstretch. The battle for third continues between Gaughan and Benson, but out in front of the field, the stands up on their feet, and it will be Ron Hornaday winning in Kentucky.
Brendan Gaughan just nipped by Rick Crawford for the second position. Second consecutive second place run for Rick Crawford.
Another strong performance for Brendan Gaughan. Gaughan coming home in third, Johnny Benson fourth, and David Reagan with a 5th place.
That's the 9th race of the season. Trouble already. That's Kevin Harvick, the 21 car. Had some trouble coming off turn number 4. That's Chris Cook taking evasive action through the infield. There's Kevin Harvick, the Coast Guard Chevrolet.
We said this was going to be one hot night, but I didn't expect this here on the first lap.
Could be at the left front corner. You see him up on the high part of the racetrack. There may have been some contact prior to this. He got up in the loose stuff and around his car went. Some guys did some really good maneuvers to get by him while he was spinning down through the racetrack. This is Joel Kaufman's onboard. You're going to see Kevin spin across the racetrack right there.
Yeah, he's really lucky that he didn't get collected by some of these other cars.
We're going to sort it all out here, and we'll see a little bit of the damage on the left front corner of the Coast Guard Chevrolet. Flag. Mike Wallace, the 1 car, was penalized a lap for pulling up to pit. Got trouble right just before the start-finish line. Morgan Shepherd, the 0 car, gets turned around. Tail end of the spin there. Looked like there was some contact, possibly by the 88 car of Mark McFarland, but Mike Wallace, who was penalized a lap by battle for the lead outside.
We got a spin right on the front stretch, guys. David Rudemans goes round.
We saw David Rudeman just a few moments ago in that very, very torrid battle with Kenny Wallace and some of the others. There may have been some contact. Kyle Busch did take over the lead. We're hearing from on the 66. There's the contact we were thinking we saw right there. That was Greg Biffle in the Cup Cadet, number 66.
Just ever so slightly. You can see him. There's not much you can do. I mean, these cars, you're already on the edge. You're trying to run them as free as you possibly can, especially at the beginning of a run, and it doesn't take much contact.
This is Kenny Wallace's onboard. We're going to see the 99 turnaround right in front of him, right behind him. I'm sorry, Greg Biffle got into the...
Harvick's had his hands full all night. He's in the middle of everything.
Clint Boyer right there looks to trouble. Jason Leffler, the 38 car.
34 call hard impact with the inside of the wall on the backstretch there.
That's Jeff Fuller in the 34 car. Jason Leffler gets his car moving. Not sure exactly what happened to Jason Leffler. Some trouble off turn number 2 there. He's already made contact with the outside wall. Here comes Jeff Fuller to avoid hitting him right in the door. He turns his car hard left. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to spin it around. He's going to make some awfully hard contact with the inside wall.
Phil couldn't hit it in a worse place. I mean, it was angled to the opening on the pit, inside wall on the backstretch. There's an opening there. Hit at a bad angle, hit flat, right there. Just a bad place to do that. But what Jeff Fuller was trying to do was trying to avoid hitting Jason Leffler. You're thinking it looks like there's a lot of time to make decisions here, but this is a split-second decision, from Jeff Fuller to come. If you'll notice, as he comes into the picture here, he's heading right for the door for Jason Leffler, decides to make a hard left to miss contact with Jason Leffler, and went right into the inside wall, hit it, at exactly the wrong spot where that opening is on that flat contact. And as you know, that flat part of the wall there.
Like you were saying, Hermie, he did a great job to miss that. You can see how fast they're going right here.
You look at that at speed. At speed, it really puts it into perspective. The kind of
had to make some pit stops. Caution flag on the racetrack.
It's like maybe the 38 again.
Looks like Jason Loeffler and the Great Clip Chevrolet made some more contact with the wall. There's a lot of damage front and rear to that car.
They've had a tough 2 weeks.
He's raced here 4 times. 3 of those times finished in the 2nd position. I'm sure he'd like to break that string and get him a win. Oh, trouble. Reed Sorensen. A lot of damage to the Discount Tire Dodge. Cars going by inside and outside, doing a great job getting by Reed Sorensen. That looks like a pretty hard hit, Hermie.
Don't know what happened there, but that's
feed left of your screen. Wow. Looks like he was by himself. He just got loose at that very, very troublesome spot getting in turn number 3. Remember, that's where the transition from straightaway to corner, the bank really doesn't seem to start quick enough. You have a tendency to get loose right in that area, and that looks like that may have been what happened to Reed Sorensen.
You know, a lot of it is, you know,
RV Ford on pit road. Regan Smith, the 35 McDonald's. Ford is on pit road. There's Carl Edwards. Oh, trouble. There's Brady Lamar. Stephen Light did a great job of getting by on the outside. This is not what Greg Biffle and Clint Boyer wanted to see.
Or any of those guys on pit road like David Green. It doesn't look like the 77 made any contact with the outside wall. He spun around.
He looked like Bernie Lummer may have had to get off the throttle a little bit. You know, that's a situation where Clint Boyer was very, very close. He didn't just run up there and hit him. It looked like Bernie Lamar had to get out of the throttle, and when he did, Clint Boyer made some slight contact.
Sometimes they'll come off that turn too. It's hard to say whether the 77 car definitely got out of the gas at that spot right there, and Clint Boyer got in the back of him. Great job again by Stephen Light sliding by on the outside, not panicking and getting by on the outside.
He didn't lock the brakes up and slide away. Here's why we're under caution. The 43 of Chris Cook. You see him right there in front of the 50 of Danny O'Quinn. Looks like he might have got just a little bit loose when the 50 of Danny O'Quinn pulled right up behind him. He does a great job not making any contact. Stays down on the grass off the racetrack. Good job by Chris Cook to get that car straightened back out.
A lot better than Yaley. We got a caution right here. 4 cars in the wall on the front stretch.
Caution flag is out. It will be a single file restart. We're inside of 10 laps to go. That's our record tying 10th caution. That's Augie Vidovich, the 4 car right there.
Boy, David Gilliland didn't want this caution either.
Happened. Augie's going to have some contact. Right? It looked like Kyle Busch, the 5 car, made some contact with Augie Vidovich. That's Kenny Wallace's car right there. You're going to see very top of your screen. You see the smoke. Hard to tell exactly what happened, but from that other angle, it looked like maybe the 5 Kyle Busch made some contact. Let's see if we can take a look back at maybe the biggest pass of David Gilliland's life right here. J.J. Yaley, they make a little bit of contact. They get a little bit loose. J.J. Yaley on the outside. David Gilliland takes over the lead on the inside. You think that crew flag for David Gilliland. Just hold that line there, David. He's got about a 3-4 car length lead right there.
See, a lot of people thought it'd be a long time before we see a Busch Series regular win another Busch Series race, but this is more important than that. A part-time guy with a rookie driver, this is absolutely incredible.
Guys like the New York Jets beating the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl #3. David has truly beat the Goliath of NASCAR Busch Series racing. David Gilliland wins at Kentucky.
Bad luck continuing for the number 14 team. Rick Crawford getting into the wall, and a lot of damage to the outside of that truck. Let's take a look.
He's going in turn #3, Michael, and classic. We've seen it so many times. Rick was on the inside of Ryan Matthews, lost some downforce, some air off the rear spoiler, lost the back end. And here at Kentucky, there aren't really high enough banks to stop you from going up into the outside wall.
And you know how helpless this feeling is. Before you know it, all of a sudden you've got that arrow loose. It takes the air off, and you're going, man, everything felt perfect. Everything was going well. And then the thing just gets away from you at the last second, and that truck's damaged. Bad.
They took it behind the wall, and so into the garage it goes. Crawford.
Perhaps the reason this is the same truck that he won with at Kansas, Michael. So Eric knows it's a good machine. Word on the radio for Eric Darnell, starting to get free as we have caution on the racetrack.
Sure enough, accident happening coming out of turn number 2, and that is the 50 Pete Shepard.
Yeah, the 59 of Terry Cook was also involved in this happened. That's a little bit late there. They may have got together. They're coming off turn number 2, and
that 59 truck's wiped out on that left.
It almost looks like he may have been pinched. Let's see if we can take another look at it right there.
Oh, they got together.
They made contact in the center of the corner, and then both of them just took off towards the outside wall.
That was very hard hit by Terry Cook too, as far as he got directed right at that corner.
Yeah, thank goodness for the safer barriers.
Oh, you have to know how important that is. And look at Josh Weiss watching all this. Staying calm, that's cool. You know,
he's got a good spotter up top, buddy. Red Dog Barnes up top there, keeping him abreast of what was going on.
And that's the most important thing when you see a crash. You just got to spin in turn 3.
Problems again in turn number 3, and a very close call there as John Wood gets it righted.
Didn't hit a thing, did a 360.
Ryan Silas in that 71 was going into turn 3 and 4 when John got sideways and was able to avoid.
We're 60.
Racetrack. Everybody on the radio is saying that turn 3 and 4 has some sort of a substance down there, maybe oil somewhere. They believe it may be left over from last night's ARCA REMAX Series race. And we saw problems with a number of trucks in qualifying, all down in.
Running well. We see Brendan Gaughan get really loose in that 77.
Got a spin off turn 2.
Todd Bodine in the 30 gets spun around and into the inside wall.
Looks like he just barely kissed the inside wall with the left rear corner. Yeah, no damage to the front of that truck, so he should be okay. The caution flag is out.
A 5th caution already at the Kentucky Speedway.
I don't think there's any damage to that truck, Phil.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he got into it with the left rear corner. Maybe just touched it.
I saw spark, so he got in.
Too. Yeah, the 33 of Ron Hornaday right behind him. Looks like the thing just took off and he got loose coming off the corner.
And he laid in that gas too, Phil. You know, he just tried to battle the truck without letting off. You see him gaining ground on Hornaday, just scraping through the inside of the.
Yeah, there you saw the sparks right there. So I'm sure he just kissed the inside wall. There's another view right there. There's Todd. He just got a little bit loose, got back on the throttle, kept it out of the outside wall, shot it across the racetrack, and watch the driving he did. You never give up on these things, do you, Michael?
Not until you hit. And look, he hit it pretty good. How come it's not damaged anymore?
That's a tough Toyota truck.
That's exactly. Now you can hear him right up to when he lost traction. He was wide open in that gas, pulling away from Hornaday. But let's listen to the contact from inside.
Back in the throttle, trying to stay out of the inside wall. That's the key. You never give up on this thing till
there might be a little smoke coming out of that truck.
I've been watching him. I haven't seen anything that would constitute a black flag, I don't think.
Ray, what's going on?
Guys, Rick Correll.
There's the problem with Eric Darnell and the 99. We saw him get loose earlier. Now into the wall. The caution comes out once again.
Hard contact for Eric Darnell. See, both left side tires appear to be flat right now. See Eric kick the window net down. Ryan Matthews, watch, he gets down here in turn number 1. You see it loose. He had to chase the truck up the hill. Ryan was able to get by, and the very next time he came around to this corner, watch again now.
Oh, right or left rear one just blew out on the straightaway.
Yeah, one of the rear tires blew out because he wasn't even really to the corner yet when that truck swapped ends.
Can't really tell which one right there, but that's just how it goes. If you blow it, he's got the gas wide open when the tire blows, and it just turns the truck around.
Yeah, this is Travis Quapple right here. You see the 99 of Eric. It just turns sideways completely. Watch, Travis is going to try to snake by on the outside, just barely avoids his teammate.
I bet you my man Brian Silas just
racing to go for Skinner. Does Quapple and Musgrave have enough time to settle who's going to finish second?
It's good news for Mike Skinner. Even if something happens right now when the caution comes out, we will not go to a green-white checker because he has started the last lap.
All he has to do is make it back, Phil.
Again, Mike Skinner started this season off with a blaze, finishing 4th at Daytona, then 3 wins in a row. California, Atlanta, and Martinsville. Looking to add to his win career number, Mike Skinner will win at Kentucky.
Battle for second will be taken by Travis Quapple, Ted Musgrave right behind him.
Ted Musgrave, an impressive run for him coming back, and Ryan Matthews, talk about impressive, his 4th place.
Look at this side.
they come around to turn number 3. Marcus Ambrose got a great restart, Rusty.
I tell you what it's all about. If you can get those good restarts and get it taken care of early enough, man, you can pass a lot of cars. That's just what you had to do. He went around the outside. Caution, Morgan Shepherd into the wall.
So again, here we are working lap number 5, and we're into our second caution already. A 65-year-old Morgan Shepherd has tagged the wall.
Boy, Marty, I hate to see that. He qualified so good. He's okay. He's moving around.
That was totally uncalled for. 10-4. Please, no.
Well, I'm wondering if he got some help.
Well,
could have got a bit.
Here's a look at the Castrol GTX lap leaders after 90 laps tonight. Regan Smith at the top of the board, but he's got some catching up to do after a problem on pit road. He's led 45 laps, and Carl Edwards has led 30. Keep in mind, back in 2005, he led 150 laps in this race, in trouble on the racetrack. And we've got a crash, and it is the 17 of Danny O'Quinn into the wall. Right at turn 2, a lot of damage on the left front, the left rear.
10-4, looked like they crowded you down a little bit there, bud.
So this comes out on the caution comes out on lap 91. Take another look.
All right, that is what I was talking about, the aero loose. When those guys get that close, Marty, you lose the downforce of the inside air of the car. It's a classic aero loose, I call it. He spun because of the looseness. That was it. Now, this is not a good thing for Danny. He looks like he got loose, lost the front end cover. Marty, as you know in drag racing, buddy, we used to do that a little bit. You'll wind out real quick, and all of a sudden, man, you lose your momentum. And we got a spin up off of turn 4. Mike Wallace is spinning around. Doesn't look like he's hit anything. You see the cowl flaps popped open on the front of the car, relieving the pressure. That's what happens when a car spins.
And Mike's back underway. We'll check for damage.
Went after real early, spun out.
Went after real early.
Got another one coming.
And it sounds like he just broke a transmission. Do you hear that noise? He'd come out of third gear, went back, and something went wrong with the transmission.
So this is our third caution here on lap 16 of 200. Let's take another look.
Nobody around him. A lot of rear spring in these cars make these cars really, really loose on the beginning of the run. And they just lost it looks like. In air. I expect him to start taking off in the sunset right now. He's not racing anybody. Oh, we got a spin. Just getting ready to happen over in turn 4 to 25 car.
That's
Johns.
Richard Johns.
Richard Johns in trouble. Last thing you want to see out of a new driver.
Team Renzi Motorsports, his third race with the team. He is normally the engineer on the 35 car for the team. That's Bobby Hamilton Jr.'s car. And here is Richard getting himself turned around. I'm wondering if he got a little bit of help. There's not a lot of damage to the race car. We've got a replay coming up. Let's take a look. He's on the high side there in the 25.
What's the last thing you want to see is 3 wide going into the start of the race. 47 car gets up and clips Curly Byers, gets him in the left for a quarter panel. And you know, you might be able to fix this car, Marty. It's got the rear of it tore up a little bit. It's definitely not out of the race.
Take one more look at it.
You know, it's definitely a classic case of not giving up real estate. Miss Mike dented his left front fender and stayed in the throttle. Now look.
And we've got a crash as we come back on track. That's Bobby Hamilton Jr. as he has smashed the rear half of his car. This is all happening down in turns 3 and 4.
You all right?
Also involved is A.J. Frank in the 56. So we now have our 5th caution as we had just gone back to green flag racing. And you're on board with Bobby as the wheel is coming off. He knows the day is done.
That's the last thing I saw see happen. We talked about Bobby Hamilton being one of the regulars that could probably get the job done here. And he just went 3 wide trying to get along the outside of the 56 car and just ran out of room. Classic case. What we saw earlier in the event.
Yep. Get ready. Ready. Ready? Ready. Ready.
The caution is coming back out for 7th, and you see the damage on the 60 of Carl Edwards, and I think Steve and Carl may have an exchange here.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. It looked like Steven got into the left rear quarter panel trying to duck underneath him on that restart. Looks like Steven's lost his right front tire. He doesn't have any damage to Carl Edwards, got the end of this bad end of this deal.
So we have our 7th caution with 45 laps to go.
I just started to say that these guys are probably going to get anxious with 45 laps to go. You know, it's crunch time. They've had a good run online, all these young guys and the veterans. They just got to bring them home from right now, Marty.
Both cars, in fact, you see the 60 of Carl Edwards retiring behind the wall. There will be no 3 in a row for Carl tonight, and it looks like the chances for Steven have gone away as well. Let's take you back and see what happens. And he definitely got into it.
Yeah, he definitely got into it. They were trying to go hard on that restart, and he tried to dive underneath Carl, it looked like.
Lead lap, we'll get you more information on him. He's back into 15th on the lead lap. As you take a look at Wimmer's numbers, just caught my eye, and he stayed out on that last yellow, got his lap back, the final one. Oh no, and he's got it loose! Just as we sing his praises, he cooks it. And then there's more action behind him. That's Steve Wallace.
Got one spinner behind you.
So I'm wondering if maybe some fluid got dropped on the track, because it didn't look like either one got tapped.
I think what happened is it looked like the 4 car just got loose coming off the corner, and everybody started checking up. It looks like Steven might have got hit in the back. We'll take a look at that in our replay, but boy, I tell you what, it's crunch time. You can tell they're trying to get from the back to the front quick.
8th caution comes out, so all that hard work put up by Regan Smith, he'll stay on the lead lap, but he's lost his chance, I think, with now 35 to go. Let's take another look.
Okay, Regan just getting the top of the racetrack, gets up on the gray part of the track, just gets loose, spins to the bottom, no harm, no foul. So we can get a replay a little bit farther back to see what happened to Stephen Wallace back there.
Yeah, you're right, there's damage.
With that, our in-race reporter told us that, so he's not worried about running that second lane. It's getting more rubbered up, it's getting more grip up there. And if I was him, I'd be up there too, trying to feel that baby out, see if I can get some more speed.
And we've got another yellow as in turns 3 and 4, another crash. The 28 goes into the wall. That's Robert Richardson, and he has, shall we say, checked out of this one.
Well, that's a second car this week.
Robert?
Yeah, he either drove in the back of me or just sitting there on me. I don't know.
Well, he says he may have gotten some help, or it could have been the old arrow push.
Yeah, I hate that for that team. That's when you take 2 cars and destroy them, put them in the truck, Marty, and go home. That's not a good day.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for that team. The other guy who it's rough for is Brad Coleman, because he had a half a second lead. He was extending lap after lap, and yeah, there was nobody around him. He didn't get any push.
Well, Brad Coleman, if he can get the tires cleaned off and get a good restart without Wimmer getting underneath him, I believe.
4 laps to go. This is a convincing lead. I don't want to say win yet. There's still 4 laps to go, but he keeps doing it lap after lap.
And trust me, he's driving like a veteran right now. He's got that thing pinned on the bottom of the track. He's doing everything right. I'm sure his spotter's doing a great job up there calming him down right now. This is the most tense a driver can ever be. 20 years old, looking at his first victory at Kentucky, a track that breeds these victories. He does want to overdrive the corner. He's got to stay focused, not get too high, not get too low, and make a mistake.
Running go-karts since the age of 6. His 38th NASCAR Busch Series. Won the ASA Late Model Series at the age of 18 with 5 wins. The 20-year-old from Asheville, North Carolina, has just a little more than 2 laps to go. In fact, here it is, across the stripe, down to just 3 more miles. 2 times around the Kentucky Speedway. The only way Coleman or Wimmer has a chance is if something happens to Stephen Light. Brad?
Yeah, Stephen Light, his grandpa used to own the Asheville Speedway up in Asheville, North Carolina, and his grandpa Russ, and then his dad is Russ Jr. I know they're really proud of this young man. Like I say, he's been around for quite a while running go-karts in the ASA series. He's going to bring a lot of pride to Western North Carolina tonight.
We're on the final lap, and Stephen Light will become only the second non-cup regular winner in the NASCAR Busch Series in the last 52 races.
All right, one to go. Bring her home, dude. Nobody in front of him. Marty's got a clear track. Really focused on his driving.
At age 20, the City Financial Ford is on its way as he takes the checkered flag and wins at Kentucky.
Congratulations, Steven. Good job, buddy. Not a way to do it.
Look at the celebration for the crew. A great run for Brad Coleman, a career best finish for him in second. Wimmer comes home in third. David Stremme fourth.
Man, good job. I like the way you floated in.
Like the way you floated in. Got it in the corner nice and easy. Got the car hooked up. 20 years old, man. I'll tell you what, in victory lane here at Kentucky. Another new winner.
Way to go, boys. Awesome job. Hey, give us the best burnout you got over here, please. Come on. You guys can beat him out there if you want.
Our 10th different winner this year in 16 races. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
With Kelly Barraclough, the crew chief for the 90 car, Stephen Like. And Stephen told me before the race he felt like he had a winner. What gave you guys so much confidence coming into this one tonight?
I don't know, the last few weeks he's been pretty happy with the cars. It's just taken a little while to find out what he likes, but it feels pretty good to say the City Financial Ford is a winner, isn't it?
I saw you those last several laps. I'm not sure how nervous he was in the car, but you look pretty tense up here on the timing box.
Yeah, I had pretty well. No.
What's this win mean to a young driver in this team?
Everything. We've been trying to build something this whole year, and now I think we got something solid, something to build on, and hopefully now when we go to these tracks where the big dogs are in town, we can run with them.
Thanks, Cully. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Marty?
Busch. Caution for Shelby Howard, stopped in the middle of 3 and 4.
Hard contact with the left rear corner of that FarmPate.com truck. That's one of the Thor Sport Racing entries. Teammate to Matt Crafton in the 88. A lot of damage to the left rear corner.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have a hard time getting that even fixed. Good enough to get it on the trailer,
Yeah.
Phil.
And so our first
a little higher, Kyle. I can play that game. I can do just that.
There's a battle for fifth. Matt Crafton trying to take that spot away from Justin Marks. He looks to the inside. Problems coming out of turn number 2. Look at the smoke flying. It was in the middle of the pack. And we see a couple trucks, one of them being the 15 of Mark Mitchell, and the 17 also involved in this. That's Timothy Peters.
Timothy's able to get his truck going again.
No damage to that truck, it doesn't appear.
Doesn't
Phil.
look like he hit anything. There was a...
That's Ryan Lawler in the 07 sliding on the bottom of the track.
You see part of the, from the air pressure that built up underneath the truck, it blew out part of the trunk.
It's hard to understand whether someone got into the back of the 17. Usually when there's a spin like that and people let off the gas to 17, oh, he just makes an evasive move to get under the 81 in the mess.
And got loose.
Lost control of his truck.
You see the air push up that trunk on that truck as well.
Great camera work, guys, catching that. He just was trying to work his way
off of pit road. He's a lap down, but also Mike Skinner and Justin Marks, they also need to come. Oh, we got problems with Chrissy Wallace, and that is a very difficult situation for the 51 of Kyle Busch because now he has caught a lap down.
Again, with the Aaron's Lucky Dog, that's not going to be an issue for Kyle Busch.
It's a worse situation for Chrissy.
This one's in progress already as she was up into the wall.
She was racing along there with David Starr.
Yeah, David Starr was right by that truck when we first caught a glimpse of it, so we don't know if there may have been some contact there, or maybe they were just...
Justifies what she was talking about with her and Jack.
See, that's Chrissy on the inside of Jack Sprague, and they were fighting for position there. We've seen some trucks run side by side with a gap in between. That time it looked like they were very, very close, and we see it so often that the truck on the inside loses the air off that spoiler. Chrissy told us that she'd been running side by side with Jack for a number of laps, and that time she got down into 3 and lost some spoiler. Lost some air.
Enter to the green flag, back out, and here they go. Chad Chaffin with a jump on that restart. He was on the inside line. Mike Lynette back to the bottom of the racetrack again. Chad Chaffin
trying to stay out front to get a lap back, and they're 2 and 3 wide behind him.
Yeah, Ron Hornaday is trying to make his way up towards that front right now. Chad Chaffin is in line for the lucky dog. Ron Hornaday's trying to get there.
Look at this battle for the lead. They were 4
Johnny
wide.
Benson goes right by Michael Annett, takes that top spot. And we've got problems with Chad McCumbee. He gets into the wall. That brings out a caution, as well as the 9 of Justin Marks.
And I think Chad Chaffin, that 40, was ahead of Ron Hornaday when the caution
rear's down.
His right rear is down for sure.
Oh, that's
we got a little nudge right there from Ted Musgrave, and then that put Kyle up into the 8 of Chad McCumbee. The 99, Eric Darnell, had nowhere to go, as well as the 9 of Justin Marks. But we know the 51 right now has a tire going down.
So that 51 of Kyle Busch will have to come back onto pit road.
Check out the job the 6 does. What a great job by Colin Brown. He just drove around that wreck. Didn't panic, didn't lock up his brakes, just avoided it. Watch him go by right there.
And it's not easy to, hard contact right there. It's not easy to turn that thing left and miss those guys, because you're running as fast as you can at that very moment.
Riding along with Eric Darnell and this Ford onboard.
Eric did all he could do. He couldn't turn left any harder and still got a piece of the action.
And there was somebody on the underside of him, I believe, so didn't really have that access road.
Take another look at what happened.
There's 4 wide right there. Kyle Busch, the 51, gets by. Here comes Ted Musgrave with a run. He's going to get down in turn number 3 and is going to nudge that 51 of Kyle Busch when we get down there.
I guess Kyle maybe let off a tad earlier than Ted thought he was gonna because of the 07 truck, but it didn't look like it looked like Ted just got in way deeper than he should have.
Ray Dunn remaining 1.5 miles with a 45-year-old out of Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Got a little bit of traffic he's gonna have to negotiate, Rick. Last time he had to do that, he lost half of his lead. Makes it clearly past Eric Darnell. Eric goes really high up the track, giving the leaders plenty of room.
1/2 lap to go for JB.
Johnny Benson looking to find victory lane for the 2nd time in 2008. It will be his first win at Kentucky Speedway in just his 4th start at this racetrack. Johnny Benson will win at Kentucky.
Great run.
He has picked up 19 positions so far. Oh no, and Chase Miller for the 2nd time has hit the wall. Yes, in practice this morning, he tagged it with the primary. Now he's done it with the backup. It's been an expensive day.
That's the last thing you want to do is tear up that backup car this early.
So our 2nd caution on lap 13. So let's take a look.
It's racing by Stephen Wallace. It's in the corner. And we've seen this be a tricky corner right here.
Oh, it's a classic case. You're just getting aerodynamically loose on the inside of a car. You get so compacted against a car, guys, the air doesn't get to the rear spoiler. A driver loses it, and that's what you got to watch at a track like this, going into turn 1 and into turn 3.
All right,
seconds gave them a lot of momentum, but Mike Kelly, crew chief, told me caution on the track, guys.
It is Kyle Busch who has crashed off of turn number 2. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable. This cat had checked out earlier today. He was running down Joey Logano. I mean, he was right in his tracks. And boy, that just what we talked about earlier. You just never.
Yeah, you see he's right down on that white line. That car just got out from under him right there.
Well, they said it was loose.
Yeah, you don't know if the left front wheel maybe touched the apron just a little bit, de-wedged the car, which makes it real loose, or what happened, but that was just a freak deal right there. You hardly ever see Kyle Busch just spinning out in something like this, but way loose. But it looks like he clipped the white line there. He actually hit the white line and went up, and as he was bringing it back down, it got loose on him. So only the driver knows. We'll have to talk to him in a second. I think he's got in legend cars, the whole 9 yards.
White flag.
One more lap, babe. One more lap. Take care of it. 2.5-second lead.
Casey Atwood was the youngest winner back in 1999. He was 18 years, 10 months, 26 days. Guess what? Joey Logano's going to better that by almost 9 full months. He is 18 years, 21 days, and boy, what a Father's Day present he is going to give to Dad, because the 18-year-old in only his 3rd start is going to win a NASCAR Nationwide Series race at Kentucky.
Unbelievable. Proud papa right there.
You're going to have a good...
Brian Scott, he was running 2nd. and into the wall. We see the sparks underneath his truck.
Stacy Compton, I think, got on the inside of Brian Scott and Stacy might have gotten loose. I'm not sure. Ray, did you hear anything down there?
Yeah, he came on the radio, Michael, and said right front tire blew on the truck right there. His truck had gone very, very tight, and Jeff Hensley had talked to him about changing a couple bead blowers there to try to get it to loosen up a little bit, but obviously that was part of the problem. Right front tire down on the Albertsons Toyota.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage too, Ray. Obviously made some pretty significant contact with the outside wall. See the damage to Stacy Compton's truck. Stacy had a great truck.
6th in the points. We take another look.
Oh, you see the tire going down already. Stacy had absolutely nothing he can do about it.
That's such a shame.
You know, it looked like the tire was going down when he got into the turn.
Oh, it's going down on the straightaway. Watch now. You're going to see the tire rubber probably come off. Listen.
Right there.
You heard it blow right there. Brian gets down to the corner, turns his steering wheel. Nothing happens. He goes up there and bounces off Stacy, forces him in the wall. Ray, they're on pit road, buddy.
About Taylor and how impressed they've been with his ability to race this truck. These are his first laps he's led. Drove to the front of this thing and was driving away from him.
Looks like hard contact for J.J. Yaley in that 73. Look at the front end all smashed in on that truck.
Tough break. This is a new team. Just been formed here in the last several weeks and trying to get some decent finishes strung together.
Battle for the lead down at the bottom of the racetrack. Hornaday takes the lead away from Eric Almirola.
Let's see if Taylor Malson can follow him by Eric Almirola. Remember that 81 truck has been very, very good tonight. Look at Tom O'Dine go to the outside of Malson.
Oh, we got a crash.
Terry Cook
just behind him. Terry Cook in the 25 trying to hang on. Now he slides down in front of another truck and into the infield area.
Gets clobbered by Brian Eichler.
You can see the rear end has moved way over. There's Brian Eichler. A lot of damage, and that's what happens. He had that penalty, had to go to the back, and you get him behind a lot of trucks. Oh, Colin Brown with a lot of damage to that Conway Ford.
Also involved in the
turn race.
Let's take a look. This is Terry Cook sliding back behind our leaders.
He's going to come down the track, across in front of these oncoming trucks. Eichler in the smoke, can't see, nowhere to go, and probably clobbers.
Right there's Eichler right there clobbering that Harris Trucking Toyota of Terry Cook.
And remember, the 6 is also involved in this.
Let's try to find the 6 here.
I think he's the one that was right behind. There's a,
where do you go
that's
here?
That's the 6 that's already right. No, that was Brian Scott with Terry Cook. Ooh.
Hard hit.
A lot of
Again,
damage.
that was the 51 of Brian Eichler we were riding along with.
We never did see Colin Brown. Let's take a look and see what happened with the 6 of Colin Brown. Let's ride with him here. He's in front of
the incident, and he gets turned around on his own.
On his own, looked like. I'm not sure what happened there. Now he's going to make contact with the inside wall.
Now, I don't understand that at all. He was going straight.
It seemed like he was getting out of the gas. We would think that it's to go.
Timothy Peters has got back on the inside.
That's Almirola, right side of your screen.
Oh, Taylor Malson gets sideways. He's into the outside wall. That'll bring a caution out once again. Malson was running in third, and now he gets spun around and into the outside wall. What an unbelievable finish here in Kentucky.
I don't know if he hit anything, did he?
I'm not sure he hit anything at all. Doesn't look like a lot of damage. There you see him refire the truck.
When he hit the outside wall.
Here comes Taylor Malson, the 81, the 17 of Timothy Peters.
And Timothy gets loose. We saw that.
They make a little contact with the left rear of the 81 truck of Taylor Malson.
And that thing eventually blew out on the front straightaway, I bet you. Watch it go right here.
It's down. Yep,
boom,
there it goes.
Down.
Great job by the oncoming traffic.
Look at all these trucks here, and they're all going to miss him.
Brian Scott's
been in the middle of every wreck they've had tonight.
Has had his hands full. Well, once again, Ron Hornaday in front of this field as we take another look at the incident with Taylor Malson.
Yeah, Taylor had just lost the 3rd spot to Mike Skinner, so he was running in 4th when that contact took place.
Now he's going to lap downfield. He just couldn't go with that.
Just in front of Skinner.
Remember, both of these drivers have won here at Kentucky Speedway.
This could be the first repeat winner at Kentucky Speedway. Will Ron Hornaday be able to do it, or will Skinner be able to get him? Down the backstretch they go.
He gets a good run off that 2nd turn.
Here comes Skinner all over the back bumper of Hornaday as they go into turn 3.
Skinner goes to the high side again.
Keeping the momentum up. Skinner in the gas. Hornaday coming out of turn number 4. Hornaday stays in front of Skinner. Hornaday will win again in Kentucky.
3 in a row for Ron Hornaday.
2009, extremely good for Hornaday. That's his 4th win of the season. And as you mentioned, 3 races in a row for Ron Hornaday. The momentum continues for that 33.
That it really does work. Got a wreck off turn 4 here.
Stephen Light is spinning around.
Doesn't look like he's made much contact. I think he's got a little damage on that right front
get it rolled
from
out
contact
there
with another car. This is not the start that Stephen Light's looking for here tonight.
So the 2007 winner here is the first victim here in 2009. He spins it around. And let's see if we can see what happens
with Trevor Bain on the outside. Looks like he gets just a little bit loose and has to go up the racetrack.
Well, Andy, that's classic, too. When you get that close to another car on the inside, your car gets real loose, and that's exactly what's happened to Stephen Light. Just got off underneath of him.
He was running back in the 9th position, and they kept the car from going up the racetrack and able to keep it down and get it on the apron without getting any other contact. So he should be none the worse for wear. Going to need 4 new.
Earlier in their run, so this is a good snapshot of what we're going to see right now, guys.
Let's see how long will it be before Carl Edwards will know if those are. Go! The 73 of Derek Cope goes around. Edwards gets up there. Light goes around, and that will bring out caution again.
Looks like Cope's going to not make any contact here.
Oh, there is a contact with
he
Hendrick.
Got into the back of Kenny Hendrick. We were watching Derek Cope while Hendrick was going up here to the outside, and he made contact with the outside wall.
Well, Kevin Conway just made it by 2. He just cleared him there. And the 29 car of Light, he just barely got through 2.
And let's ride along with Kevin Conway and see watch him get through.
He's going to have the best view of this accident. Better than he wanted.
So he negotiated the first spin, and then he had to get around the second spin right there. Let's watch this one more time. Look at the 87 car. Clears that. Goes to the bottom. Clears another one.
Oh. Wow, Carl Edwards and Stephen Light both able to get by there. That could have been disaster for Edwards trying to hang on in this championship chase. Watch these 2 contenders just squeeze on the outside as a 73 car spins and the 40 Lamar in 8th position.
It's like Logano lost about 4 positions on that last corner. Kind of got through. Oh, we had a spin. Got one coming through the grass. Michael McDowell.
Darren Cope involved again.
The 09 of John West Townley involved. 47 McDowell spins.
Stephen Light.
He went through the grass pretty hard there with the
right side of your screen.
Now you see Michael McDowell going around. Don't know if there was contact. Hard to tell from that angle whether Townley got into the back of McDowell, but see here.
No, it looks like he just got
McDowell
loose.
just got loose in front of John West Townley.
And Townley was just a victim.
Wrong place, wrong time.
It was not John West Townley's fault this time. He just got taken out accidentally.
See all the cones flying through.
Being a crew chief, opted to stay out. How are you feeling about your call right now?
Well, our fastest times have been late in the run, so
we got to crash on the track, guys. We'll get back to Shane Huffman.
And that is his car. That is Brendan Gaughan, who's got up high, and the car just got out of shape sideways and comes down across the grass and whips it around on pit road. Tough break after he stayed out on the racetrack and was hanging on to second position.
He was giving it all he had. He doesn't have a lot of damage to that right rear, but brings out a caution. He'll put tires on now, and still only 9 cars on the lead lap. You'll have Bernie Lamar getting the lucky dog, which will be 10 cars on the lead lap. He can start back there and start trying to. He just got too far up on the outside there and got in the loose stuff.
Boy, lucky he didn't get clobbered coming down that hill, too.
Jason Leffler did a great job to miss him.
He has locked it down across the grass.
You know, it just looks like he just drove that car so hard into that corner. That baby jumped up, but I really question that call of just staying out and not putting any tires on that car whatsoever. I mean, I heard him say that the lap times weren't falling off much. That's the reason they stayed out. It makes you wonder still, though.
Brendan Gaughan staying on the racetrack and was the leader, running in second spot in the car just to give him anything, not an inch.
I tell you what, guys, this 62, Brendan is flying through this field. He just moved into 5th position on those fresh tires, just blew around Leffler. They got the car put back together good. Taped up the right rear quarter panel, new tires. He's got his head back on straight now, doing a good job.
Great side-by-side battle there. The
Whoa,
whoa, the
there they go.
Hang on to it. Hang on to it.
That was arrow loose right there. I know you hate it when I say that word, but that's what it was.
And Mike Bliss, who was 6th in the point standings, now ends up nosed into the wall here with 18 laps to go.
Well, just hard racing right here. These two guys are going at it. Got just a little too close together. And see Bliss, he thinks he's going to get a good run here, maybe get clear of Leffler, but
still there. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. Hang on to it.
And you don't get that airflow down that right side of that car, that rear spoiler. That car inside gets loose big time, and we see this time and time again. But you know these guys are running out of time. 17 laps to go. You know this adrenaline's flowing. They're trying to get it done quick.
Mike Bliss, 6 top 10 finishes in the last 9 races, including a 4th last week at Nashville. And when the night was over, it was Joey Logano who had set a NASCAR record for becoming the youngest winner in series history. He was able to celebrate Father's Day with his dad, Tom. Well, it's a week early here in 2009, but folks, it looks like Joey Logano may have done it again.
He owns this racetrack. He's not yet lost a race. He's going to come across the line and win this one for his 2nd Kentucky win.
Grab the pole. Just driving away from Kyle Busch, one of the best in the business right now.
Baby, get yourself 2 for 2. Get it. There you go, baby. One thing I like doing is doing something no one else has ever done before. You were the first repeat winner in Kentucky. Proud of you, man. Thank you for coming down that car and for us.
Great effort by Joey Logano.
So cool. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Dave Rogers and company celebrating. Andy, you were right. You pointed at that 20 car. So
the Truck Series. That was an amazing finish. It happened with 3 or 4 laps to go, but that effectively finished the race for us. I don't think I could have handled anything else. What a finish.
And the 47 of Jeffrey Earnhardt is turned around, bringing out our first caution.
We spun out, boys. Looks like we
see what happens.
He was at the back of about 4 trucks running together. You see he makes a little contact with the safer barrier in the left rear corner.
How did he spin out there? Wasn't he? That was awful early in the turn.
Maybe got a little loose going in, and then finally got away from him. We're going to ride on board with him.
We're going to find out how it happens. Just loose on entry, like you said. Does a good job getting back on the gas and keeping it out of that outside wall, and he suffering any more damage than he did. You hear the tire go flat there? He's got to make sure he doesn't get in too big of a hurry. That tire will blow out and he'll tear his fenders off.
So our first caution comes out on lap 21, and it's Jeffrey Earnhardt that brings out the yellow flag.
I'm afraid he's going to
with the right side for sure. See if we can take a look.
Oh, that's just a case where that truck started pushing with him a little bit in the center of the turn, and he didn't let off the gas, and he ran out of room exiting. I think these guys feel like...
Neither did Todd Bodine, just filled it up with fuel. Coming back to the strike, green flag back in the air.
Looks like Todd got a start where he can hang down on the inside of Kyle Busch. Going to race down into turn 1 side by side.
See if we can roll that thing down. Remember, all these guys up front on old tires. Todd has to chase it up the hill. Kyle's not going to get that spot.
A little bit of a wobble out of Bodine. Behind him, 4 wide. Battling for the 4th spot. And now it's Johnny Sauter that moves out in front.
How about Todd Bodine? Todd Bodine would love to get those 5 points.
Oh, sideways goes Todd Bodine. Can he save it right in front of Austin Dillon? Todd Bodine slides into the grass.
Hold it right there.
No contact made. How about that move coming out of 4?
Austin Dillon is the one I want to look at. How he got through there without running over the top of Todd Bodine. I don't know. He was right there.
Todd Bodine running so strong and then getting loose coming out of turn number 4.
But how does he spin like that in front of the entire field and everybody miss him? As we said, Kyle Busch was not going to give him that spot. When he drove around the outside of him, it just pulled it back and around. Something flew off of Todd's truck. You think maybe it was one of the Romeo windows?
Those are the triangular windows just behind the cab of the truck.
Hey, let's look at Skinner here. There's almost 2 wrecks at once. He gets into Shelby Howard, or Boyd's getting into him. You could see it already locked up the brakes. He thought he was going to crash. He's still crashing, but he's able to save the truck. And just right ahead of him, in the middle of all that, he had to figure out how to get around Todd Bodine, who was spinning off turn 4.
An incredible job by all those drivers to not have any more damage.
Shelby Howard also coming in, and problems for the 6 of Carl Long. He slides, looking like he was coming onto pit road. No caution. We stay green.
I think the officials, the officials will watch that if he gets that truck refired. He was racing pretty hard with, looked like John Jackson maybe in the 72 truck. Don't know if there was any contact. Carl does a nice job of keeping that truck out of the inside wall.
Locked it down. This is Jeffrey Earnhardt's view.
There we are right there. I think there was some contact. Looked like Carl may have got into John Jackson a little bit.
Oh, and
now we have
into the
trouble.
wall. Is that John Jackson?
No, I think that's a 0-1.
That's
82. Patty Rodenbach.
Patty Rodenbach. So hard contact for the 82, bringing out our 4th caution.
Guys, we're getting very, very close to the pit window. We've completed 91 laps. That means 59 laps to go. We said our pit window was somewhere between 50.
Basically on the same tires for the rest of the race. Oh, he just got sliding up the hill and hit Stacy Compton. Did you see Stacy?
And Stacy saved that.
How did he save that?
I said, well, we're gonna lose him out of our picture, crashing, and then he didn't crash.
Look how sideways Stacy is.
Completely sideways, and doesn't even hit the outside wall.
Did you see him with the gas wide open too? He had that thing spinning.
Listen to this, Michael. Let's listen to Stacy Compton. And that's how you keep him backing into the outside wall and spinning out.
And you heard him too, guys. He didn't just slam that gas down. He was working it.
Feathering it. That was really impressive.
Sounded like a top fuel card doing a burnout.
On the pit road, we see a few of the top trucks on pit road. Kentucky Speedway. Can he hang on? Does he have enough fuel? Johnny Sauter just 7 seconds back from Todd Bodine.
If that thing burps, Johnny Sauter's going to be there in a flash.
Bodine down the backstretch. He doesn't look as though he's slowing down. Can he make it? Another half lap at Kentucky. So good on the 1.5-mile racetracks. But he has never won at this racetrack. Coming through 3 and 4 and out of 4. Todd Bodine's going to win at Kentucky.
I tell you, he had a great truck, but that truck was maybe won by that pit call by Mike Hillman Jr. This race was won by him coming in on lap number 92 and rolling the dice.
What about all these?
Pace car has turned off. Crowd is on their feet as they come out of turn number 4 and make their way down towards the front straightaway. This crowd coming to life, and race number 14 of the NASCAR Nationwide Series is green. Down the back stretch, everybody so far nice and clean. Joey Logano with Justin Allgaier right behind him. Allgaier moved into second space, and boy, they're trying to open up some space already.
Oh, we got some trouble in turn 3 and 4.
Oh, we got a car sideways, and no, it's Brian Scott. Can he keep it off the wall? He just touches it. Now, will they bring out the caution? The caution is out.
Let's take a look at the replay here.
Keep an eye on the 11 on the high side there.
Yeah, you see it's just in a hurry. Beckett 3 wide off of turn 2. Now this is coming down the back straightaway into turn 3. And these guys are teammates at 38 and 11 car of Jason Leffler.
Oops, looks like they're trying to almost make it 4 wide. It just didn't work.
And Jason just got up into his teammate, the 11 car, all accidental. But man, Andy, it's a lot of racing the first corner going into turn 3, I thought. A little aggressive. And that is bad when it's your teammate that takes you out.
All right, let's go on board with Brian Scott, and this is what he saw as he does some damage to the back of that number 11, and that's what it looked like, and that's what it sounded like. You see what's happened to Willie Allen. We are under our 3rd caution, just happened moments ago here at Kentucky Speedway, as we have completed 74 of 200 laps, and Willie trying to get back to pit road, but it's not going to matter whether he does or doesn't. That car is
Hold up. Cut it off. We don't want to tear the motor.
Finished 15th last week after being 2 laps down. Let's take a look and see what happened, guys.
Let's follow these guys down in the corner. Looks like Willie's getting ready to pass the 99 of Bain, but he just gets in a little deep.
touches the left rear of Trevor's car and spins. And, man, I hate that. This is a guy needing a break, a good driver, qualified good for this race.
And having a good run.
Yeah.
Lead lap. Here come the leader.
That's what's left of Taylor Malsom's car. Our fourth caution as he has tagged the wall hard after losing control in the corner. And, boy, a lot of damage, but he got on the radio and told everybody he was okay. Take a look here, and we'll go through it.
Yeah, these two cars have been racing each other for quite a few laps. That's Coleman Presley on the outside. Like Malsom got just in the left rear of Coleman Presley. Man, the car went around on him hard.
He was running 15th at the time and coming off an 11th place finish last week in his Nationwide Series debut at Nashville.
Well, use that car up.
Let's take a look at this one more time as he gets down into turn one. These two just coming together at this point. It looks like Taylor's pretty high up on the racetrack. It looks like he couldn't get the car to turn down and got into the left rear. You see all the Goodyear markings on Coleman Presley's left rear tire rubbed off because of the collision.
And there's Taylor out and walking under his own power as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Well, let's shift off on that. Being told that since we're so close to going green, we don't want to miss the start for you. Up front, let's reset it for you. Scott Wimmer did not pit, so he stayed out, and it'll be Joey Logano, then Allgaier, Edwards, Sorensen, Bliss, Eichler. That is your top 7. And we're racing again with 63 to go. Look out! Somebody is going for a ride, and it is the 6 of Brian Eichler.
Caution, caution.
Take a look, see if we can see what happened.
You see Allgaier in that inside lane right there. Looks like he got in the back of Wimmer just a little and maybe missed a shift.
Yeah, that car just did not go on the bottom of the racetrack. Initially took off, and then maybe when he went from second to third gear, Andy, it just didn't go.
But watch what happens to Eichler there.
So he pulls out a line and then just, like he missed a shift.
See, Brad Coleman gets in the back of him, but there's nothing Coleman could do.
No, it's just a stack up behind the 12 car.
Boy, and Eichler had his best position of the night. He was up to 7th on the restart, and there he goes.
12 car's got damage on the right rear. Reed Sorensen.
Let's ride on board with Allgaier. Let's just listen, see if we can hear.
Ready. Not yet. Green flag. Outside.
Definitely missed a gear.
Where's your line down here? Hold it on the bottom. Hold it on the bottom. Caution's out.
And he's up there again.
Well, I can tell you one thing, with 57 laps to go, these cats are running out of time.
Oh, no. Eichler has now backed it into the wall. Oh, Jack Roush is not going to be happy.
This is actually Colin Brown.
I'm sorry, Colin Brown.
No, that's Eichler.
Yeah, it's a 6. We have wrong font there, guys.
There we go.
There we go.
Eichler. Just up out of the groove.
Yeah, he just gets way too high on the track, loses the grip. And, I was about to say, Andy, I haven't seen the top groove come in at all tonight like we see at a lot of these racetracks. There's just no grip up there.
I'm thinking this new tire that Goodyear brought here is, you can see how it's rubbered the bottom groove in pretty well. And it just hasn't widened the groove out because it's taking rubber so well on the bottom.
Gone has moved up to 5th, and you can see what's jamming up behind him. Look at Michael Annette diving down the low side. We got 3 wide. That's Menard in the middle. Look out! They're going around. Whoa! Oh man, Michael Annette gets swept up.
Got the left rear pretty good.
3 really good cars. Guys, cautions breed cautions, and intensity level sky high right now with this weather coming in.
Bring it back to you hard right.
Marvelous job. Let's take another look.
Yeah, it looked like Jason Leffler kind of cut across the nose of Paul Menard, and that just triggers the whole thing.
Everybody else manages to stay low. Here's another view.
Looks like the 98 just actually got loose. You see that?
Yeah, it could have been a little bit of that too. Kind of the first look, it looked like maybe Leffler turned down, but looking at that angle, it's like Paul may have had to make a correction and got up in the left rear. Man, hard lick for Leffler.
Well, entering today, Leffler had 4 DNFs. It looks like this one might be number 5 because that thing is hurt. He's climbing out.
He didn't even get his water good and hot, and he was on pit road. Oh, got one going around.
Josh Richards into the outside wall.
The 51 of Josh Richards slams into the outside wall, brings out our first caution on lap number 4.
Looked like it on the inside of...
It's David Starr, I believe.
And he just hits those bumps, goes up the hill a little bit. Didn't want to get into David Starr. Cranked that thing to the left a little bit, Phil, and away it went.
The second he turned left, the back end came around.
Did you see that contact with that outside one? Man, that thing flew up in the air.
Another shot. You see him get loose there underneath the David Starr. Really difficult and challenging with these trucks to be on the inside, dead side by side with somebody. It robs so much air off that rear spoiler.
Let's go inside of Johnny Sauter's truck and ride along with Johnny and see what he sees. You can see Richards just up ahead. He gets loose. Look at Johnny. Ooh, I'm going to hold it low.
Yeah, only out of the gas for a second. Gets right back in and knowing he needs to get by. Kevin Harvick Incorporated wants it bad as the smoke continues to roll out of there, but that's the decision. Right front goes down and Sieg into the wall.
That's one of those situations when you've got into the outside wall already. There's no sense just prolonging the agony. Just go ahead and come to pit road, just like Parker Kligerman did. Take your
coming off turn 4, just gets high up into the marbles, the loose rubber, and into the outside wall.
You see the smoke right there. That's when the spotter says, "Okay, Ryan, come on, take that thing to pit road. You've got a tire rub." And this is the second one after that tire goes and deflates.
That was a major tire rub.
Yeah.
He clobbered the wall. You got to come to pit road after that.
So Ryan Sieg brings out caution number 2. We'll ride along with Jason White.
That's the first incident right there up ahead. You see Ryan get into the outside wall, racing with Parker Kligerman in the 29 Dodge.
Look at all that smoke. That's tire smoke. He should have just backed out of the throttle there and tried to find him a hole to get to the bottom, and certainly didn't need to be running that hard trying to prolong the obvious.
We've seen a lot of trucks make contact with the outside wall and able to continue, but with that much smoke, you know that's a recipe for disaster right there.
It was inevitable, and it ended up that way as he got into the wall. And
Dylan Michael, you mentioned before. Oh, there it goes.
Around goes Miguel Paludo, catches the 29 of Parker Kligerman, both of them into the wall.
Paludo got a little bit loose on the inside of another. Oh, Max Pappas.
Pappas trying to go between the 29 and the 7. Contact is made. We see Todd Bodine trying to avoid that 9 of Pappas.
Sorry, guys, got loose up there.
Man, hearing me, that's Paludo right there. Said, "Sorry, guys, I got loose down there." Really took out that 29 truck of Parker Kligerman. Horrible break for Parker, and then Max came along with a racetrack blocked and made Paludo on the inside of Justin Lofton.
Watch him start wobbling soon as he enters the corner, Phil, and he just tries to stay off Lofton, and unfortunately for Kligerman, he wasn't able to keep control of his truck.
Yeah, nice save by Justin Lofton. Keep watching this now. Max Pappas is going to come along here. He was trying to go between him, and Parker was coming down the racetrack a little bit. Looked like he had a lot of speed there.
Yeah, but he wasn't going a lot faster than all the trucks around him. Like we said, you dive down in the corner, you were wide open committing to the corner, and it's just hard to get low down that quickly. And Max wasn't going any faster than the rest of the guys, but he just didn't have anywhere to go.
Miguel Paludo, Justin Lofton, they're battling for the 7th spot when that happened.
Yeah, tough break. We've seen it so many times. We saw it early with Josh Richards. Miguel on the bottom of another truck. Lost the back end when he got down to the corner. Had to chase it up the hill. Made contact with Parker. Here goes Max. It looked like if Parker's truck would have stayed up there, Max would have had room. But unfortunately, didn't happen.
You could see just behind Max, there's Joey Coulter doing an amazing job of getting that truck whipped to the high side. And then Tom Bodine, he almost hits Max Pappas, and they were basically stopped at that point.
It looked like Joey, as you see the contact right there between Paludo and Kligerman. It looks like Joey Coulter and Max were running the exact same speed, but unfortunately for Max, he got there first.
Watch the job Joey does.
And Todd to avoid Max.
Crafton's ride, he has a little bit of a crazy ride down here on the apron.
You heard him. You heard Matt Crafton grab 3rd gear down there, downshifted.
About a 2.2 second lead over Austin Dillon, who's taken over the 2nd spot now. And around goes Ross Chastain in the 66. No caution as of yet. Still trying to get up to speed. He's right in front of the grandstands. Can he get it fired?
Out. He's up here.
No, the caution will come out as Nelson Piquet Jr. will go by almost at speed down at the bottom of the racetrack as the 66 is up high.
Ross, front tires flat on that truck.
That's kind of strange looking. What?
Yeah, look, is the left rear tire down on that truck? No, it's not down.
So.
Left front just blew out.
Yeah, I think he had some damage to the right rear. Maybe got into the outside wall.
You see him all by himself there. Got a little bit loose.
Oh, yep, there you go.
Overcorrected, chased it again.
He's been loose a lot,
yeah.
Phil.
He tagged the wall. He makes a little bit of contact with the outside wall right there, but could have been a lot worse.
Talking to him before the race started tonight, said he never...
White flag goes in the air. 1 lap remaining in Kentucky.
Been a lot of different drivers winning that 2-truck this year. Will Ron Hornaday's name be added to that list?
What about Ron stepping up and saying, I can drive this 2-truck to victory lane as well? He's got about 10 truck lengths on Austin Dillon as they head into 3.
Hornaday, 2 wins already this season. Texas and Atlanta, both mile-and-a-half tracks. Will he add Kentucky to it? This will be his 3rd win in Kentucky if he holds on. Coming out of 4. Ron Hornaday wins career race number 50.
Thank you. Gosh darn, guys. You guys are awesome. Good pit call.
Whoa. Trouble.
Yes, it is. I thought for a second he was going to keep it off of there.
Well, we've seen Kyle Busch in the past go to the back of the pack.
He did last night.
Yes, and win the race. We've seen his back up against the wall before, and that almost makes him as dangerous as can be. Let's take a look at the replay.
Goes down into turn 3 and 4, up the racetrack a little bit. Just gets to hopping a little bit, bounces loose. He tried his best to keep it off the wall, but there just was no way, so they will have to go to a backup car without any laps of practice until they drop the green flag.
And once again, guys, this looks bad right now for the number 18, but we've seen this happen before. Sometimes when this guy's back is up against the wall, he's at his best.
Oh, he is definitely at his best. And again, that car, he came in and carried a lot of speed, and all of a sudden that thing just hopped up the racetrack, and he lost grip, and there was nothing he could do about it.
Out by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He was running 6th. Let's take a look and see exactly what happened to him.
He's acting like he's got a flat tire right there.
All right, come on down pit road.
He was trying to get it on pit road, just carried too much speed on the apron.
Yeah. I believe that might have had a left rear tire that had gone down.
Finished 20.
Okay? Fine. Cut a tire here.
Finished 27th last week, and this is going to drop him back in the field. He did get it refired, but he is a lap down. Back here at Kentucky Speedway, a 2-car incident brings out our 3rd caution, one involving Robert Richardson, and tough luck again for the 11 of Brian Scott. He was running in
31. Dave Burns, Vince, he just got past Casey Kane in that green number 7. And he hasn't been feeling that great about the handling, but he just radioed in about 3 laps ago. You know, the better I run, the longer I run, the better it gets. I seem to be gaining grip. Could it be that nighttime thing Rusty was talking about?
Put it up high. Now just come back down. Watch it. Right there in front of you. Keep coming. Keep coming.
23 of Robert Richardson has smashed the back half of that car.
Yeah, he definitely shortened it up that time.
2nd incident that he has been involved in. Remember the last one he was in with Brian Scott, and that looks like a hybrid right now.
Yeah, he finished it off there. Woo. Man, look at that.
Looks like an old Volkswagen.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lick.
So this is our 5th caution, as we are now with 67 laps to go, and it looks like Robert's not going to be able to get it back to pit lane. Now, 67, that's still outside the window for being able to make this.
Yeah, but you're going to have to set yourself up for the end of the race. You need to make a pit stop here to kind of set the stage for maybe making a late race gas stop.
All right, well, here's the view we have as we go on board with Jason Leffler now. Keep an eye up front.
See, up in that gray area right there, he's trying to give those cars below him a little bit of room, but
gave him a little too much.
Grip. Yes.
And we mentioned how it looked at the end result.
It's about 3 feet shorter than it started.
We can tell you Derek Cope's going to get the lucky dog, but he's 2 laps down. He'll in 9th position. You can see the damage to the back end of both these cars. Happened over in turn number 2.
See him side by side here. Brian Scott was trying to go around the 23. Looks like he just, plastic case is getting a little bit loose. You get on the inside at that speed, takes some air off. On board from Casey Kane.
You see right there, that's a real tricky part of the racetrack, going over that bump, especially if you got the car pretty free.
And then you up ninth. Here comes the white flag lap. Can he make it a mile and a half?
It's going to be a long mile and a half.
Are we shut off? 1 to 2. 3 seconds.
Did I hear him say we ran out? Somebody said it, but we're going to find out. The 22.
It's still pulling on the back straightaway.
Still got power. And a 2.5 second lead as they head down into the final corners. What a great
Harvick's going to make it too.
Fuel strategy as Brad Keselowski is going to get the win, his 13th in Nationwide Series competition. Harvick comes home in second.
5 to go. Inside, spin here, stay low, come on. Caution down. Great eyes, man.
Caution out for Clint Boyer, who goes into the wall, our 6th of the night. And it happens with 6 laps remaining here at Kentucky.
It just caps off a miserable night for him because he was not having a good time tonight.
No, and obviously it's hard to tell, but I mean, whether somebody got into him or not, but he has had one of the worst nights these guys have had all year, because they had gotten really consistent of being 8th to about 12th or 13th. He's just
got way up high. It looks like
you see the black marks. You can go back and see the black marks if we can see that again. He just went in, and when he went in, he got up, and the car just began to rotate way early into the corner. Yeah, that's the tail end of it. He had already rotated up out of the groove, up into the gray stuff, and there's just nothing there.
Clint going to take a big hit in the points. Came in 9th and now 12th as you ride on board with Tony Stewart and look back.
10 away.
Oh, his tire came apart.
Wow.
Here's your problem. Let's go back to see that, because that's the carcass.
On the restart there.
If you saw on the 9 car here out of the back of Tony's car, that's the carcass, it looks like, off of the 33 car. The 33 obviously had a flat when he goes off in the corner, and the carcass ends up on the 9 car of Marcos Ambrose. We're not seeing it, but it's already happened at this point in time.
And there again, that's a lot of that coming down, not getting tires or getting fuel only, or there's so much trash and debris down on that apron. And it's hard to avoid. You can hardly even see that stuff when you're down there, especially in a night race.
Number of drivers making pit stops. All clear. Big time trouble for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Left front tire.
Left side, guys. Left side.
Just came off the pit lane.
And we get the caution.
Yeah.
Our 5th of the night, and boy, does this make things interesting. David Rudeman had yet to make his green flag pit stop.
But they just changed right sides probably on that pit stop. So he probably picked something up coming in or out of the pits.
Yes.
So you see Dale Jr. pitting here to repair the damage.
And let's watch.
Here's when he came in under green.
Gas only, ready, jump in.
Gas only.
Leave on me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, hold on. Go.
And
4,200.
when you're on old tires, and if you don't change the tires, the danger is picking up something right here. This is where all the garbage and the dirt and pistons off of Jamie McMurray's edge hit land down here.
And it was just a gas and go. He leaves pit road, he runs up on the apron, and instantly it comes apart.
Yeah.
So it went flat from the time he left pit road or left his pit stall there.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the first car 1 lap down. He receives the free pass. He was running in the 7th position. So we'll have 7 cars on the lead lap.
Speed. Caution comes out, and a big accident there for the 09 of John West Townley. You see the back end of that truck almost completely gone.
You make pretty hard contact because of the 14-degree banking here. There's not enough bank to really catch you. If you get that thing sideways in the corner, you have a tendency to go out on that outside wall.
See if he just had it get away from him, or if somebody got into him.
Middle of our screen, he's got a little bit sideways right in the center as he was getting ready to get back in the throttle to exit the corner. And as we say, these relatively flat banks, these 14-degree banks, nothing much to hold it. All the way up to the 5th spot already from starting 17th.
Timothy Peters moving up the racetrack and into the wall, the 0-1 of Jake Crum. Very similar looking truck to what we saw in the 0-9 of John West Townley, backing it in. We take another look at why we're under caution.
Look on the inside. The 0-1's on the inside of Ty Dillon. Loses control. Ty does an incredible job saving that truck as Jake Crum made contact with him as he slid up the racetrack.
You know, either Ty has a good feel of that truck and felt that 0-1 coming, or his spotter did a nice job giving him a heads up, because you could see Ty had already started up the racetrack, giving the 0-1 of Jake Crum a lot of room, and it's a good thing he did, because he barely got out of that thing.
You could see the give and that safer barrier did his job. Right now is being shown in the 18th spot.
We just saw David Starr pull away from him. And around goes Todd Bodine and Nelson Piquet Jr. Nelson Piquet Jr. into the wall. Down he gets to the 6 of Justin Lofton. More trucks coming in. 10th position is what was happening here as we see it once again.
Todd jumps to the bottom. Looked like he was pretty much up beside Justin.
Look at this young man, Kyle Larson. He just snakes his way through there.
Wow.
He said, they don't do this on a quarter mile. This is crazy out here.
At 155 miles an hour.
Look at him snake through there. And also Cale Gale, Dakota Armstrong, all those guys doing a great job.
Tim George missing Dakota Armstrong as he veered to avoid this incident.
A lot of damage to the 11 truck, the 30.
Watch this decision Todd makes. He just says, I'm going inside.
I'm not sure Justin really knew he was there. He did not run into him, but he squeezed him all the way down to the bottom. Some great driving by a bunch of guys to avoid this. Watch Caleb Holman go in between those trucks.
I think Kyle Larson's mad at it when he saw what was happening. He said, I see a hole and I'm going for it. He made it through it.
A little bit of low air pressure on these new tires.
Around goes Cale Gale. And the 29 of Parker Kligerman looks as though he got into the wall.
Straight, hold on. Spin it, log it out. Good job.
Oh, good job to the very end. It looked like he had that baby saved.
There's Kyle down on the bottom of the racetrack. He gets loose on the bottom, has to chase it up the hill, runs out of room, made contact with Cale.
Watch this job that Cale does. Uses the wall a little bit as an assist. Looks like he's heading in the right direction, but it just was out of control on him. And so close to keeping it out of that wall. Bam, right at the end.
See, Kyle Larson now drives down to the inside. He needs more racetrack because he gets loose down there. He chases it up the hill, then he makes contact with Cale. Watch Parker Kligerman. He had nowhere to go. He got up in the loose stuff and made slight contact with the outside wall.
He'd already hit the wall about that hard once before, so didn't seem to hurt him too bad before. Is it that bad for Parker Kligerman? Yeah. He'll probably come to pit road and pull the fenders out. Nothing to lose. Doesn't have any track position.
Yeah, these things take a pretty good beating, don't they?
They do nowadays. Between the safer barrier and the way they're constructed along that right side.
He'll see the white flag one more time around for the 31.
Matt Crafton all over the back of Ty Dillon. He's got about 3/4 of a lap to try to get it done.
Keselowski to the bottom of the racetrack, holding on to second. The battle for third. Ty Dillon just in front of the 88 of Matt Crafton. Keselowski holding on to second. Now here comes the 3 of Ty Dillon. A hard charge by the 88. The battle for third is on, working through 3 and 4 as they battle for position. It's going to be the 31. James Buescher winning at Kentucky.
They're going to be side by side for that third spot.
Very close. It goes to Ty Dillon for third. Keselowski has second. Crafton's going to finish in the 4th spot. Peters is 5th. Sauter and Coulter your top 7.
Straighter, folks.
He gets just a little bit free. He does a pretty good job after the fact.
I thought it was a pretty good job. Almost pulled right into his pit stall.
He missed the cone. Safe.
Get it fixed up.
Slid into home base. Here's a look at what happened. Ooh, contact there from
got a little
Hill.
push.
What's a crush panel for if you don't crush it? Man, he hit him pretty well there. Got him loose, and that's a really bad spot. You already got the car arcing out as hard as you can to go into the wall. And
that brings it net around with just a few cars.
That's just right behind that 30. Just
No
right behind
green-white checker to worry about. Final lap for Austin Dillon. Earlier we saw the focus in the eyes, the concentration with this fast race car around this difficult track. He's going to bring it home.
man, he has just done a great job tonight. Got one more corner to navigate. It's never over until it's over.
Dominant, and the first Nationwide Series win, car 3 to the checkered flag. Austin Dillon is a Nationwide Series race winner.
Yeah! This is going to be a longer stop. He's going to have to go through a startup sequence to get the 18 going again, but he's going to lose quite a bit of track position here.
And we have caution. Ryan Newman has popped the wall. That's his Tornadoes machine, and right behind him, damage for Regan Smith.
It blew up. It blew up.
Yeah, I saw a couple of those guys really high in 1 and 2, which probably was a bunch of oil down there, because when I looked up and saw Newman in the wall, there were about 2 guys scraping the wall up there as well.
All we could hear was Jimmy. We couldn't hear about the motor.
That was Tony Gibson, the crew chief, talking to driver Ryan Newman. Our 4th caution of the night. Let's go back and see if we can figure out what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when you get that kind of, see the fluid down there on the racetrack.
Yeah, and I think the 78 car just saw him come up the racetrack, locked the thing up, and went up the racetrack into the wall, or got into oil early.
Yeah, let's just listen to him lock up.
We just crashed here, guys. Yeah, it blew up inside.
Look at all the oil down behind that thing. It could, there's nothing you can do when it hits the rear tires. Then everybody else comes through there running on it too, and hang on.
This was a place, if he would have been in the right position.
Points-wise, it doesn't matter.
Points-wise, it doesn't matter, but a W in the column would have put him in the chase.
Final lap for Brad Keselowski. Onto the back straightaway, trying to save fuel.
Tell me, please. Plenty of room, you can coast around.
And he's feeling good now.
Great job by Brad.
Brad Keselowski going to become the first driver to get the hat trick in 2012.
Come get that flag. We'll exchange it for another one, bud.
His 3rd win of the year coming at Kentucky.
Great job, Paul. Great job, everybody. Hard work equals results. Y'all did it. I know this is a hell of a weekend with a lot of work, but this is what you get when you work hard, guys.
He ran all 3 races here this weekend.
Trying to battle for that 2nd position.
Look at Joey Coulter now. He's back a couple spots. He lost a couple spots on that restart. Johnny Sauter also backing up. Johnny spinning.
And around they go. Johnny Sauter into the wall as well as Tim George. He has contact.
Todd Bodine spins again as well. Todd's back. He's definitely got a tire going
Looked
down.
like maybe left rear, Michael.
Wow, what a job by Brennan Newberry getting by, but there was nowhere for Tim George to go, and you saw Todd Bodine clipping him too as he goes by. Let's watch this tire. Listen as this tire goes down. He knows he's in trouble.
2 of Tim George came in.
The second bounce was Todd Bodine clipping him as well.
Yeah, nothing for those guys. Nothing could have been done there.
So the hits keep coming for the 13 team in 2012. Todd Bodine also with issues, right?
The damage on this number 11 Toyota Care Tundra is very extensive.
Coulter, your top 5.
Oh, caution. We got a spinner up in turn 4. That's Brian Silas. We saw him up front on the last street. I think he goes up top. I believe that truck is. I think that it was a hard pass for him to make. He had to run side by side for a whole lap. I think he's on the outside.
He's got a very fast RCR Chevrolet coming, though. Joey Coulter was about a 10th and a half.
Around. We've got spinning trucks. Timothy Peters backs it into the wall. One of our point contenders. Also involved the 8 of Max Gresham. That Food City Ford. The 5 of John King.
John King got involved in that late when the trucks bounced off the outside.
Including the 17. Let's take another look.
May have been some contact between the 8 of Gresham and the 17 of Timothy Peters.
Wow, did you see the job Johnny Sauter did? He slowed down to miss the truck. We saw John King watch the truck fly by Johnny Sauter. A couple of them. There goes John King late by Sauter.
Right along with Johnny.
Watch the job he does. He sees the wreck developing. Evidently John King couldn't see what was happening ahead.
You see Gresham move up the racetrack. That initiated the contact.
Watch how fast these trucks go by on the bottom, and boom. Clobbers Timothy Peters.
Yeah, certainly a lot of damage to that 17 truck.
Watch this late contact by John King. Wham! Knocked him up in the air.
Launches that 17 into the air.
That's a case where you need to make sure you're cognizant of the smoke, what's going on. Maybe you couldn't see entering the corner, but we saw how slow Johnny Sauter got.
Has a 3.3 second lead over Ryan Blaney now, but the battle continues.
Oh, he's
back almost. Around goes Kligerman in the 7. Stays off of the wall, into the grass. Caution comes out once again.
The front end of the truck didn't dig into the grass. I don't believe I'd stop there, though. His tires aren't flat. Yeah, keep her going. Let's catch up to the end of the field. Come in and get our time.
Damage to the 7, but let's look again how close it was between he and John West Townley.
Just right up on the side of the 09 truck, and around goes Parker Kligerman. That happened so fast. I mean, he hardly had time to react.
Do you think maybe that he got closer than he intended and maybe jerked the steering wheel left to stay off of John West?
Well, if that's what he did, John West said thank you, because they were on a collision course.
Does a nice job of getting that truck on off the racetrack.
And very fortunate when it goes. Watch Ty Dillon here. See what he sees. He sees a mess.
He sees a lot of smoke. That's a great view when you emerge on the other side of the smoke and you see nothing in front of you.
So the caution comes out for the 6th time. We've already had 35 laps under caution.
There's another view of it. As you mentioned, he just charged up so quickly, pulled right up to his left rear quarter panel.
You know, we talk about how frustrating it is just to be able to creep up there and almost get the pass made, but not be able to quite complete it. He had an opening there, tried to jump through that opening, and turned around the wrong direction. That's the 2nd week in a row that cat spun around when he had looks like maybe a right front problem with the 23 gun broker doc, Justin Lofton. Justin Lofton as well. There's a lot of guys.
It's Kentucky to go.
There's a battle for 3rd. Ty Dillon has a little bit of breathing room right now over Joey Coulter.
Coulter's been trying to peek to the outside of Dillon. Now he just settles in behind Ty.
We talk about how good the 11 of Todd Bodine has been on 1.5-mile racetracks. Well, in 2012, the one who has been dominant on 1.5 miles is the 31 of Busher. Busher is going to win at Kentucky.
Next week. Thank you.
That sounds good. Let's do that again next week.
Busher sweeps the races here at Kentucky. How about this? Ryan Blaney just in front of the 30 of Nelson Piquet Jr. And a little contact there.
21 here in June, but everybody else had caught up to him.
Drew Herring has to get out of the throttle as he got down low but couldn't hold it. Got a spin up in the turn 4 area. That's Brad Sweet, and everybody's trying to split him.
What a scramble.
As the caution is out for the 2nd time here.
Hey, Marty, this is a trend that started.
Catch up where we can. It's already started.
He's got the car locked down, doesn't make contact with the outside wall, and then everyone else takes a defensive approach. It looks like he got in the corner a little bit hot and maybe actually had to chase the back of the car.
Let's go on board with Dave. Elliott Sadler going after Justin Allgaier, takes over the 3rd position now. So it's Dillon, Hornish, and Sadler.
Caution's out.
And we've got caution again on the racetrack.
Yeah, same turn 3.
And this time it is Drew Herring, as he is doing some agricultural racing with the splitter.
That has been the trouble turn for sure.
I can feel.
It looks like the 43 got a piece of it. It's like the 43 got a piece of it.
That went from bad to worse because Ricky pushing too hard, steps over the line and spanks the wall, and then comes in with a lot of damage on the right side, including
the way he reacts to his. Oh, we got a
big spin down the front straightaway there. That's the 19 of Taylor Malsum, and he's coming back up on the track.
And don't know if he got a piece of the wall off of 4 or not, but boy, he shot across the infield.
Well, and this comes at an opportune time because we were getting ready for green flag pit stops.
Pants and from his hands. Oh, we got a 14 car sliding across the infield here.
Eric McClure has spun it going right through the mid part of the infield, and the 6th caution of the day is now out with 40 laps to go. Flag has 1 more lap to go. This is going to be a nice birthday present because Richard had his birthday yesterday, and he said, I'm holding at 29, guys. That's all I'm admitting to.
I'll tell you what, I can't keep up with him.
Well, right now, nobody can keep up with grandson, Austin Dillon. As Austin has won here back in June, leading all but 8 laps. Today, he's going to lead a total of 65, including the most important one. We're in Kentucky. Down the stretch he comes.
Boss. And the caution will come out early. We got issues through turns 1 and 2. It looks as though Brendan Newberry in the 24.
Oh, there.
We got another fire.
I don't have a shifter, nothing.
Looks like the transmission might be dragging on the ground.
He said the
You blow the
transmission.
motor up? Yeah, I'm holding the shifter in my hand here, dude. Like literally it's out of the transmission.
That sounds a whole lot like a missed shift.
See it smoking already. That looks like he was probably about time to go from the 2-3 shift. I think that transmission is dragging the ground.
Look at that move by Matt Crafton. That's a serious power move down into turn 1. He made it work.
Now it'll depend on the loop as far as where Matt Crafton will be scored, which loop he went over when the caution came out.
By the time they came off turn 2, as you see,
There's
some
the drive
piece of a
shaft.
drive shaft.
Fast he is too. Oh, there goes.
Around goes John West Townley sideways. He's going to be able to save it. What a move by John West Townley.
See, Brad drives to the. He's loose before Brad ever even gets to him.
No, it didn't have anything to do with Brad, but watch this. That's what you do. You never give up driving.
Junior fighting for that 3rd position. We see Bubba Wallace move to the inside.
Whoa, watch it, Bubba.
And contact is made. Around goes Bubba Wallace.
We're in the fence.
Boy, Ryan Blaney drove right down beside Bubba Wall and just took the air immediately off the.
Watch when they get to turn 3 and see. That's really early in the corner, and it just looks like Bubba didn't ever get to the left enough.
Yeah, Ryan really was at the top of the block, it looked like. Well, pretty much the middle. There was some room down on the bottom.
He could have gotten lower, but you know, you can't just whip these things to the left either. We're talking speeds over 170 miles an hour, and he's
going to be loose here anyway.
And you can just see he never could get over, he never got the front end over.
He started loose getting in, and it looked like he chased it up the racetrack, and there was Ryan Blaney there, nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think that's why he didn't get down to the bottom, Michael, because he was already loose.
With Brad Keselowski. The big story with Brad, never has won in the Camping World Truck Series. This is where his career started, and we've got Brian Silas in the 99 around.
That's all going to be a moot point.
Yeah. That you've got a good enough truck to hang up the front.
Or as we watch Brian Silas turn around here, or stay on the racetrack. Rely on these caution laps to give you the extra mileage you're going to need, and you'll definitely have the track position then.
I'd say everybody will.
Ty Dillon, this time by. White flag in the air, 1.5 miles to go.
Last win. Oh, we got a spin off turn 4 into the wall.
A hard hit. That's the 18
Joey
of Joey Coulter that slams into the wall. This is the final lap. He's already taken the white flag.
No caution. Coulter made it onto pit road, so NASCAR doesn't throw the caution. They can race it back.
They'll come all the way back. We've got Ty Dillon out in front. A great battle continues for the 3rd spot on the right side of your screen. Busher trying to make the move on Kyle Busch. This final lap. Here comes Ty Dillon. Dillon wins his 2nd Camping World Truck Series race.
What about Busher? Is he going to make the move? He's down on the inside. He's got him right now.
Keselowski finishes 2nd. The battle for 3rd goes to Kyle Busch.
Just barely. What an outstanding chase by James Busher to try to get that 3rd spot.
Ryan Blaney coming home in the 5th position. It was Timothy Peters, Miguel Paludo.
Just start to a lot of things. Wow, I'm so proud of you guys. You're awesome.
The start to a place finish. And there's the battle for position. Joey Coulter was inside of Herman Quiroga. And around he went. We've seen it a couple times tonight.
Yeah, saw it out of a teammate to Joey Coulter, Bubba Wallace. See, classic situation of the truck on the inside.
And around goes Jeremy Clemmer.
Hard into the outside wall.
We heard from Jeremy before he climbed into that 51, and he will not be happy about this qualifying performance. Lost that car and slams the back end into the wall.
That is what you call a hard lick right there, Rick. I mean, that is about as flat as you can hit one. That car is totally destroyed.
And that was just coming out of turn 2.
Looks like Jeremy's going to drive it back to the garage.
And surprised he can.
Well, the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about doing that is if you hit that hard, did it make any contact with the rear trailing arms and stuff if you got a bent drive shaft or something like that?
Wow. Hard hitting that safer barrier. See him down there. He talked about how much character this racetrack has. Look right about the tunnel area, Jeff, and it's like more than likely the bumps induced that that looseness, and around the thing went.
And around goes Jeremy Clemmer.
Hard into the outside wall.
We heard from Jeremy before he climbed into that 51, and he will not be happy about this qualifying performance. Lost that car and slams the back end into the wall.
That is what you call a hard lick right there, Rick. I mean, that is about as flat as you can hit one. That car is totally destroyed.
And that was just coming out of turn 2.
Looks like Jeremy's going to drive it back to the garage.
And surprised he can.
Well, the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous about doing that is if you hit that hard, did it make any contact with the rear trailing arms and stuff if you got a bent drive shaft or something like that?
Wow. Hard hitting that safer barrier. See him down there. He talked about how much character this racetrack has. Look right about the tunnel area, Jeff, and it's like more than likely the bumps induced that that looseness, and around the thing went.
You see right there. Trouble, turn 2. Brad Sweet.
Hang on, lock it down, lock it down, lock it down. You got a few to come by.
And going to get away with it.
Get it fired up here.
He's already around by the time we catch this. Amazing, he didn't hit anything.
Watch it up ahead here. He's low, he's low. Watch him come up the track. All clear.
To go. He's been solid, not spectacular, but they continue to get the job done. They've got themselves. We got a spin here on the front, just off of turn 4.
Carl Long winds up at the entrance to the pit road, and the yellow flag is out. Third in a quick series of cautions that again puts the crew chiefs on the spot.
When it went from day to night, that 22 car just came alive. They planned for it.
It really did. We talked about it a lot. You saw Kyle Busch just check out early. I mean, that happens a lot at this racetrack. Well, we are seeing a burnout. Are we going to see any smoke, though? Are we just going to see tires spinning in circles?
It's all right.
That's cool.
Take it.
All right.
A little bit of smoke.
Look at him. He's having fun. He's never done it in the rain before, I don't
He
think.
said earlier that he's never won a rain race. Well, add it to the list of firsts for the reigning Sprint Cup Series champion.
Yeah, Kyle's car was really a good short run car. Brad was really
stick off the front of his car, and he's losing ground in a hurry. It doesn't look like much when you look at it, but man, it's
another
a
spinner. That's Brad Keselowski going around.
This could be ugly.
Back up across the track. Big damage. A number of cars collected. Dave Blaney, Greg Biffle.
And whenever
And
you
the
see a
Biffle
car
machine
coming
on
back across
fire.
the racetrack like that, you know it's going to be a bad deal. He got tagged by Kurt Busch, went down on the apron. When he came back up on the racetrack, he got into the left rear of Brad. Nothing Brad could do, like you said. At that point, Brad's for the ride.
goes along for the ride and tore up a lot of race cars right there. Watch the 78 car goes down on the apron, then he comes sliding back up and he just turns the 2 car.
And it is a very harsh transition. We saw it during some of the qualifying laps. A harsh transition from the flat up to the race, back up onto the racetrack.
Yeah, but that was just a big misjudgment there on 78 car. Kurt just came up and, I mean, he was pretty far up on the 2 car.
Yes.
Right on board with Kurt Busch. Just coming off the turn 4, heading to the start-finish line. Caution out for the 4th time at Kentucky. Our 4th caution of the day has turned into a red flag. 7 cars involved in an accident that got started when Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski got together, headed toward turn 1 off the tri-oval.
He had a good run on the 56 car. He gets down there on the flat, and when you watch the transition from the flat back to the banking, the car just shoots up the racetrack. I mean, you know, listen, he misjudged it, but obviously he was not expecting that thing to take off and fly back up onto the banking, which, you know, got him into the 2 car.
Yeah, and when you watch that in slow-mo, just like you do, you watch the car bounce in the rear and take off up the racetrack. It was just poor judgment to be down on the flat at that point in time and try to do something. And I think he just misjudged it and the transition. Double hurt.
And here
up there,
Denny Hamlin going wide off the corner, led a bunch of laps here a year ago.
And he's got an issue.
There goes the carcass off the 11 car and right in the grill of Earnhardt and the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson.
Both Hendrick cars hit him.
Ran over that station.
It looked like it's crushed the right side a little bit, Kyle, but he may have gotten...
There goes Brian Vickers hard into the wall. Caution out with 26 laps to go.
This is the Caroga turned Eric Jones around.
Caution comes out. The 51 had bobbled just as he was coming out of turn number 2, and I think Caroga was still hard on the gas.
Wow, a lot of damage to Eric Jones' truck. I really think Bubba made a mistake restarting from the inside, guys. Wow.
And a wrecked truck for Eric Jones racing.
The guys behind him are gonna try to make a move on him.
It definitely wasn't intentional on Caroga's part, I don't believe. I think he just was dead on the gas, and as soon as Eric Jones bobbled, check this angle out. Jones hard on the gas.
There's the bobble.
And up the track he went, but Caroga had the option to get out of the gas a little bit there. Obviously, going for the lead, it's a lot different.
And he figures if he gets
in the 17 right in the middle. Truck in the wall. John West Townley. John West Townley, right side. Hits the turn 1 wall.
He went up there with against. You can see Corey LaJoie is sideways just in front of John West Townley. I'm sure that was distracting to John West. I don't know if they made any contact, but Corey was about to have the same.
In front of Timothy Peters, but Timothy had some momentum. He's going to try to drive by on the outside.
And the caution comes out once again as we have a truck sliding right up to the start-finish line. That's the 99 of Brian Silas.
Yeah, Silas had a strong qualifying run up inside the top 20, but easy to have happen. Watch this thing just jump around.
It just jumps right into the 35 truck of Mason Mingus. Then he turns it hard left to try to stay off Mason.
And through the grass he slides, keeps it straight.
He's got we got a 40 car sideways. Big save.
Come on.
Good save right there by Matt Benedetto, but the caution is going to come out for the 40 car getting sideways, that coming off of turn number 4. So
same scenario. Underneath the car, no room for error. There's a big bump. If you have the wheel turned, it jacks the back of the car around. And that's a big save considering he didn't have a lot of room to.
Well, it's been a battle for the 11 much of the night with that guy, the 6 car of Trevor Bayne. It seems like they have been around one another quite a bit. We got a caution, 39. That's Ryan Sieg, Dave.
Ryan is around. He brings out our 4th caution. That's just off of turn 4. Let's find out what happened to Mr. Sieg. Drove it.
He really did. You see the rear tires spinning. He goes back to the gas to keep it out of the wall.
And we were coming up on a round of green flag pit stops fairly soon, probably with... Giving it a strong challenge down into turn number 1. Side by side, Elliott and Dillon.
Brian Scott restarted 6th. He's in 3rd.
Just flying as they go down the backstretch. 26 laps to go. You got to make your move now.
Cale Conley is running 6th. He said to us earlier in the week, no, got the 14 car up in the wall.
And the 14 of Eric McClure hard into the wall. A lot of damage on that car.
Stay out there, Brad. Stay out there.
Appears to have lost a brake. Get really narrow-minded.
How about 4 wide?
Well, that's an example.
Chase Pistone into the back of Eric McClure's car and sent him straight into the wall.
Yeah, you get paid to be selfish late in the race, but you got to be reasonable also. 4 wide's not going to work. See how the corner squares off?
Yeah, it looks wide going in, doesn't it?
Well, it's completely different than getting into turn 1. So what you get away with over in turn 1 doesn't work. And the sport is save your best for last, and that's what we're seeing out of Michael McDowell.
Ty Dillon sliding back just a bit, now under challenge from his teammate Brian Scott. Oh, and Sam Hornish with trouble. He's in the wall.
Yeah, he was going backward into the wall.
Which means?
Which means probably contact somewhere there.
Was running 7th at the time this happened.
Is when you're by yourself.
Oof.
And when you see a car shoot into the wall, it's because of that.
Was trying to come down and take that position completely over Regan Smith, and Regan wasn't given a lot of ground there.
No, and you know what? With 17 laps to go, he shouldn't.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's for them to settle, but...
Still there. Got the 62 with a run with the 7. Still there inside my
Regan
nose.
was told the 62 was on
my nose
as well. So.
Yeah.
We got spun here.
It just gets really busy. So Sam's doing his job. He's trying to clear the 7.
Hold up there.
If you're a member of the 7 team, you're applauding your driver because look, with 17 to go, you said, hey, and the team was
White
with us.
flag this time. Still clear but 10.
I said, hey guys, you know who has the best average finish here at Kentucky? Brendan spoke up. Yeah, I do.
He knew it. He was well aware. Also told us that he had the best pit crew on pit road.
He did.
He believes it. They kept him in contention all night, and Brendan Gaughan did what he had to do when it counted. Around the outside, to the lead, and to the win at Kentucky is Brendan Gaughan.
Do this stuff. Thank you, Hart.
Outstanding.
Incredible turn of events here in the final laps at Kentucky.
What's that?
It seems we always get overnight rain, and there is the caution. It was not the competition caution. We've got problems in turn 4.
Man, that must have cut a tire or something broke.
In the wall. Watch him come down. Nope.
Hey, the guy I'm still keeping an eye on here.
Trouble. Kyle Larson into the wall.
Hold it up.
This is about the same amount of laps, wasn't it? That
Yes.
when Denny hit the wall.
Yep, really close. Now it's going to be interesting to see because he had moved up like Kevin into that gray area.
Yeah, 10-4. 10-4.
He had moved up into that gray area where there was no rubber.
See Larson coming off of turn 1.
Yeah, it's almost exactly how Denny crashed, except it was in opposite ends of the racetrack.
For Denny Hamlin, it happened to lap 29, so he had 29 laps. We restarted at lap 34, so Kyle had just over 40 laps. Came toward turn 4, we got trouble. The rookie Alex Bowman goes around, and Jamie McMurray right behind him, nowhere to go. And there might have been contact with Casey Kane.
Jamie slowed down. We saw Eric Almirola slow.
And you see Jamie's trying to get it woed down. Boy, there's nobody even close to Jamie at that point.
Oh.
And then you drive into a wall of smoke.
And you can't see. You saw the 43 way back here. And the 43 goes to the left and goes low, but there's so much smoke. Oh, he comes up and runs into Jamie, and then the 5 car of Casey Kane has no place to go. But look how thick that smoke is. The 43 can't see. He comes up the racetrack, gets into the 1 car, and then the 1 car obviously is stopped at that point in time. Almost started slowed down at that point in time.
don't know if this will give you a shot out the windshield, but
a lot of smoke. He's up top.
Yeah, look how everything just turns white right there.
yeah,
You just can't see anything.
it's locked up in front of you like that.
Almirola had been turned around.
That
Was he just going up to try to get out of Brad's way and got the marbles?
That
No?
almost looked like he may have had a tire going down. He looked like he was kind of chasing it up the racetrack to me, because that thing just shot up there. So
Pretty good job to save it, really. I mean, he didn't hit it hard. Close call for the man who's running.
Back from starting 10th, she just said that car a bit too tight. And hey, I think we've got a caution here, guys.
And as she came down, so did Ryan Newman, Kyle Busch, and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
see the 43 up ahead again. Looks like a right front going down.
And he's absolutely running this thing wide open around the racetrack to keep up the momentum to keep plugging along.
Final lap for Brad Keselowski. Started on the pole, 6th time in his career, but he has never won from the pole in his Sprint Cup career. When Brad won here in 2012, he led 68 laps. Tonight, he simply took him behind the woodshed, leading 199 of 267. Brad Keselowski wins it at Kentucky.
Hell yeah, guys. This feels like championship form to me. Keep doing this.
That's exactly, he's right. Like
That's what it looked like.
These guys, if they keep putting these finishes together, and they're in a good spot to win this championship.
Kane did get around Logano, but Logano, despite the engine problems, was 9th. Stewart with a great effort tonight to get to 11th.
You know, we saw Kyle Busch put in a dominating performance.
Bump, and we talk about that, and everybody thinks that's a negative. I love it. Well,
wow. That might have been a handful for Matt Kenseth.
That's more character we're looking for. Matt, buddy, as much as it's rained, I wouldn't even try to put that thing in gear.
He may want to just climb out now.
Yeah. I mean, you see at the top of your screen, he's right in the middle of the black, seems to be in the groove pretty well, but as he exits, a big wiggle, he corrects, he's chasing the car up the track, and at this point, a veteran, I know this is going to sound silly, but he spun that car to the left on purpose. When that car starts to lose control, he's wide open in the gas. The rear tires are spinning. He knows his best chance is the grass, because if he rolls out of the gas, that car is going to turn right, because that's the way he has the wheels turn. And if it turns right, there's a big safer barrier out there that's going to really end this car's day. So he spins it through the grass, which is never a guarantee. It's pretty soft, but he got lucky. It doesn't look like it's tore the splitter off. Here you see they're going to hook it up underneath the back of the car, try to pull the car out.
And it's call it somewhat of a traffic jam. Here's Danica Patrick trying to come back into the garage area. Meanwhile, to the right of our shot there's Sam Hornish Jr. He comes out, but he's already been hit. He's already been rear-ended by Cole Witt.
Yeah, and this is nobody's fault. This is the way they've set up leaving and entering the garage area. And you know, Sam has to stop because he thinks Danica's coming. And Danica stops because she thinks Sam's
on the outside of Crampton. Here comes Blaney with him in the blue and trouble. Gallagher, hang on.
What a save by Spencer Gallagher. And the great moves he's made. Look at that. He's 45 degrees sideways here and saves it.
He needs to save that one for Eldora, because that's the way he's going to drive through 3 and 4 in a couple of weeks.
Crafton doesn't get. Caleb Holman, that 75 truck. He was in position with the Food Country truck to get the free pass. He was in line there.
Caleb was running in 17th, and you can see what happens when you don't save it and it gets away from you.
Right there, you see the 2 trucks. They were actually racing for the free pass. Caleb Holman, the 75, was in position. Daniel Hemrick, the 14, was going to try to get by him to get in position for that free pass. They made contact, and that's the resulting damage to the 75 Food Country truck of Caleb Holman.
Heavy contact to the outside wall. Holman's done. Hemrick's not having a very good evening. He's still in the top 20, though, and will continue to race.
The yellow 88. He's in 4th, Hunter 3rd, and there goes Bell into the wall. Christopher Bell in his 2nd start in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series has seen that truck get sideways more than once tonight, had done a tremendous job.
Can watch, he gets loose on the bottom, and tries to chase it up the hill, and then it finally just comes all the way around. He was inside the top 10, Phil, and like you said, he was thinking, I'm going to give me some positions. I've had this thing out of control. I can hang on to it. But these things are just so hard once you get them sideways. If you save them once, it's quite an look.
He's sideways before he ever got to the corner.
Yeah.
And then never really caught up to it. Just about got it there, but then ran out of racetrack. If we would have had another lane or so of where rubber had been put down, he probably would have saved that truck, but unfortunately for him, didn't have it.
You make one swipe at it and save it, maybe two, but then that third one seems to really whip you around, and that's what happened there.
Well, he's getting his feet wet here in the Truck Series, learning a lot. He'll be back in more comfortable confines, if you will, come Wednesday night. The Brad Doty Classic over at Lima Land. He'll be back behind the wheel of a sprint car.
These guys know that time is running out. We're approaching 10 laps to go. Look right side of your screen. Look how sideways John Hunter was, right up against the wall.
Oh, and there's the caution. Gallagher pounds the wall this time with the 23. He was running 13th at the time.
Man, these trucks are running upwards of 185 miles an hour when they enter the corner, Ralph, and that's exactly where Gallagher hit. It's a three-wide battle. Gallagher gets into John West Townley and turns himself sideways. There had to be contact from where he was spinning. And watch this thing turn left, and right, excuse me.
And I'm sure to Spencer, it felt like it picked up speed as it got to the outside wall there.
By the way, if you're looking for that CONCACAF soccer match, you can find it right now on Fox Sports 2. And we'll switch it over to Fox Sports 1 as soon as the checkers fly here.
Watch this. He just tried to take the bottom and go three wide, but he had a bad angle to the corner and ran into John West.
I think once he got to John West, then he might have just grabbed the steering wheel, tried to turn left to stay off of John West. When it did, it turned him sideways, and hard contact with the outside safer barrier.
That's what the end of these races are all about, Ralph, and that's why the last 10 laps are so unpredictable. These guys have a chance to get sideways three wide. They're going to take advantage of it.
Well, here's something interesting about the last 10 laps here at Kentucky. The driver leading with 10 to go has won 15 of the 17 races here.
Looked like John West maybe moved away from Johnny Sauter as they entered the corner, not so he wouldn't go in the corner so close to Johnny Sauter, and that might have surprised Spencer just a little bit. And that's when they made the contact.
Watch how hard this truck hits the outside wall.
It really didn't look like it slowed down that much. It had to slow down because we saw the black marks, so those tires are scrubbing off speed, but it sure didn't look like it slowed down much.
Problems. Huge hit for Kennedy. The 11 up on the safer barrier. Down off the wall it comes to a grinding halt in the middle of the racetrack.
I'm okay. It's a hard hit.
That's great news. That's the voice of Ben Kennedy.
Right there.
So he's racing on the inside of David Gillen. They make a little bit of contact. You see John West Townley was on the outside. He's going to run right into the side of him and kind of lift that truck up a little bit. Got into the catch fence. For the second week in a row, we've had a vehicle in the catch fence. But again, the catch fence did its job. It kept that truck down on the racetrack, and you see it riding along the top of the safer barrier.
When they got to turn one, Phil, I think they were three wide, and Ben probably thought that's a difficult angle for the spotters to see as well. And I think that Ben probably thought, wow, look how close that truck comes to going over. Probably thought they were just too wide, and he had room to move up a little bit for the corner.
That's what it looked like.
That was incredible how that truck just grinding along that safer barrier.
That's a battery sliding up in the top lane of the racetrack. Let's take a look at it again.
You can see that it was Gillen,
John West Townley in the yellow
West,
truck.
and I think John Gillen was just below John West, and maybe Ben Kennedy felt like they were just too wide and had room to angle himself for the corner, battling for a spot well inside of the top 10.
Man, look at that shot.
Right past one of our camera positions.
Look at all that debris.
But as you pointed out, Phil, that catch fence doing exactly what it's supposed to do as the axle's just grinding along that safer barrier on the wall.
Wow.
Look at ripping the nose off.
We saw
Here goes that battery.
Yeah, there's a battery out of the truck. It's right in front of the left rear tires where that battery is encased. See steam coming out of the lower radiator hose. The radiator's already gone off that truck.
And that wheel, Michael, just turned to the left on that left front just enough to catch it and pull it back down as opposed to rolling over. Watch this from the 25.
Cody Coughlin's going to see what happens, slow down, and look at all the debris he's got to avoid.
Pretty heads-up move by Cody. Immediately when we saw the smoke up in front.
Got launched into the fence because he got hit by another truck when he was sideways. See right there, I think Gillen was down lower than Ben thought he'd be. Right when he hit the wall, Townley hits him. It just sends the truck into the air.
Just incredible video. On a wild ride for Ben Kennedy.
We talked about the speed here at Kentucky and that part of the track, the fastest area in this racetrack. And when there was contact, it goes bad in a hurry.
And that was a hard call for the spotter to say you're 3 wide, because just at the last instant, John West had a little bit of momentum and pulled to the outside of Gilliland.
And Gilliland turned down to
give him some more room.
That, I think the last 2 wrecks, how do you blame them on a driver? It's just racing. They're racing hard near the end of the race, and they're trying to get all they can get, and they're making split-second decisions at 180 miles an hour. You miss it by an inch, and it causes a big crash, and that was just the imperfect storm for our number 11 truck of Ben Kennedy.
Here it is at speed. You could hear every other truck on the racetrack collectively get out of the throttle.
Yeah, and everybody collectively breathe a sigh of relief when Ben gets out and walks away from that.
We have a crash. Around goes to 25. John West Townley sliding through the grass.
Off the brakes, off the brakes. Turn your wheels to the left. Turn your wheels to the left and get going. Put it in first gear and try and roll.
So you see him coming out of turn 4. He's all by himself. Car gets loose. Tries to stay with it. Just can't keep up with the wheel. Overcorrects. Gets into the wall.
Almost collects the 4 of Ross Chastain.
You see how slick that grass is. He just slides across it. You can see John West, when he got loose, he turned the wheel back to the right. If you don't turn the wheel back to the right, it's going to spin out. The problem is the front tire's caught. When the front tire's caught, turned him into the wall. You can see him up high. Not way too high, a little bit high. The thing just came around on him. Stayed wide open in the gas. That made the car not back up and get into the wall. Saw the right front tire blow right there. Essentially drove it on pit road.
How about this perspective from Eric Jones? As you mentioned, the right front tire blowing for Ryan Sieg. He makes it onto pit road.
And the caution has come out. The 13 of Derek White.
We'll look at it. How much damage we got? A lot? Yeah, I hit it pretty hard.
A lot of damage to the right side.
We need to change the right side tires here.
Derek was 34th.
Might be going down.
5 laps down.
Got loose, caught the right front nose, and then the ass end slapped the wall, and then he came rolled off of it here.
So he was really loose getting in the corner there. Just had to chase it up the racetrack. Hard impact. That car's got a lot of damage. Look at all the debris flying off of it. Here he is way high getting in the corner. Once you get that high, you're kind of in no man's land. The car starts coming around. The only reason it didn't spin is because the wall was there to catch him, but they just destroyed the race car.
J.J. Yaley, the pole sitter, will get the free pass, so he will be back on the lead lap. That will put 18 cars on the lead lap.
No, it is. It's a long ways from over, and that would be a concern if you lost the alternator.
Crashed in the middle of 2, 3, and 4. 2 cars got together.
Car up to 3, and it looks as though that's a 98 of Josh Wise. A lot of damage to the right side of that car. Josh was running 41st, was not on the lead lap. Will Kimmel, making his first ever Sprint Cup start, will receive the free pass. Here's what happened with the 98.
See 98 get in the corner on the outside. The 23 on the bottom just lost the back of the car of Yaley. Got into the 98. Both of them went up the racetrack. The 98 ran out of racetrack and gets into the wall. Big impact, a lot of damage.
Can that be a product of the new race package and how close these two are running? Maybe getting the air off of the 23 spoiler?
No question.
Harvick's so dominant, as well as Jimmy Johnson on mile-and-a-half tracks this year. And Kevin Harvick still trying to find some speed as we have an incident on the front stretch. The 41 of Kurt Busch.
Stop it.
Stopped just before the start-finish line. He was in the 10th position.
All right, roll straight.
Marty, was he talking on the radio about a problem with the car?
Hey, he didn't have a problem, but he just told Tony Gibson on the radio a moment ago, whatever changes you made on the last stop, please undo them on this next stop.
Right here, you see him underneath or behind the 42. Jeffy just gets loose.
Yeah, he just comes around on it. You know, he's trying to go as hard as he can. He's in the throttle. He's loose. We already talked about being tight leaving the corner, so he may have gotten up, and as he got close to the wall, he got tight. Then he had to, like, put a lot of wheel into it to keep from hitting the wall. Then the back end comes around. But to your point, we just haven't seen these things. And you know what's crazy? The drivers wanted this. The drivers wanted the cars to drive bad.
They might not tomorrow.
No, but it sounds crazy. But I think the advantage that they all feel like they can get, because every one of them thinks they're a better driver than the next. They want it to be difficult. Look at him with his wheel.
Stop it.
Welcome back to the Kentucky lap. Take a look at the reason for the caution coming out. 23 of J.J. Yaley.
Seems really close to the wall. Actually gets into the wall just a little bit right there. A little bit of debris flying.
As these cars run higher and higher, we're going to see guys jump over that cushion of rubber, that safe zone. You get above that safe zone, it kind of just draws you into the roll.
Able to maintain that speed and that pace. Caution comes out once again. The 6th caution of the night.
I ain't got no brakes. I'm too loose also, but I can't slow it down.
Way up the racetrack is the 88.
You saw the right front rotor glowing. He was on the brakes. He just couldn't get it slowed down. Went up and got up into the wall. Now, listen, here's one thing, too. These teams have all lightened up their brake packages because of the old aero package, okay? They put smaller rotors. They put smaller calipers on their cars. Now that you have to use the brakes more, do you need to go back and put the old package on where you have bigger calipers and bigger rotors? That could be a factor. You could see he was on the brakes getting in the corner of the right front tire. You see the left front glowing. You see that glow right in the middle of the left front tire. Watch Dale Jr. get in the corner.
And that's what happens. The reason you saw one rotor glowing is if you have brake trouble, one, it may not be all the way around the car, but you need whatever I can do to get track position. If that means 2 tires, I'm putting
sliding
2 tires
26. And a close call. But he's able to keep it straight, Jeff Burton. And it looks as though the 14 of Tony Stewart.
Bring it back. Bring it around. Good job.
Might have got into the inside wall. Back
Nowhere
behind
to go
the
there.
26.
They just packed it into you.
You heard him talking to Jeff. There's the 14 of Tony Stewart. Might be a donut on the driver's side of the 14. Here's what happened.
See 4 wide. Not sure Tony doesn't have some sort of a problem right here. The 17 gets in the side of the 26. It's like no more damage than it was. The 14 got into the wall, locks it down. But the 14 was really slow getting into the corner, like he had some sort of a problem.
Just in front of him, Jeff Burton in the 26 got tapped by the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Yeah, it's just when you have a car like the 14 up top who was slow and they were already 3 wide underneath them, they don't expect it to be there. Oh, you see here earlier on the front stretch, the 1 of Jamie McMurray and the 14 of Tony Stewart get together. That causes the 14 to get out of the gas. He's instantly lost momentum. You see the cars going by on the inside, a little bit of smoke out of the back of the car, and then as they go down into turn 1, that 3 wide that caught Tony Stewart made it 4 wide. They just ran out of racetrack as they enter turn 1.
Carl Edwards saying that he's neutral in 1 and 2, free in turn 3.
Danica Patrick looks to have gotten into the grass. Right rear damage and right front damage to the 10. She goes back out on the track. Danica was 27.
4 tires and fuel.
On the lead lap.
See Danica driving into turn 3. Oh, gets loose. Gets a tap from Junior. Now she went. Again, we've heard all night that Junior's had trouble with brakes. So when Danica got a little bit free, could Junior not get slowed down and he got into the back over? That could have been the issue.
Danica Patrick with damage to the right side into the grass.
Gas decent, okay, but that's like every other lap. Yeah, you don't have that confidence to drive it where you want it. I know. We messed up on the brakes there.
Yeah, you can hear him talking about the brakes. He just didn't have the confidence to drive it. The crew chief said that. He said they messed up on the brakes, which meant they probably brought the wrong package. And you could just see he just ran into the back of the 10 car because he did not have brakes.
And this just happened. The 10 gets into the back of the 88 as they get onto pit road.
Yeah, she doesn't know. She doesn't know that he is having a brake problem. You know, she just thinks she knows somebody just ran into the back.
These drivers were informed. They know that without a caution, this is the run to the finish. Everyone can make it on fuel, and that's obvious when you start to see these restarts. The intensity is ratcheted up. The 42 right here, he's still smoking. He had contact on the restart. The give and take is gone. It's take, and take
Left
some more.
rear's down on the 42. Let's see if he stays out of the wall. He kisses the wall. The 42 has the left rear down, and that brings out the caution for the 11th time.
What's up, everyone? Just wanted to say thanks for all the support you've been giving me. This channel started out as something for my own personal use, but has grown pretty quickly over the last few weeks, and I never really intended on it getting like this, but I'm glad everyone's enjoying it. That being said, there's a couple links here. The middle link is for the track-by-track crashes that I've been doing, and I don't have anything before Talladega, so sorry about that. I didn't really start doing it until then, but I plan to keep doing it as long as I can. And also, the link at the bottom is a gaming channel that me and a couple buddies of mine have been doing, and so far I'm pretty much the only one that's posted anything on there. But if you like gaming, go over there and check that out, and I hope to see you over there. Hope you keep enjoying what I've been putting up, and we'll see you at the track.
Townley and Gallagher. John West Townley landed a couple of good blows there. And I'm not sure if the fight was over or they just got too tired to continue.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't coincidence those two trucks were sitting there tore up. Yeah, it's late there. It's a little hard to tell how far up under.
It's been an exciting night. We've had a little bit of everything tonight. They're going to fight to the finish. We're not done yet. Gonna fight Jordan Anderson, but look at Anderson working the outside.
Oh, we got trouble.
Into the concrete.
But Rico's turned around.
One into the wall, and there's some contact and some damage on the right rear of Abreu as well.
That Austin Wayne Self we saw sideways back there.
Yeah, get it fired up.
There's Self bringing it down.
Boy, when you can spin and not have any more damage than that, pretty fortunate. Abreu looks like maybe he was on the outside of Self. Self got loose, and they made a little bit of contact. You can see that's pretty significant. Look at the Bondo and parts and pieces fly off that 22 truck as he hits.
Tough break for both these drivers and teams.
I think Abreu's going to be able to get away, Vince, without much damage. This will certainly set Self well back.
He had a season best 13 just a few races ago back at Texas. Did Self.
Went right around the top and took those spots away.
9th plate. Oh, contact. Spencer Gallagher and Kyle Busch. Busch into the wall.
That's up. 30-23
Heavy damage to the left side of the machine of Kyle Busch.
Looked like Spencer Gallagher just got a little bit loose.
Kyle was 13th at the time.
Probably a little bit disappointed and upset with what happened there.
He's climbing out. 23 got us putting in the wall there.
Yeah, we know how much Kyle Busch wants to win these races. We know how much of a team owner is. He wants to see one of his guys win this race, but he would rather win the race for Kyle Busch Motorsports than see one of his young drivers do it.
Well, I remember it was the penalty that put Kyle back there. Too many men over the wall. Kyle was running up well inside the top 10 prior to that penalty and had to go back.
I think the penalty was almost intentional. I think they needed to make some adjustments on that truck, that they needed more people. So I think they knew they were going to get a penalty, but they were going to stay on pit road long enough. They were going to be at the back.
Watch the 23 of Gallagher and the 18 of Kyle Busch with Jordan Anderson underneath Gallagher.
Yeah, I think Jordan went into the corner and gave Anderson a little bit of extra room, and that caused him to be higher than Kyle expected him to be, and the two made contact.
It almost looked like Spencer turned away from Jordan Anderson, and that was just enough to get into that left rear of Kyle Busch's truck.
But Parker Kligerman had to avoid that mishap as well, nearly got involved.
And then right behind him, the 33 car, he had trouble as well, and he actually went up and hit the wall. See the 33 drives in the corner. See the car's loose, see it shaking. Listen to the tires squealing. It's not good when you hear the tires squealing, I can tell you that.
And so up into the wall. Green flag back in the air. Aggressive move by Elliott Sadler in the one. 3 wide also behind them. Side by side for the lead. Eric Jones strong on the outside as they go down the backstretch. 2 wide once again through the flatter. Turns 3 and 4. Eric Jones staying on the gas. Jones is going to pass him on the outside as the 07 spins. Caution comes out. Ray Black Jr. in the 07 goes around. As we saw in Countdown to Green, Ray Black Jr. with the Scuba Life sponsor on that.
Just up in the gray. Nothing he can do at that point. Jeff just, does a good job of staying in the gas. But who that benefits just came through the picture. That 3, we talked about that penalty of Ty Dillon, but now he'll get to be up in front of those lap cars. Ray Black hard in the gas. That's impressive to know you're going towards the wall, stays in the gas. You see that left rear tire driving the car off the wall, definitely reducing the damage that could have happened.
Yeah, that saved that car. If he hadn't have done that, you see he gets in the wall right there, not heavy contact at all. If he had not have done that, probably would have done rear frame damage and spent a lot of money and a lot of time fixing that car for a team that has a lower budget.
Brendan Poole's going to get the free pass, so that will put 10 cars on the lead lap for the restart. Elliott Sadler, an impressive move on the restart. White flag coming out of Kentucky one more time around. Daniel Suarez drops back and is fighting for 3rd now. He gets by Eric Jones, gets that position. Jones back to 4th. Kyle Busch trying to check out now after an incredible restart by Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch, the winningest driver in Xfinity Series history, will win in Kentucky. "81 times Kyle Busch has won in the Xfinity Series. This weekend he's running all 3 series, the Camping World Truck Series, the Xfinity Series, and tomorrow night he'll be in the Cup car. Already the 10th win for Toyota this year in the Xfinity.
Irvin knew the 17 was in trouble and went down to the inside, and now we have a car on the wall in the middle of 3 and 4.
That's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. again. up into the wall. He got into the gray, and the caution comes out.
Car looks like to me it probably cut a tire down, ends up getting into the wall, but all that started because of
day. And the caution's just come out. The 83 hard impact. Matt DiBenedetto up into the wall. He was 29th when he got into the wall, and now he's rolling once again. This could play into Brad Keselowski's strategy.
Well, it absolutely saved his chance of not having to pit under green. He was getting close to the end of his fuel run, so this will drag Brad Keselowski and all of the leaders to pit road. But once again, with only, about 25, 26 laps on this fuel run, I would expect all the crew chiefs to still only take either right or left side tires.
You can see Matt DiBenedetto, he's in the corner. Car looks like it just goes straight, almost maybe like another tire failure. I tell you what this has me thinking, and we heard Joey Logano say it. This racetrack is much more like a short track than it is than a mile and a half, typical mile and a half. It makes me wonder if these drivers aren't having to use more brake than they anticipated to get the car slowed down, and they're melting beads. We've seen this before. We've seen rotor issues when we come to racetracks when teams aren't expecting them to be this slow. Quite possibly the teams just weren't prepared for the pace. You have to slow down getting into these corners.
And not just the track, because remember, Jeff, this is that new aero package.
Exactly.
Well, when you shrink that rear spoiler.
That smoke is from this fire. One fan that is here watching the race is going to have a very, very uncomfortable trip back into the behind the grandstands. Restart at Kentucky.
This restart seems a little more orderly, Rick. Maybe the drivers are finally trying to convince each other we need to get in line before turn 3. As soon as I say that, though, 2 wide back here in about row 6.
It's Matt Kenseth in the 20 trying to get right down against that yellow line. You see the 18 of Kyle Busch making the move on the 78s, going a little bit higher as Mark Truex Jr. is not going to give up the spot. Jamie McMurray currently up to second. McMurray in the number 1. Haven't talked a lot about Jamie McMurray tonight. The 40-year-old out of Joplin, Missouri has made his way up into the top 2. And Kyle Busch is going to lose another spot, and around they go on the backstretch. Chris Buescher involved in the 34. 44 of Brian Scott also involved in this one. A lot of damage to the 34. Look at the front of that race car.
That took a huge impact right there.
So disappointing for this team. They had ran well in every practice. They showed speed all weekend long. They kept getting themselves further back in the pack.
Getting into the chase. There, the 44 of Brian Scott is sideways. Saves it coming off of 2, but then looks as though Kyle Larson may have been in the back of him when he came off of 2. And there's the heavy contact.
Yeah, and you saw the backfire out of the tailpipes of the 44 as he was trying to save the car. It looked like he was maybe on and off the throttle. His speed probably reduced. The 42 is right behind him. You see the safer barrier doing a good job absorbing some of the impact there.
When a car gets that slow in front of you, you can be all the way off the gas and you're still pushing them. Kyle Larson looked to be in the back of him, but all the trouble started, and Kyle just couldn't get slowed down.
A little bit of damage to the front end of 10 of Danica Patrick, but a lot of damage to Chris Buescher's number 34. Another look. There was the impact between Chris Buescher and the 44 of Brian Scott. A.J. Allmendinger involved, as well as the 95 of Ty Dillon. Some contact there also with the 7 of Regan Smith. Right along with Dale Jr.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Totally clear, 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 clear. Big wreck back here. Caution's out. Good job.
Dale Jr. made a decision to go, and he just stayed with it. Quick decisions have to be made. See the 44 underneath the 11 in a compromising position. That makes you loses all his momentum. The 42's in the back of him. Tony Stewart barely gets by. The 34, big impact. 47. See the 95 of Ty Dillon. He got slowed down pretty well.
And Rick, we talked at the top of the show about the chase grid and what could possibly happen on the chase grid. And just in the last 2 accidents, we've seen the 24 of Chase Elliott, the 21 of Ryan Blaney. in major accidents. Now the 47 of A.J. Allmendinger. All of those cars are vying for those 5 spots.
To lead as A.J. Allmendinger coming back out on the track has major damage to the front end of that car. The hood has flown up over the windshield, and the caution will come out again. We can see what happened. This is in the front stretch.
Saw a lot of smoke out of the car before it hit the wall.
Just watched. He was running 19th.
Taking the paint off the sidewall here. We got the fence there off the 2 with the right side.
Got the fence pretty hard. For Landon Castle, flat-sided the whole right side of that car. And a good run from Landon Castle in the top 20. And that will tie the track record for most cautions. Top of your screen.
I'm not sure what started that, but obviously we saw him in trouble earlier. I don't know if potentially when he got next to the car beside him, if maybe he cut a tire, cut a sidewall or something. Really hard to tell. But I wonder what does Amarola, what does that team do on this stop? Tony Stewart, they're on the same strategy. Trevor Bain, they're on the same strategy. Do they stay out? Do they do no tires? They just do fuel? We saw him pit a little while ago. How can they use it earlier to their advantage?
One more time around, and here comes Carl Edwards. Does he have enough fuel? It's 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One. Brad Keselowski with fuel. He's got it fired up again. He's pulling away from the 19.
2 back. 2 back.
The battle for the win. Brad Keselowski, does he have enough fuel to get through 3 and 4 into the finish line? Carl Edwards right on his back bumper. Coming out of turn 4. He's going to have enough.
It's a repeat.
Brad Keselowski will.
Talk about the aerodynamic turbulence that come off these trucks. That means he's got a really...
Oh! The 44 of Matt Mills into the wall.
That had to be right in front of our leader, Johnny Sauter, because we saw Enfinger.
Keep it up, hold it. Now we're coming, keep it. Okay, now on the bottom. Just go ahead and stop here.
Christopher Bell make maneuvers to get around him.
Yeah, there is the leader, Johnny Sauter, right behind him.
Just probably trying to get out of the way of Johnny Sauter, and he got his right sides up out of the groove where the rubber was. You can see Christopher Bell turning hard left to give him plenty of room.
And right there, he just overcorrects, and that's just a delicate balance when you're trying to save a truck at 160, 70 miles an hour.
1-2, and Matt Crafton, another Thor Sport machine right behind him, and there's Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell, a 2-time winner this season and the current leader in the playoff standings. Doesn't look like he hit anything, but certainly an issue for the 4.
And that time to go back up.
Oh, squeezed. Look at that.
It's the 99 of Brandon Jones, the 19 of Austin Cindric. McSandwich, the 4 of Bell.
Truck owner Kyle Busch had a good view of that. He was right behind him.
Oh, and look at the 83 truck.
Yeah, J.J. Yaley did a nice job getting stopped.
Awesome job.
Let's take a look at watch what Kyle was watching here of his truck.
There's Bell just to his left.
Oh, Bell just saw a gap there and shot it up the middle. The hole closed when they got
coming around the outside.
Did you say 3 wide, Vince?
3 wide? Oh, look at the fog on the backstretch.
How about 4 wide?
Or maybe 5. Oh, trouble! Ben Rhodes!
The Stage 1 winner, Ben Rhodes, is around, and the 98 of Enfinger teammates.
And Matt Crafton also got a piece of the wall as well.
Believe he did. Looked like he got squeezed in there. So 3 Thor Sport trucks involved. How bad is that damage? Oh yeah, you see the smoke coming from the right front. You ask and you receive. Here's the replay. There's Bell right there in the middle.
He talked about the 4 of Christopher Bell coming down. Christopher really held his line. There was a lane down below. There was plenty of room down there for the 27.
It looked like the 27 almost was loose before he got to the corner, Phil.
That's what it looked like.
98 of Enfinger. This was a battle right there about the 10th position.
Top of three. Spin in front of you. Back down. Go low.
Wow,
He just had no time. He just had no time.
Well, you could see Enfinger elected to go high. Saw the smoke and went high. and that just turned out to be the wrong decision.
We saw the damage that Crafton incurred right there against the outside wall.
And that didn't look like much, Phil. I don't think that will...
Snyder scores the spot, and John Hunter Nemechek has got a mirror full of Austin Cindric, and now Gregson goes around.
What a job. What a job by that young man hanging onto that truck. See if we can see what happens. They're all diving to the bottom to get around Myatt Snyder, who didn't get a run off turn 4. Looked like maybe Gregson just too low and bounced up into the side of Cindric, and around the 18 went.
Yeah, it bottomed out, then the thing jumped up the hill into Cindric.
They saw the spark come from underneath the 18 truck.
Look at those guys just keeping their trucks straight and the gas down, trying to get around the outside of the spinning 18. Gregson never stopped driving it and got it pointed in the right direction. Watch him just get too low and bam.
Watch him start bouncing. He just, the front tires weren't on the ground. That's why he jumped out into Austin Cindric's truck.
Great job by Cody Coughlin in the yellow truck. You could see him just crowd up just there.
How about this vision of Kyle Busch?
Outside, clear. Do what you want to do. You got to come out.
That was close. Continuing another one of those drivers that's just continuing to get better and better as Myatt Snyder gets sideways.
Hang on to it. Keep it up there. Keep it up there. Brakes. Okay, you're good. Get rolling.
Had been running 11th.
That's just great information from Brett Griffin, the spotter. Brakes. You really want to do some donuts after the race.
EM trucks have spun, and not a one of them's hit anything.
Wow, that's just loose.
Yeah, he got really loose. That's Austin Hill going around. Austin does an awesome job getting around the outside, as well as Parker Kligerman down on the inside.
You can see right there, locked up, just like spotter Brett Griffin was saying. That slows the momentum. People are able to drive around.
He just got loose getting down in turn 3. That's what a lot of people talked about was a trouble spot in this racetrack. You get loose down in 3, and then once you catch the banking, then you start getting tight.
Ryan looking to the bottom.
Brandon Jones for second while Bell takes the lead. Oh, and a big crash. Truex involved.
Kaz Grala also involved.
We got it.
Both these guys having such a great run.
It's just so dicey on these
practice. Some more than others. We've had some damage. Brandon Brown, unfortunately, really crunched the back end of that 90 car.
Yeah, that definitely will be a backup car they'll be going to there.
This is Chad Fincham. And actually, NASCAR has actually approved a tire change for the 40 during the round, so we'll get to replace whatever was damaged there. Most recently, this is Quinn Houff, and he got the right rear of that one, DJ.
Yeah, and I think he might even slide down here and get a little bit of the front end, too, so very unfortunate.
In the 16 and the 33 is Kaz Grala.
Wow, Kaz just had a great run on the inside of the 02 of Austin Hill, and the door was shut. Kaz out of control. Truex, unfortunately, just a victim. You can see right there. Another case that looked a whole lot like Ben Rhodes' crash. You know, you commit to trying to fire down in there, and when someone shuts the door, it's too late to back out.
And like that Rhodes incident that collected Infinger, this incident for Grala collected Ryan Truex. Tough break for Truex. Been having such a good season.
Races consecutively. William Byron going for that record. Green flags in the air. We're racing in Kentucky. And they bottle up in the start-finish line. The 62 is around. Caution out immediately. You see the damage to the 33 early. Brandon Jones, a lot of damage to the left front. Brendan Gaughan also.
Look bad, guys.
In front of Brian Reed's number 16.
Yeah, watch the 18 car. He looks like he gets really slow right here, and I think that just stacks everybody up behind.
You see the 62 gets the first car spun around. I'm not sure the 18 gets slower, just doesn't go. It looks to me like the rest of the field tries to time the restart and accelerate into the back of the front row. And
he went when the flag went, though. The flag's waving, and remember, at the initial start of the race, there is no restart zone. Right. It's the initial start of the race. It's the flagman dropping the green flag. So I think he went when the flag dropped.
Ready, going late. Green flag, backing up and pick up, stay up.
Yeah, just mistime. When you're in a car and you're in a line, you can't see what's ahead of you 4 or 5 rows, and the 19 at Tiff pushing the 7 pushing, they're just all running into each other.
And a very close call for the 1 of Elliott Sadler. He was just in front of all of this taking place. We'll take a look at what happened.
Yeah, you see the 62 already up out of the groove. That's a hard hit right there in the middle of turns 1 and 2. At the angle of that hit.
3 wide.
William Byron took advantage of that 3 wide situation. When you got 3 cars, and round goes to 2, Paul Menard.
Heavy contact right there. Rick.
Back's pushed in. Not rolling yet.
He's on the outside lane on top of his teammate. Just no grip there. He's trying to keep pace, trying to get in front of Daniel Hemrick, and just wasn't any grip.
Back on the gas right there. And then outside.
Question. You're in the throttle, carrying a lot of speed, and we talked about that second groove. We just haven't seen it come in yet. He's probably a little bit loose start of a run. If you're not loose on the start of the runs, on repaves especially, you're going to be way tight later in the run, probably a little looser than he wanted to be, and just trying to carry that speed.
That's right. He was coming off of pit road. And as he stays down on the apron for an extended period of time, he actually spins coming off of turn 2 and gets right down next to the wall. Oh, around goes the 2. Into the wall. The 14 of Clint Boyer also up. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson slams the wall hard.
How bad is it, brother? Yeah, it's real bad.
Aggressive to make it happen. You see Brad Keselowski underneath Clint Boyer just got loose. Could not hold it. Air got pulled off the car. Same thing we saw last year. Entering turn 3 side by side is very difficult.
And now we're on board. Brad Keselowski, you see, enters the corner.
Outside, tight right.
And there's just that flat corner, no grip. We talked about it. It was really a virtual replay to multiple wrecks we saw last year.
Caution is out.
That inside car just gets down in there. And with the car on the outside, it takes away the side force, takes away some of the down force. Around he goes. Jimmy Johnson, nowhere to go. You heard him say right here, he hit the 2, then something broke. He's into the wall.
Kenseth had a good run off of turn 4, and around goes the 6. And Casey Kane also involved. Casey Kane in the 5 into the wall. And the 4th caution has come out. They were running 11th and 12th. For 11th and 12th.
It looks to me that the 6 was already probably on the middle of the racetrack, not even really on the high line on the straightaway. The 5 of Casey Kane was looking underneath them. The 5, basically, you said, forced the issue. He thought he was inside the 6. He was just barely inside the bumper cover. The 6 of Trevor Bayne was committing to the bottom of the racetrack. They make contact. It ends up costing both drivers a race.
It's just a fight for the bottom. You know, if we were at Michigan, Trevor Bayne wouldn't care if Casey was underneath him. He'd just run the middle of the racetrack. But here you have to be on the bottom. So it's
to the end of the stage. They're going to need another caution, or they're going to have to come down pit road. And Steve, I think it's amazing that we're sitting here talking about, and there's the caution they need right there, possibly.
Bad execution. It didn't work. We need to do something different as we see Joey Gase. Oh, it's never good to see one go straight, Jeff.
No, it's not. Just nothing you can do. Obviously, a right front down or something mechanical just would not turn.
We are in overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank.
All right, fly. Clear by
White flag in the air. One more time around as they wreck behind him. Daniel Suarez is around. Matt Kenseth is around. The 3 of Austin Dillon in the grass. The caution has come out. It has been a perfect 10 for Martin Truex Jr. That coming off of turn 4.
Darrell Wallace just way up the racetrack. Pushed the 20 out of the groove. 20 spun and all that loose debris. Nothing Suarez or Dillon could do.
They were well past that overtime line, which determines if they will restart again. Almost got to the white flag. What an amazing restart. Let's look again at this.
That was a great restart.
For this, and it was indeed LeBay. He lose the side window there. Well, quite
didn't hit anything. Whereas you can go all out typically in 1 and 2 because of the banking. Is he going to save it? No.
Oh. You were just talking about it, Vince. The turn 1 and 2, they can run through there wide open. He was the fastest truck to that point of the track during this qualifying effort. To this point of the racetrack, and then just put a valiant effort into saving that thing, but just into the outside wall. What a disappointment for that team.
Well, heartbreaker there for Myatt Snyder. They'll have to pull out the backup, and it's really been a nice run the last month for Snyder. 3 straight top 10s. He's the Rookie of the Year points leader and is threatening for a playoff spot, but getting out of hand in practice or in qualifying, and that's the result.
You mentioned it, Vince. Not a lot of time to get a backup truck ready for this team.
Myatt Snyder, they'll have to pull out the back. It's really nice run the last month for Snyder. 3 straight top 10s. He's the Rookie of the Year points leader and is threatening for a playoff in the 83. And is going around the outside of him. John Hunter Nemechek inside, maybe a little bit of contact there, and Matthews just couldn't gather it up.
Yeah. And I don't think that had anything to do with the race. Out. Eccleston's up on the outside, but had a nice run off turn 2. But in the back, I think it's just a situation where Matthews just didn't know John Hunter was on the bottom.
Chose fuel only, and it's going to help his driver, Ben Rhodes, win 1. He'll never forget. Rhodes wins at home in Kentucky. And just like that, Ben Rhodes clinches the spot in the playoffs.
Out there on 1 lap and getting it all done. So,
trouble for Christopher Bell, yep.
Let it go. Break
off
it.
of turn 4.
And Kyle Busch was out there almost completing his lap. You can see just trying to carry a little too much speed, got up in that grade that we talked about, and then did the right thing from that point in time. You know, if you lock it down right there, he's going to back that car into the safer barrier on the outside. You can see just that car wiggled right in the center, just carrying too much speed.
Gas it up.
That's not good for the engine, but it's not that bad. It's a lot better than backing it into the wall. So nice job once he got in this position.
On board with Kyle Busch.
Oh, he's in the track here. Off the 4 spinning.
You can hear him shut the engine.
Sideways is Majeski into the wall. He got up into the gray, slid sideways, and caught the wall.
You see John Hunter Nemechek, that red and white 42, doesn't make contact. Just, there were 3 wide. Majeski out there in that slippery part of the racetrack has the air pulled off of him on top of that, and it just loses the car. That's one of the dangers, Steve, of using a strategy to put a car in the front of the pack that's not necessarily as fast as some other cars they're racing against.
Yeah, Jeff, it's a great idea, right? The 60 was running 16th before he took 2 right side tires, which gained him all that track position. But that is a tough spot to put a 23-year-old race car driver on a very treacherous racetrack.
And sure enough, the caution will come out.
78 of Blake Jones spins out. No damage. Blake's going to carry on.
Coming out with 78. May have had a little help there.
And 90 of Josh Williams. And 78 of Blake Jones made contact.
Doesn't take much. Cars are already on the very edge. Very close. Oh, hey, no contact there.
Good, no damage.
Alex getting through there pretty good.
And now Christopher Bell. Oh, right behind him. John Hunter Nemechek in the 42. He clipped Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones slides into the inside wall.
Are you ready, guys?
John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 saw him getting loose.
Definitely knocked out.
Well, you guys.
Nemechek once again.
Jones
Just like
is-
the last restart.
Jones is real tight on it.
He
man.
is, and he's off the bottom and up the racetrack. I don't know. Did Nemechek make contact? Did he get in the wall? Let's see. I don't think the 19's too close to him, though. The 42's
Right there.
up the track.
I mean, when they get that close, it takes all the side force off the 42. When they almost get door to door, shuts off that side force to the 42.
Clear low. Check it up top. Spin it. Stay high. Clear low. Outside.
See, there's a contact. Now they're up the racetrack, out of the groove. You see Austin Cindric with a really good job behind John Hunter Nemechek, not to make that wreck any worse than it was. And look at this, spinning in front of the entire field, and nobody hit him. This is where the damage is. Boom! That's a big impact.
Had an up and down night, but thought he'd have a great
spinner.
And around goes to 60.
Kyle Majeski in the grass.
We saw Majeski have some issues. Got up into the light gray. Put him into the wall earlier.
To us. Come to the left. Come to the left. Come to the left. Come to the left.
Slides into the grass. The spotter's letting him know. Go right to pit road. In front of Kyle Busch.
Oh. Yeah, that's just, he had so much damage on the car from that incident earlier, and just trying to get all you can, never quit.
Bell at the racetrack.
You're all jacked up behind you.
Christopher Bell was chasing his car at the track when
Keep coming up high.
he jumped onto the roof cam there. But just trying to stay out of the way here. Ty's trying to stay out of the way, and he's real low out of the rubber that the tire dragons laid down. And Parker Klingerman tells us that in the gray, it's like ice, and obviously must have jumped up there.
Behind you.
Christopher, his car,
Keep coming up high.
he jumped onto the roof cam there. But just trying to stay out of the way here. Ty's trying to stay out of the way, and he's real low out of the rubber that the tire dragons.
Oh, obviously some contact with somebody else.
Matt Tiff on the inside just gets loose underneath Elliott. And just a lot of, it's tough on that inside to have the grip you need and the side force you need. And Elliott trying to race hard on the outside groove. There's grip out there to do that.
All clear.
See all that dust flying out from underneath the car, and that's what happened. So right here, he's got the car under control, but now he's in that dust, and it's just no slowing it down. There's no grip outside of that dark black part of the racetrack.
Elliott trying to race hard on the outside groove. There's grip out there to do that.
All clear.
See all that dust flying out from underneath the car, and that's what happened. So right here, he's got the contact. That's what caused Gase to go around and get into the wall.
And with all that damage, Joey Gase went back into the garage.
Gase, a little bit of a underfunded team, that damage in race cars only sets them further back.
Of Kyle Busch. Fight through adversity. Christopher Bell started at the back of the field because he spun in qualifying earlier today. He goes on the spin and win at Kentucky.
Oh yeah, thank you guys. Dude, that is so awesome. So proud of you, man. You worked your guts out from the back to the front. That's the way you want to win them, man. Fun to watch. Great job all weekend, guys. Good job on pit road.
To the real contenders, we're going to see if he's 88's in the fence, guys.
Caution comes out.
The right sides are both down. Coming to you now.
Alex Bowman in the 88. Right front, tons of damage.
On the back straightaway, following Denny Hamlin off in the turn 3, blows the right front tire, has the right front tire go down. And remember, this is one of those cars that took only 2 tires at the pit stop. He did. Yeah, he did. He did have only 2 tires on that last pit stop, and probably was fighting a real tight situation, using a ton of brake, or more brake than usual, and blew the bead out on the right front tire with the heat through the wheel coming from the brake caliper.
J.J. Yaley in the 23 brings out just the 4th caution of the night, and in the wall and stopped up against that wall right in turn 4.
See Tons of smoke out of the back of that car. What do you think, Steve? Some sort of an engine problem?
Yeah, I mean, the smoke has to come from either tire or fluid. I don't see any tires down or rubbing a fender, so looks like some sort of fluid.
And jockeying for positions all over the racetrack now. And look at what time it is. Steve, we saw this yesterday. The sprinklers just automatically come on. It must be around 10 o'clock. Maybe we should look at Denny Hamlin's.
Yeah.
If we look at Denny Hamlin's dash, we'll know exactly what time it is.
Maybe that's why he had the time on there. He knew 10 o'clock the sprinklers were coming on.
Points so important in advancing from round to round to round in the playoffs. And, of course, one driver's going to get to the championship round on points. More points going to Martin Truex Jr. as he wins in Kentucky.
Oh yeah, Martin, way to be picture. Green night, guys, green night. Hell yeah.
In 27.
In 32.
Oh, big hit. Natalie Decker is in the 54 and Spencer Boyd in the 20. Also Jordan Anderson involved. Man, that 20 is torn up.
You see Spencer taking the window net down. That's a great sign.
It's a record rack there on the side of the truck. We'll see what happens here. He's in the middle of the screen. The orange truck, he's going to dip below Decker in the 54, bounces up, just wasn't quite clear of Natalie, and she was holding her line, and they clipped Boyd into that outside wall.
Yeah, can't really put any blame on Natalie there. She, as you mentioned, Michael, just holding her line, and he thought he had enough room to get in front of her.
And it involves the 20 of Spencer Boyd and the 54 of Natalie Decker, the 3 of Jordan Anderson. There's Johnny Sauter in that 13 truck, and around goes the 42 of Finley.
And no contact there, just got out from under him.
Some heavy damage to the rear for
too fast for conditions. We talked about aerodynamics. His truck's just simply in a bad spot.
He got loose getting to the corner. He really didn't have anyone tucked up underneath the rear. Just a little bit loose here, relatively full of fuel. It hadn't been that long since they were on pit road. You see Johnny's got, you know, a good bit of distance between he and Chad, and just one of those things. That truck's just a little bit too loose. Probably would have built up some air in the right front tire in a couple more laps, and this might not have happened.
Well, just for those that think, well, it's traction compound, there's no way they're going to lose control in that sticky substance. Chastain taking a look and going to the bottom. Side by side with Harrison Burton, and near contact with Burton's right front, and now Burton goes around and he's going to collect a couple.
Johnny Sauter's in that. That was the 12th truck as well. Looks, Johnny Sauter kept going, maybe minimal damage maybe to Johnny's truck, but not so fortunate for the 12 of Gus Dean.
I thought there was a lot of contact by Johnny Sauter.
And Burton on the restart. Chastain in the white 45 will dip way below the line, and side by side go he and Burton, and ultimately that leads to Burton, I think, getting a little too loose right there with Brett Moffitt.
Well, he had Brett there, and Brett probably didn't realize that they were 3 wide at that point. You see the contact there from the 12.
I think Sauter got through there clean.
I think he did too. You see the 34 of Balicki also made contact.
That's just an aggressive start by Ross Chastain. We see it all the time in the Truck Series, 3 and 4 wide on these starts, and Harrison just ran out of room, was on the inside of Moffitt. Truck got loose, and Johnny Sauter,
I'm not sure he made any contact or lost some track position, but that's maybe about it.
I think initially maybe right there he ran into
you
the back.
You could see the hood buckle up a little bit.
Yeah, he ran into the back of Gus Dean, and like us his truck. Let's ride on board. He said, don't give me 3 wide spotter. Well, Ross Chastain says, I'm here. And he grabs that line, and it just put Harrison just too close to Moffitt, and it just simply spun him around.
Is that just...
It's nest behind them.
Tyler Ankrum makes it 3 wide in that 17 truck to grab a couple spots.
Stewart freezing inside the top 10.
Oh, and there's Enfinger and Jones hard into the wall. Running 1 and 2.
Then she talked about running hard to try to get these stage points, but that sure looked unnecessary there.
Yeah, Enfinger, he got... You see right there, Phil, he just got loose down on the bottom. But that actually, I think Enfinger got loose even before that, entering the corner, and they bumped, and then it just, right here.
He's down out of that traction compound. Brandon Jones is in the traction compound. As you mentioned, Michael, he just got loose, and he needed more room, and unfortunately, the 51 truck was there. Had Brandon Jones not been there, he would have been fine. He could have used that whole racetrack and made it fine.
This was the beginning of the end right here. That gun, he gunned it through the middle, slid up, loose. They just got hooked together. Nice job. Was that Ben Rhodes there slipping through? That was a near miss for that young man.
Cody Robaugh also with that 9 truck doing a nice job avoiding them.
How about the view from the windshield of the 18 Harrison Burton?
Wow. That's pretty serious.
Brett Moffitt was right there as well, so he was thankful he didn't get caught up in it.
It's amazing. We have the 2 trucks racing for the lead right after
Vince at the top
of the tire rub there in the right front.
Yeah, I think he may have. He's got a flat right front tire on the right front. He needs to slow that thing down before he gets to the corner. Not quite enough.
We talked about at the top.
Watch it here and see if
just loose.
Boy.
Right on the tailgate of another truck and get sideways and hard contact.
Yeah, really.
They're going off the screen. Another issue for Sheldon Creed.
Yeah, this was a couple of laps ago. Creed, who's already 10 laps down. And maybe it's Rhodes inheriting the victory.
There must have been a little bit of contact possibly before the contact with the outside wall.
In turn 1, and then again trying to avoid in turn 3 and 4.
Oh boy. And into the wall in 4, we see the 9. 99, a lot of damage.
78, come up underneath of you.
That's Avila. And the right front of that car destroyed.
Coming.
That one unfortunately is hit every. Don't stop there. You can take that one all the way.
You can see his cars. They looks like they make contact right here, and then he starts to get loose and overcorrects, and big impact. And that wasn't the time of the race to do that.
Side by side for position. Again, Cindric in the 22, Haley in the 11. And up the racetrack, contact made. Cindric sideways, coming out of turn 4. He'll tag the back end of that car into the wall. But that.
The 11 has enough damage. He's coming to pit road as we look at these replays. I think you have to come to pit road with how hard he hit him in the left rear tire, and then, oh boy, sliding through the smoke.
Here's Haley. Only a 2-tire stop for Haley that last time by.
Yeah, and I like the 2-tire call. I saw last night in the truck race, 2 tires worked really, really well.
But you said it at the top of the show. Trucks have more downforce. Cup cars have more downforce. These cars drive the worst. I was with you. I like the call. I'm not guessing it now. What we've learned is the lack of downforce needs those 4 tires, I think, to be competitive.
Look at this shot. He knows he's up the racetrack.
Keep coming here, good. Hang on to it.
On the outside, trying to hold his position, and Austin Cindric on the inside slides up the racetrack, makes contact. They both
a little bit of a struggle after the first part of the year. Oh, and that's Ronnie Bassett around. Yep.
Ronnie Bassett Jr. goes around in the 90. That's the 4th caution that has come out.
Here's going to pick up the pace car is going to pick up the leader right.
And left rear definitely down on the 90.
Yeah, looks like he's on the apron trying to get him back to pit road. Dangerous, though. Always get scared when I see a car spin back up on the racetrack like that. Very fortunate.
And behind him, Keselowski had gotten by Harvick. Oh, we got a crash over here.
Sideways goes to 32 of Corey LaJoie, and that brings out the caution.
Wow, no contact. Doesn't look like there's any damage there.
Tires down.
Caution comes out. Does that mean more pit strategy? We'll find out on the other side of the break.
He's hitting in 7th, trying to get Eric Amaral for 6th, and a caution, Rick.
Caution has come out, and looks like the 0 of Landon Castle with an issue.
Big break for Ryan Blaney here. This is going to get him the lucky dog and back in this race.
Down. Oh, and you see 2 cars sideways.
Yeah, they were sideways early in the corner.
51 of Bailey Curry also was sideways with Landon Castle.
Excuse me, Rick Castle had just pitted to top off for fuel. That's why.
In 5th. Give you updates.
Rick wanted to give you a quick update on Eric Jones. Ever since that last pit stop,
in trouble. 43 above it, around.
He's blown a right rear tire on that car.
6 laps to go, and the caution comes out. A restart coming up.
Luckily, no flat tire on the left rear for this coming back. Oh, wait a minute. We got an issue on the racetrack.
By 48. Jimmy Johnson sideways. Will stay here.
He's got some damage to that right rear. He's made contact with something.
He was 7th. Right rear tire is down.
Ooh, man. Rolled right side of the car. All right side. Heavy damage. You mentioned it, Junior. Definite contact. The quarter panel. Here's a replay. Down into turn 1 here. Really loses the bag. Just gets really loose. And they're going so fast. In full throttle. There's no way of saving that.
Yeah, the center of the corner speed is so fast with this package. As you said, they use so much throttle. And when you lose grip, you lose a ton of it, and you lose it fast. And Jimmy just never could catch up. What a disappointing ending for these guys. Had a really good run going.
I think it shows, though, man, even though we've got these big spoilers on the back of these cars and these guys got all this downforce, they're still on edge. They are still on edge. You got a 7-time champion here having issues, losing grip.
Yeah, to make them go fast with this package.
In 5th. Give you updates.
Rick wanted to give you a quick update on Eric Jones. Ever since that last pit stop,
in trouble. 43 above it, around.
He's blown a right rear tire on that car.
6 laps to go, and the caution comes out. A restart coming up. Honor of Kyle Busch as we look at this replay.
Loose.
He's around early in the corner. Did a good job not having the wheels too far to the right, but having them far enough to the right not to hit this inside wall too hard.
He must have felt that tire going down. There's something going into. Yeah, watch here. Yeah, he feels it right there. The tire comes apart on the straightaway. Lucky for him, he's able to slow it down and keep it out of fence. Well,
digging around the bottom, as you see, side by side Cody Robaugh there making a move and gets loose off the corner, and there goes Brendan Poole on the bottom. They're going to be 3-4 wide. This is crazy racing.
Great racing, and now Robaugh's got to hang on to it, loses control, and into the wall.
Oh man, we're praying for Joshua, the young man that nearly drowned in a kayaking accident. You can see there, pray for Joshua. Certainly wanting to have a good run for Joshua. All of our hearts.
Spencer Davis, the 40 and the 11, and he turns left to avoid. It looked like Ryan Truex, and then he overcorrected. Ben Rose did a great job avoiding Cody Robaugh.
Boy, watch Ben Rhodes again at the top of the screen as he comes through and narrowly avoids contact with Cody Robaugh. Oh, so close.
Great job. That's just a situation where he got in a bind. He was going to run up into Ryan Truex and just cut the wheel left and miss.
But not in down turn 3. That's 3 degrees less banking, Michael.
And there's the 49 of Timothy Vians.
Around he goes. We stay green for now. There's the caution coming out, though. These guys
just got outside. It looked like the traction compound. He had his right side tires outside the dark part of the racetrack, which is where the traction compound has been applied. And I think Stuart Friesen thought he was probably going to take that room.
And there's the 33 going around, and that's Brian Barnhill.
Come on, Brian, keep her going. We need to keep this green flag out.
And it is still green, and then you saw the light change. And the yellow is out for the 4th time because of an incident.
Started back in the 37th position. He's leading this race. There's a left rear flat on that 33.
He did his best to keep that truck under control. Unfortunately, wasn't able to and couldn't get refired in time to stay green. Eckes made some good ground in that third lane, and he's bringing the 16 of Austin Hill with him.
And the caution is out again. Boy, I tell you what, we have had plenty of them, and that's Jennifer Jo Cobb in the 10 and the 7 of Corbin Forrester.
Both those trucks are on the
circle. There it is back in the distance there on the right-hand side of the screen, and just going to see the aftermath of the contact and the collision.
Yeah, what about that another truck involved as well?
Yeah. Who is that? He just barely slid through there.
Almost looked for a minute like it was Norm Benning. It looked black truck maybe with a yellow number 6.
So caution again for the 5th time due to incident. Spencer Boyd put some oil.
Those two cars matched up pretty good. Good push. It's going to get out to the lead.
Jeb Burton in the 8th. Already going around, starting 3rd. Huge damage. Man. And he's not the only one. Boy, this feels like Pocono all over again. Brandon Jones went around, opening corner at Pocono, and here he is, turn 2, lap 1 at Kentucky.
Left front.
Right up front. See, it's... And then he slid up right in it. Right in his tire track. So I don't know if something was leaking or... I don't know. Something was weird with the 9 car and the smoke coming out of the left front.
Oh, nice job by Annette to get around, but Brandon Jones just could not avoid it.
Terrible luck right there. Unfortunate for everybody. You don't want to do that first corner like that. But again, it was almost, there was something that was strange about that.
Yeah, look at that left front. That's fluid.
Yeah, he's got fluid. He's slipping the fluid, I would say.
What a crazy start to this race. The top 10s in the last 3 races, including, and we got a caution, I do believe, Brandon Brown into the wall, and there's the yellow. And that is such a big deal because he is battling to stay above the cut line to make the playoff.
Justin got loose and got into it. And we talked about that in the break. Justin Haley, also another car that I've been watching, it looked to me like he'd been fighting a loose race car. Got loose underneath him and unfortunately ended their day.
45 laps to go in the race. Everybody's in their window. Everybody will come down and get some fuel, and they can make it to the end of the show.
You know, Doug Randolph's been doing a really good job with Brandon Brown in that 68 car all year, maximizing points, putting them in.
At least a little bit. You want to talk about jumping the cushion. You get in that, it'd be like just like being on ice. Whoa!
And here's trouble.
There's 2 cars above it right there.
Chastain into the 0-2 of Moffitt. No caution yet. They're trying to save it, and there it is.
Wow.
They did an unbelievable job of hanging on to those cars, but eventually the contact and maybe some debris. NASCAR forced to throw a caution for a 6th time tonight.
Bottom is no man's land. You get in it, you slide up, you lose the nose as he did, and got right into it.
I think sheen might become our new drinking word tonight, Clint.
Well, we're not drinking at him.
Maybe just for the folks at home.
Who's not?
I can tell you this. One thing that I can tell you, again, we can't stress this enough. These guys have to race these cars. It's going to be NASCAR's discretion whether or not they can bring up a backup car or not. That is the impact of what you just saw right there. Can they live to see another day? Yes. You can buff those out. You can work on those and get that fixed, but it's up to their discretion of not, if you're going to be a backup car. That 0-2 hit the wall pretty hard.
hit.
10, yeah. I would say, is going to have to run that car.
I talked to his crew chief earlier, Ben Bayshore. We have a caution on the track.
7th of the night. Oh, hate that. Just talked about Colby Howard. And he's obviously gotten into the wall. Tires look up. I wondered if that contact maybe had cut a tire, but that would have been on the left side. Yeah.
Yeah, just doing a little side draft, and these guys got too close right here. Oops. And you can see, obviously, a left side tire was cut down, got him in the wall, unfortunately. He had such a strong run going. Very, very young kid, putting on a good show last night. Back at it again tonight.
Fredo, of course, in the 21, and
you know that left front was right on the exhaust right there where it comes. I don't know. He may
a little upset.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there he is.
He's saying, come on over to my house for dinner later. We'll chat about it.
It's not what he was saying, Chad.
We may do the math to figure out where they'll go off for 300 miles tomorrow night on FS1.
I like these inversions. I think they should. Oh, Harrison.
Can he hang on to it? He does not, and we're going to get our 8th caution, and that means another restart for Austin Cindric.
Oh, that's loose right there.
Well, I think he was thinking that the number 1 was going to be up a little bit higher. It just wasn't. You know, Michael Annett turned in just like normal, and it just, those two come together too quick. It made Harrison have to pull on the wheel to try to stay off. Good for him. Stuck with his plan, right? Everybody was questioning.
Big crash. Caution is out, and Austin Cindric, for the first time in 2020, is a winner. He gets it done at Kentucky.
See him loose under him. His car on the outside got loose underneath of him, going for him. You're trying to make up time. You're out of time.
Jeez,
Last
what
lap.
a hit.
That is a shot right there. That car completely off the ground.
And that's, you know, Mario Goslin, equipment, a team that doesn't have the resources and got to race again tomorrow night. Very difficult situation for them.
That was a shot.
His brother Dylan shares time in that race car, and good family operation from up in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
9 of Noah Gregson get loose down there. I think that's just a product of this place.
Oh, man. Already into the wall. Yeah, that's a 47 of Kyle Weatherman. Had a career best last night. Finished 8th, started in the top 10, and just like yesterday evening, problems on the opening lap.
Man, it's still green.
3 and 4, and yeah, we're yet to see a caution. Saw a lot of debris. We'll keep an eye, and here's Jeremy Clements in the 51 jumping to the race lead.
Did he check out of the gas because he thought the yellow was going to come out?
That's a great point, Kurt. It very well could have been.
I cannot believe there was no yellow. They are
letting that thing before you get the grip on the car.
Oh.
Whoa!
Teammate
Hang on to it,
Snyder
everybody.
outside of Sieg, and Sieg is sideways.
Hang on to it. Off the brake. Off the brake.
Into the wall, and now we get a caution, our first of the night.
You don't see that mistake very often from Ryan Sieg. He's done a great job this year. It's down. And Kurt and I talked about this and made note of this. It looks like they did a little bit more work down in 3 and 4 than they did 1 and 2. Again, just looked like he was down there in slick conditions, got loose underneath of him, and away it went.
Man, it's tough. Kentucky's notorious for low grip. Like, the track sits there and bakes all day in the sun, and the first set of tires or the first run, everything's just slipping, sliding, and slimy, and you're seeing guys bust loose, especially when you're on the inside of somebody on the fast side of the track. Down in 1 and 2, it's way faster than it is in 3 and 4. Real-time look off of 2, and it's just sideways and gone.
93 Ford Ranger pickup with neons.
Hang on, these boys are racing hard. Jones.
There goes Brandon Jones.
Man, we were just talking him up.
Straight night into the wall.
Man, we were just talking him up.
That thing snapped fast. Really fast.
That is a treacherous turn 1 and 2. Man, there is no grip in the low groove down there. The kid's done a great job. Hemrick's not going to give up. Hemrick is going to side draft all the way down into turn 1. Jones wants to stay in the gas. He's got all that air pushing down on his nose, and now, boom.
Way it went.
That thing snapped quick, boy.
It definitely did, and that's just a product of that traction compound, that car on the outside. Very frustrating to be able to try to pass somebody like that. One groove racetrack. Unfortunately, probably should have been patient, didn't, and it bit him.
Lights under the 19, like what we'll see in the All-Star race,
Yeah.
or maybe just a little different, right?
Unfortunately, man, I hated to see that. Kid did such a great job. I know he's going to be super frustrated.
But
Another tore-up race car.
I mean, it's 1 and 1A on the frustration meter.
Yeah.
I mean, he's frustrated, but so is Austin Cindric. He had that huge lead. The last thing he wanted to see is a caution. And here's Hemrick audio. He was racing with Brandon Jones when he went around.
But he's going to pay the price now.
Briscoe up to second.
He moved up too quick, you know? Didn't let the car settle.
Oh,
look at these guys.
no.
Oh, Gregson.
Contact. Burton kisses the wall.
Both in the wall.
So does Gregson.
Those boys are going to pay a huge price.
We stay green.
Go time.
Angle right here. Driving down into turn 3 with Gregson on the inside. He's trying to keep into the PJ1 spray. but that car on his outside took away all of his side force, and he's just going to get moved up, and then Burton's there.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. He drove it off in there. It's a pretty aggressive move. Fortunately, took the position from both of those guys and ruined their day.
Bottom line, just didn't work out.
Out of time. Desperation. Got to go for it.
That's what you're going to be doing.
Ooh, looks like the 8 got moved a little bit.
Man, those Junior Motorsports guys.
Then he tried to get down side draft, and Annette got loose and put him in the wall.
Hemrick ended up 9th. Annette was 8th.
Tossed her on in there. Man.
Did play college basketball, and look, this is moments ago. Noah Gregson talking with Harrison Burton.
Yeah, man.
Pushing.
Now, crew members do arrive. Harrison not backing down here. And now they're really going at it.
Yeah, they are. Those boys are going at it.
Michael and Annette came over. Here's another angle.
Hey, man, you hit me. No, man, you hit me.
Passion.
No, man. No, what was all that? Oh, man.
Friday Night Lights. Whoa!
Now, I thought in this era of social distancing and masks and all that, maybe we wouldn't have this kind of post-race activity, but you can see, even though it's dark and it's off in the distance, this thing lingered for a little bit.
Just a little conversation back there in the lights, huh?
That is the passion.
That's passion. That's exactly what it is.
But, I mean, that's going to come with some consequences. I would know, you know. I would know, yeah. Still going after it. Oh, that's the Junior Motorsports situation now.
Today. Oh, Matt Kenseth in trouble. And that's
it looks like the
caution is out.
It looks like the left front tire is down, or left rear maybe. Caution comes out. Let's see what happens. You can see Matt Kenseth down on the apron, knows he has an issue, tries to keep the car from going up on the racetrack. Luckily keeps it out of the wall.
Mike, the reason the 2 is scored as the leader, where he's pitting on pit road
track, and that was debris. Now watch the 3 of Austin Dillon, who is trying not to pit, but because of the transition ends up losing the car, spinning it around after the caution had waved. The caution is for debris.
Well, it's broken and it's in
car in the wall,
position.
John Hunter Nemechek. And that will put us back under caution.
Heavy damage to the nose, to the right rear.
Top 25 in owner points, and right now coming into this race, both their cars are in the top 25. And Nemechek having a bout with the wall.
Yeah, you could
puts
see,
us under caution.
You know, we've heard drivers talk about where that traction compound is, and you run in it, you build the rubber up, and you build the grip up in that traction compound. But if you get Jimmy Johnson gets turned by Keselowski. You could see it coming, Mike. Caution is out. Jimmy Johnson moved down to try to block that big run coming from Brad Keselowski. Jimmy did a similar move on the last restart with
scoring loop that is crossed prior to the caution flag, where you see Jimmy going around off the bumper of Brad's number 2.
Yeah, and what you saw, Jimmy was up there pushing the 12 of Blaney, and Brad Keselowski kind of had a little bit of a run, waited a little bit further back. I mean, he did it perfectly, timed it perfectly, and Jimmy just wasn't there quick enough to try to put that block on and turned himself around. At the same time, you got to look up in your mirror real quick, because it happens fast. It's just so hard to anticipate that move that Brad Keselowski made right there. Oh, looks like he got some help from Ryan Newman. He goes around, not all the way around, just gets sideways, then heads down pit road.
They used to be teammates at Roush Fenway. And that's the second spin of the day for Kenseth, the first one at lap 154.